Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order the day number 58. Aged Care Amendment Restoring Human Override for Aged Care Needs Assessments Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Much, President. Well, this bill restores a simple principle. Decisions about care should be made by a qualified person, a qualified professional, not a computer algorithm with no human capacity. The current system allows an algorithm to determine outcomes without any capacity for a trained assessor to override it. This bill ensures the tool supports, not replaces, professional judgment, and it enshrines it in primary legislation. The integrated assessment tool should be a tool that assists assessors, not replaces professional judgment. The bill achieves this in 3 very practical ways. First, it restores the discretion of qualified assessors to override or adjust an algorithm's recommendation where their clinical judgment tells them that that outcome is wrong. Secondly, it improves transparency by requiring decision notices to explain how the algorithm was used and how the assessor's professional judgment influenced the final outcome, giving older Australians greater confidence in the process. And thirdly, it creates a right for people assessed since the 1st of November 2025 to seek a fresh assessment if they believe the algorithm produced an incorrect classification, ensuring people are not locked into decisions that have been wrong. This bill responds to significant concerns raised by assessors, advocacy organisations and older Australians that the current system is failing to accurately assess people's care needs. It recognises that no algorithm can replace the experience, judgment and clinical expertise of a trained assessor when making complex decisions about an older person's care needs. The bill strengthens accountability by making the assessment process more transparent, and importantly, this is not about changing eligibility or increasing funding levels. It is about ensuring the existing assessment system produces fair, clinically sound decisions about an older person's care needs. The department confirmed in estimates in June 2026 that the algorithm was never tested as part of the live trial in 2023, was developed and tested internally only within the department. There was never any consultation, the tool has never been clinically validated, and the decision to remove human override was a budget decision. If the government is genuinely committed to protecting older Australians, it should support this bill this morning and enshrine human override into the primary legislation. Our bill provides lasting protection by embedding the right of qualified assessors to exercise their professional judgment in primary legislation, ensuring future governments cannot remove human override without proper parliamentary scrutiny. We know what happens when those protections are absent. The government removed human override without consultation with either assessors, providers, older Australians or their representatives. Decisions of this magnitude, decisions that determine the level of care an older person receives, should never be made behind closed doors or altered by regulation alone. They should be subject to the full parliamentary oversight and accountability of this place. So for thousands of older Australians who've had their care packages slashed or been deemed ineligible altogether, even as their conditions deteriorate and worsen, we will support you. Families and frontline assessors are watching vulnerable seniors denied the support they need to stay safely in their own homes. This is not the person-centred, rights-based aged care system Labor promised the Australian people. Minister Ray's rapid review is a damning admission that the tool is failing, yet he has ruled out reinstating human override while only tinkering around the edges. Labor has failed older Australians on every single turn. Their reckless algorithms first approach is driving assessors out of the sector in droves and leaving older Australians worse off than they have previously been. This is just another example of how the Labor government is leaving older Australians behind at a time when they are most vulnerable. Older Australians have told us that they want this bill passed, and their families have asked for it too. And unlike the Labor government, the Coalition and others in this chamber have listened, and we will act.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Green.
Thanks very much, President. Well, from the outset, I just want to put two things on the record. I think it is genuine of people, senators around this chamber. There is a genuine care and concern for people, older Australians, and ensuring that they get dignity in their later years. And I'm not doubting that in any way. I think that there was bipartisan support for the government's reforms, and we certainly want to continue in that way. Unfortunately, though, at the outset, I do need to make it clear that while the government shares the intent of this private senator's bill, as it's currently drafted, we're not able to support its passage. We're concerned that in practice its provisions will be counterproductive and may not achieve what they set out to do. There is a lot of nuance when we talk about the way that these assessments are happening, and so I am going to put on the record the information that Australians do need to understand and know about how the government is progressing the most historical reforms in the aged care system ever delivered and the most amount of funding ever delivered to the aged care system. The integrated assessment tool that we're talking about today, also known as IAT, and associated classification and prioritisation mechanisms are central parts to fixing a system that was previously slow, inconsistent, and in too many cases, and this is very important to understand, actually unfair to older Australians. Unfair because they weren't getting the right assessment that they needed. It is part of a broader reform agenda that is fixing a system which was failing, not just older people, but their loved ones, aged care workers, and indeed all of those committed to the task of caring for those who have given us so much. President, the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety shocked Australians with its damning assessment of a failing aged care system. The final report, tabled in Parliament on the 1st of March 2021, made 148 recommendations, calling for fundamental reform. Since then, since coming to government, we've been getting on with the job of delivering those recommendations, putting in place the once-in-a-generation reforms that are needed to deliver high-quality, world-class aged care services to the older Australians who built this community and to whom we owe compassionate care. But we know that generational reform is not a single moment, it is a long-term project. And with the commencement of the new Aged Care Act on the 1st of November 2025, we've already seen many improvements to the way that care is delivered to older Australians. And this has meant that we are now providing more care to more people more quickly. As of the 31st of March, a record 300,000 older Australians have access to the ongoing support at home place. And with the delivery of an additional 83,000 places last financial year and another 32,000 to come this financial year, by the end of the 2026-27, 420,000 older Australians will have access to support at home. This is, President, this is almost 3 times as many older Australians compared to the number that had a home care package in 2020. This is the volume that we are talking about. But we also said that we'd watch closely as these reforms roll out and make adjustments to ensure that it is delivering what older Australians need. We've been really clear about that. President, the IAT is about delivering a system that's efficient, accurate and fair. It shouldn't matter where someone lives or who does their assessment. Every older Australian should be treated equitably by our aged care assessment systems. And to deliver on that aspiration, design decisions have specifically been made to ensure that consistency, so that for a given set of clinical characterisations, the assessment system produces the same outcome. This is what it means to bring together clinical expertise, of course, and consistent national rules to deliver more equitable outcomes. The explanatory memorandum to this bill states that the bill clarifies that the IAT functions in a supporting capacity only, and that the approved needs assessor retains authority to record an assessment outcome based on their professional judgment. And the bill itself says that an assessor's discretion may not be limited by the assessment tool or any other required prescribed by the rules. And as I said at the beginning, I understand the intent of the private senator's bill, but a broad or unfettered discretion for assessors to override the classification or priority assigned under the rules, as is proposed by this bill, would actually risk undermining fairness and, importantly, slowing access to care for many of those who need it. And this is a matter of debate. We take a different view of those opposite and those at the end of the chamber about the need for fairness in the system. And that is what we will be debating today. But under the former Home Care Packages program, senators will be aware that there was a high degree of assessor discretion in determining funding and priority levels. And what that actually resulted in is that people with very similar needs receiving very different outcomes, depending on where they lived or who conducted the assessment. In 2024-2025, for example, around 20 to 25% of packages were approved nationally at level 4, but in some jurisdictions that figure was as high as 60%. That variation created serious equity issues and had a direct impact on wait times for care. We also saw the consequences of that inconsistency in the accumulation of large volumes of unspent funds across the system, highlighting the limitations of a process-based subjective decision-making with inadequate focus on fairness and consistency. By the time the new Act commenced, $4 billion in unspent care funding was sitting in people's accounts. Money that could have been delivered, could have delivered more care more quickly to more people. Now, I want to be clear about this. The government understands and appreciates the intent of the private senator's bill, and I'm not for 1 minute. It's not that I think that Senator Ruston or other senators are not genuine in their concern for older people. But we are concerned that the consequences of these provisions would have significant cost implications. An early analysis from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing is that the cost of these amendments to the Act would be significant. The senators proposing this bill have not explained how these costs would be met within the aged care system. We are also concerned that departmental advice also shows that the provisions could have major implication for wait times, blowing those out by an estimated 5 months. These concerns should not just be brushed away as if they are of little consequence. Wait times and the cost of aged care and where that money is spent is so important to older Australians. There is a reason why the assessment system had to change from what was before. I can't be clear about that. there was an unfair system that was resulting in people not getting the care that they needed. There is a reason why the rules that governed the process were decided, that they went through a robust parliamentary scrutiny process. There is a reason why the Parliament agreed that these rules would be what they are. And a provision, as is included in this bill, to allow assessors to, in any circumstances, set aside what is prescribed by the rules that were decided by Parliament, will not deliver the equity that this system should be maintaining for older Australians who deserve dignity, equity and fairness. President, being a responsible steward of this system upon which so many older people rely means approaching changes like this in a careful and considered way. It means working together, hopefully in the same bipartisan way that we brought the Aged Care Act to this Parliament, to deliver on the needs of those in our community. That's why the government has announced that it will establish a new legislated escalation option so that outcomes of the aged care integrated assessment tool can be changed in extenuating circumstances. This means in the same number of cases where a person's complex circumstances are not fully captured by the integrated assessment tool, under this new pathway, their assessment can be escalated to the system governor and adjusted if necessary so they do get appropriate care. This will provide practical, responsible protection without compromising the care of older people, and will use the parliamentary break to consult on what this will look like so it can be implemented. We are willing to work together with those opposite, as we are with all senators in this chamber, to find a way to achieve the intent of this private senator's bill without the adverse consequences that are currently before us. This is what older Australians expect. When the Royal Commission was delivered, as I said previously, it shocked Australians. It shocked Australians because we expect that older Australians who have lived their lives, paid their taxes, contributed to our communities and our economy are taken care of in the most dignified way. And that was not happening under the previous government. Those recommendations, 143 from the Royal Commission, need to be implemented, and the government has been working to do that. We know that this is a challenge. We know that this is generational reform, but it is this government that has taken it on. It is this government who is delivering. We want to ensure that the expectations of older Australians of their government to meet their needs, to ensure that we deliver on the recommendations, that we make sure that the system is fair and equitable no matter where you live, no matter who does your assessment. That's the expectations that older Australians, and indeed all Australians, have of us. And I understand, as I said at the beginning, just to finish here, I understand that there is a genuineness to the debate that will happen today. That I don't dismiss the care and concern that those opposite anyone in this chamber has for older Australians. The government shares that concern, and that's why we're implementing these reforms. It's why we are making sure that those 143 recommendations are implemented. That is why the government introduced the new Aged Care Act. We brought it to Parliament. Parliament decided on the rules that would be implemented, and the system that we've developed is making sure that the rules are implemented in a fair and equitable way. This bill would result in longer wait times and higher costs to a system that cannot afford either. And so I do want to say that the government will not be able to support this bill, but we are working incredibly hard to review the system, to ensure that there is an escalation system in place. We will consult on what that looks like and bring that back after the break to ensure that it is legislated, hopefully hopefully with bipartisan support. Thank you.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, the Greens stand as co-sponsors and supporters of this bill alongside Senator Ruston and Senator Pocock. And I want to thank Senator Ruston and Pocock for the work that we continue to do together to make sure that older Australians get the care that they need at the time that they need it. I think the Minister belled the cat in their contribution because they said if this bill were to pass, there would be significant cost implications around aged care assessments, which seems to me to support our view that the integrated assessment tool has been designed to reduce costs of care. Every older person in this country has a right to have a human make the decision about their care needs. And any tool that is used in that process should be simply that, a tool, not the decision maker. The Labor government has outsourced the decision-making for older people's complex care needs to a computer algorithm with no ability for human override, and that is unconscionable. And whilst the Minister gets up and says that this Parliament passed the rules, notwithstanding that the Greens didn't vote for them, those rules did not say that no human could override the decision of a computer tool that gets the decision wrong. When we questioned the department at Estimates in our inquiry hearing and at Estimates, it was clear that there has been no clinical review of this tool, that there has been no human trials of the tool. They were just tested on data from other decisions, and that the testing was internal only. Older Australians have lost trust in this government's ability to fairly assess their care needs. And the Minister talks about unfairness. And yet the Community Affairs Committee, during Estimates and in our inquiry hearings, has been given no evidence of unfairness, simply stating that more people in one state had higher levels of care assigned to them than another is not a demonstration that the system is unfair. How do we know that a majority of people in a particular location have particularly complex needs? If you're going to put in a tool to assess the care needs of older people, then at least back it up with evidence instead of just falling back on this idea of unfairness. Well, I'll tell you what's unfair. An older person having their complex needs put through a computer program, spat out the other end, and then told, that's it, and no human, no clinician, no doctor, no geriatrician can override that if it appears that it is wrong. When the geriatricians in this country are saying that the tool is not working, this government needs to listen. The Royal Commission said that we needed a person-centred, rights-based system. There is nothing person-centred in outsourcing the assessment of people's care needs to a computer algorithm. The government also says that they really care about older people and they're doing everything they can to give as many people as much care as possible. Well, the government is still rationing care. The Minister talked about 83,000 packages in the last financial year and 32,000 this year. Well, there's 220,000 people on the wait list. So if you really cared about older people and their care needs, you would release the same number of packages as the people on the wait list. This is about cost. This is about putting a tool in place that regularly underassesses people's care needs, forcing them into a process that requires at least a 90-day review to go back through the process again, rather than simply acknowledging that a person with clinical judgment should be allowed to override any decision that the tool makes that is unfair. Now, Labor has announced some minor changes to the IAT this morning, and that's not surprising because they have been dragged kicking and screaming at every turn that their aged care rollout isn't working. They were dragged kicking and screaming by this chamber to release 20,000 home care packages sooner when they'd stopped releasing packages. They were dragged kicking and screaming by the senators in this chamber on the Community Affairs Committee and through our work in the community and through the media to finally shift showering and dressing and incontinence care into free care, notwithstanding that people are still waiting until November. This government, this Labor government that cares so much about older people, is still making them wait until November before they have to stop paying for assistance with showering, dressing and continence care. This is the government says that they care. So it's unsurprising that they've gone out this morning and told everybody, oh, we're changing the IAT. Well, only some people in a narrow section of exceptional circumstances are going to have the benefit of potential human override, but everybody else out there who's waiting for their aged care assessment will be still subject to the IAT without the ability of a human to make those decisions. And how can older people trust this government when the minister gets on the radio this morning and says the system is basically working fine? Well, older people will tell you it is not fine. Just this week, I had an older couple email my office telling me that they're too scared to get an assessment, even though their doctor has told them that their needs are higher than CHSP, because they are terrified that the algorithm will underassess them and that they won't be able to afford for their care. That is the system that this government is overseeing. Trust is gone. How can older people trust you when you tell us that it's only a very small number of cases that are getting it wrong when we know it's thousands? This government clearly does not understand the consequences of their own policy, so their hand needs to be forced, which this bill does. Every older person in this country deserves to have their essential care needs assessed by a human. Basic dignity should not be reserved for exceptional cases, and that is why the Greens will be supporting this bill.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to start by thanking the opposition and the Greens for their work on this, the outstanding work that Senator Ruston and Senator Ullman-Payne have done through estimates, through inquiries. I'd like to thank all the journalists who have covered the case studies, the real human impact of systems that aren't delivering for Australians. And often we hear about numbers. We hear about big numbers in terms of cost, number of Australians affected, etc., etc. Those numbers are humans. Behind every number is the story of an older Australian, their families, their support networks, their carers. And I just wanted to share one story that was sent to my office by a Canberran about a woman in her 70s that we'll call Donna. Donna was admitted to the Canberra hospital with confusion, cognitive decline and cellulitis after being unable to manage her own wound care. Over recent months, she has become lost in her community and picked up by police. She has not been eating and was not managing her own finances, spending well beyond her means. Her family had spent 9 months trying to arrange an ACAT assessment without success. In hospital, staff requested an ACAT, and I'm hearing a worrying trend. I think this has been the case for the last few years, where older Australians are having to go to hospital to then get priority ACAT assessments. But despite the cognitive decline, despite the fact that she wasn't eating, despite the fact that she was getting lost in her own neighbourhood, the algorithm said she qualified for a level 1 package. A level 1 package, that's less than 2 hours of care a week. And that can only be challenged through some complex reconsideration process with the department. So Donna couldn't be discharged, because obviously the hospital knew that Donna's needs were far above a level 1 package. So she stayed in hospital. That's hardly a good outcome for anyone, for Donna, for her family, and for all of us who pay for our hospital system. We've heard from the government many times that there are humans involved, but it turns out that the humans involved are inputting the data, and then we pay someone to rubber stamp whatever the algorithm says. The person who's rubber stamping can't actually change the outcome. That's not proper oversight, and that needs to change. There's a welcome announcement from Minister A after the pressure from the Senate, but it's very unclear exactly what that's going to deliver. And so I really thank the Senate for debating this important issue, for this bill being brought forward to stand up for older Australians, to stand up for our communities, and to listen to the Robodebt Royal Commission. Commissioner Holmes was so clear about the need for human oversight when it comes to automated decision-making. Recommendations 17.1 and 17.2 of the Royal Commission talked about the need for a government-wide act that actually governs the use of automated decision-making in laws and in delegated legislation. As yet, we have not seen such a bill, and it's my understanding that the government is a fair way off doing that. 17.2 talked about the need for independent oversight, and this is a real frustration as senators when we ask the department how the algorithm actually works. We're told, well, commercial in confidence, we can't let you know that because then people could gain the system. So clearly we need an independent, well-resourced regulator of sorts that can actually look at the algorithm and decide, yes, this is in line with what we would expect. And so I commend this bill. Again, I thank Senators Ruston, Ormond-Plain, the Coalition and the Greens for their work on this bill, and I commend it to the Senate.
Sorry, yes, Minister. Senator. Put. The question is that the question never put? No. Senator Ananda Rajah, is it a point of order that you're raising? Or?
I have a contribution to make, Chair. I'm just a little emotional because this conversation is, it's actually just for me dredging up a little bit of some family issues. I have an 85-year-old father who's going through this, and I'm just a little distracted. I'm listening to the contributions and I appreciate them, and I do want to share my own story
Thank you, Senator.
Desperately, because I think it's very pertinent to this debate.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just take some advice from the clerks. Thanks. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Thank you. But we don't. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put and the ayes have moved to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little, teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. Senator Little, I'm here. The result of the division is 31 ayes, 20 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is that the bills now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Ayes. Division required. Yep. Ring the bell. Yes, ayes have it. Division required. Okay. I'll put the question again. The question is that the bills now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute, is it? Lock the doors. The question is that the bills now be read a second time. The ayes are moved to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon teller for the noes. The result of the division is 32 ayes, 20 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I call Senator Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Is it 1 minute? Yep. on this question? Doors? Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a third time. The ayes will move to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little, teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. The result of the division is 32 ayes, 20 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
The question is that the message be considered in committee. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business. I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Number 1, Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. Vote to be taken on consideration of message.
The question is the message be considered in committee of the whole immediately. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Thank you. Can I just start here? We're not going to insist, are we? The committee is considering message number 188 from the House of Representatives relating to the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. Call the Minister.
I move that the committee does not insist on its amendments to which the House of Representatives has disagreed.
So, is anyone? Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Well, the Coalition is not going to insist on these amendments, but I would draw to the attention of the chamber the basis of the amendment that was put forward by Senator Lambie actually served to support two cohorts of people, more particularly than others, by allowing podiatrists to be able to, or endorse podiatrists to be able to prescribe within their scope. And that was to make sure that people who live in rural and regional areas, who often don't have access to a GP, who have gone to their podiatrist, are able to get access to the medications that they need on the PBS. Because let's not forget, this is not about allowing podiatrists to prescribe. This is about podiatrists who already can prescribe being able to get access to the medications for their patients on the PBS. The other group of people who are most impacted by this are older Australians. We know that older Australians rely on having their feet looked after more than younger Australians, and also Australians who live with disability are more likely to need the services of a podiatrist. So what we have here is the government refusing to accept an amendment that would allow people in rural and regional Australia, older Australians and people who live with a disability, the ability for their prescribing podiatrist to actually let them get their medications on the PBS. So now the only options that remain, because they've refused to let this amendment go through, is they can either pay full tote odds for those medications, or they've got to go and make a second appointment and go and visit a GP so they're able to get those medications on the PBS. I think this is an absolutely egregious decision by those in the other place not to allow this amendment to go through, and I absolutely commend Senator Lambie for putting it forward and also acknowledge the fact that the Greens supported this amendment. But we won't stand in the way of nurse prescribers being able to prescribe in the same way as I've just outlined for podiatrists, because we obviously want to make sure that the people that are able to get their prescriptions via that mechanism are able to get it on the PBS. But I think the government needs to have a very, very close look at some of the pettiness of their decision-making, particularly when they have not even responded to the scope of practice review that was handed to them nearly 2 years ago that actually outlined why this was so important. But as I said, we won't stand in the way of this because we believe nurse prescribers should be able to prescribe to make sure that more Australians are able to get access to cheaper medicines. This move by this government not to accept this amendment is actually making sure that medicines are more expensive, not cheaper medicines, more expensive medicines than they would otherwise be able to get if you'd let this amendment go through.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to commend the government on their changes to the scope of practice for nurses. This is a very welcome change, and I want to acknowledge everyone who's been pushing for this change for many years now, and the hard work that has gone into making the case, building up the evidence base, and then the government for actually going ahead with it. I am confused, though, about the government's reluctance to allow prescriptions from podiatrists to simply be covered by the PBS. As Senator Ruston said, this is already happening. Podiatrists can prescribe, but Australians just have to pay a lot more. And here in Canberra, where we have a shortage of GPs, it's very hard to get in to see a GP, certainly at short notice, almost impossible. And we have the highest gap fee in the country, an average $50 gap fee. And so we're essentially saying to mostly older Australians who go and see their podiatrist, have something prescribed, that they need to book in to see a GP, to go to the GP, to get the script that the podiatrist said that they gave them, prescribed by the GP, so they're covered by the PBS. We hear a lot about productivity, we hear a lot about cost of living, we hear a lot about caring for older Australians. This seems like such a sensible move for the Parliament to say, podiatrists are already prescribing. We accept that, it's working well. We're simply going to cover those prescriptions with the PBS. And so I really think we need an explanation from the government as to why they're not backing this change. This seems like evidence-based policy. It seems like it's in the best interests of all Australians and actually builds on the health system that we have. And so on behalf of Canberrans, I want to raise my concerns about a government that won't back an amendment from the Senate that clearly, I think, is in line with what most Australians would probably already think happens. If you can prescribe, you're covered by the PBS.
Senator Steele-John.
Very much, Chair. Look, I want to place a couple of things on the record. First of all, I want to very clearly state the Australian Greens' support for the underlying legislation. This is a good reform that we would have actually liked to see the government pass this legislation earlier in the year. There were many opportunities for this bill to be resolved and passed earlier in the parliamentary agenda. There was a guillotine in March that they could have added it to. There was a guillotine at the beginning of the week they could have added it to. And I know it's caused a bit of stress and strain for the profession, waiting to see the resolution of this legislation. As I said, we support this reform, and so we will not be insisting on the amendment that passed the Senate but has been rejected by Labor in the House, in order to see this legislation pass and for the profession to have certainty. I will also say this. I read the government's reasoning for rejecting this amendment last night. A very simple amendment. An amendment which would have ensured, had the government supported it, that Australians that seek the healthcare support of endorsed podiatrists were able to claim, were able to fill their scripts and receive scripts from their podiatrists that were claimable and usable under the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. It's a very sensible amendment. It closes one of the ridiculous gaps and loopholes in our healthcare system. Because as others have contributed and stated really clearly in this debate, right now, Australians, a lot of older Australians, a lot of disabled people who seek the expertise of an endorsed podiatrist, a podiatric surgeon, are in the position where those professionals who are enabled by state and territory law to prescribe then face additional costs because they cannot utilise the PBS in filling that script. They have to go back to the GP, where they then face the very real prospect of having to pay a gap fee before then getting a script that would then allow them to get the medication that they need more affordably. That doesn't make sense. It creates additional cost for the person seeking healthcare. It creates unnecessary larger wait times for healthcare services. And the reasoning given by the government to reject this amendment in the House was, quite frankly, and I say this with as much kind of genuine acknowledgement of the diligence with which the Minister and his team has worked across many areas of the health care system and the reform agenda, which we've been supportive of and are supportive of. The reasoning was ridiculous, folks. Like, you've rejected this amendment based on the idea that it's too hasty and doesn't take account of the required consultation needed to enact such a reform. You've had the scope of practice review for 2 years, and this issue has been raised with this government for so long that, if my memory serves right, it was being raised with you when you were last in government in the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. This has not come out of nowhere. And this is not extending to a profession that can't already prescribe, the ability to prescribe, because they already can. The patients of those healthcare professionals can't access affordable medicines. We've heard really clearly basic examples. Somebody goes to an endorsed podiatrist with an issue, they are prescribed a regular 12-week course of treatment cream for the condition that might have led them to the podiatrist in the first place. And because of this gap in the law, they pay upwards of $27, $28 more than they need to. And that's without factoring in the additional cost of going back to the GP, the travel time, the complexity. That's ridiculous. We could have closed this loophole and made this form of healthcare more affordable to Australians right now. Right now we could have done that in this vote, but the government has said no. Well, let me say this. We are not going to let this one go. This is a common sense reform whose time has well and truly come. So we're going to keep pushing this, and my message to the Minister and their team is really crystal clear. This is going to keep coming back up. So let's get this done. Let's just come together around something that makes total sense and give people access to more affordable podiatric surgery and more affordable treatment from their endorsed podiatrist. It just makes sense.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thank senators for your contributions to this debate in the committee. And I wanted to make a few brief remarks, although not extended ones, because I did address many of the issues that have been canvassed here this morning in my contribution yesterday. Based on the contributions that senators have made this morning, I understand that the bill will shortly pass this chamber, and I want to emphasise how pleased I am that that is the case, and I think I share that with all senators here. This bill will allow the 400,000 nurses across the country to be engaged more widely, to work more fully within their scope of practice, and that is a very good thing for patients all across the country. I note the comments about podiatry, and I emphasise, as I did yesterday, that the Podiatry Board is currently working with the National Medicines and Poisons Advisory Group on updating the podiatry endorsement for scheduled medicines. The Podiatry Board will return to that advisory group later this year as their work progresses, including to facilitate broader consideration of endorsement for scheduled medicine arrangements for the wider podiatry profession. The government is, of course, deeply committed to supporting access to healthcare and increasing access to healthcare. I note Senator Pocock's remarks earlier in relation to the ACT. We are delivering our commitment in the ACT to strengthen Medicare and bulk billing here. And just recently I saw Minister Gallagher and Minister Butler opening the 2 fully bulk billed additional clinics in the ACT, with another one to come. Strengthening access to public health is a core commitment for the government, to Medicare, to the investments in public hospitals, to ensuring that bulk billing expands and restoring the integrity of that bulk billing offering in the context of 10 years of cuts to services. This is core business for our government, and we intend to continue. But I do thank the Senate for your consideration of this bill, and without wishing to get ahead of the Senate processes, I look forward to the bill passing this chamber shortly.
Okay, I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the resolution be reported.
All those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
So you just need to go up sharing and reading.
The committee has considered message number 188 from the House of Representatives relating to the health legislation amendment prescribing of pharmaceutical benefits Bill 2025, and has resolved not to insist on the amendments made by the Senate, to which the House has disagreed. Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Okay. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 2, Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026 in committee.
The committee is considering the Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026 and Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3912, moved by Senator Canavan. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Dowling. Aaron Smith.
Lock the doors. The question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheets 3, 9, 1, 2 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, teller for the noes.
Reagan. Stow. Green. Cheryl. Robert. O'Neill. David Pocock. Hubert. Anthony. Steele. Robert Pocock. Orders. Wish Wilson. Hutchins May. Darvish. Uchiko. Walker. Chicane. Brown. Oliva. Sheldon. Alistair. What? Stewart. Anyone?
The result of the division is ayes 21, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll just give senators a chance to get back to position. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Is anyone seeking the call? Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions for the Minister. Minister, is the government aware that the ACCC and ASIC and a number of organisations in Australia representing consumers, including the Consumer Policy Research Centre and the Consumer Action Law Centre, have all advocated for the government to extend the ban on unfair trading?
Senator McKim, I might just get you to pause. Could senators please leave the chamber quietly? And if they're not participating in debate, please leave the chamber rather than talk in the chamber.
Thanks very much for your protection there, Chair, from...
I couldn't hear what you were saying, Senator McKim.
I'll start again, will I? A question for the Minister. Minister, is the government aware that the ACCC wants to extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector? Is the government aware that ASIC wants to extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector? Is the government aware that peak consumer groups, including the Consumer Policy Research Centre and the Consumer Action Law Centre, want to extend the ban on unfair practices to the financial services sector? And if you are aware of those things, why haven't you done it?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Chair and Senator McKim. The government is aware, both in our engagement with the agencies that you've outlined and those peak councils and more broadly of that question. It is the government's approach to legislate this tranche of reforms. There will be future reform.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks, and I thank the Minister. So, Minister, are you saying that future reforms from the government will extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector? And if you are saying that, when will that happen?
Minister.
I think the best way of describing it is while the government we'll make decisions about that in the normal way that we are examining precisely those issues.
Senator McKim.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing from that, Minister, is government is currently considering those issues, but you don't wish to put a time frame on any decision point or flag what you think the decision might be. Would that be an accurate categorisation?
Minister.
Yes, Senator, I'm mindful of our Cabinet decision-making process. I am happy to confirm that we are examining those issues. We're working them through carefully. Our focus now is on delivering this tranche of reforms through the legislation, but we're working carefully through the issues you've described.
Senator McKim.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that, Minister. That's probably my final question, depending on your response, of course, on this issue. Are you able to indicate whether there is a process underway? I'm not asking you about Cabinet, by the way. I'm asking you whether inside any agencies there is a process underway. Is there consultation between, for example, Treasury, the ACCC and ASIC on these matters? Are conversations happening? And if there is any kind of a process underway, if you could just outline that, please, and confirm where you are currently at in that process, if there is a process underway.
Minister.
Yes, the government is engaged across all of the agencies and organisations external to government that you described. I can't put a time frame on that, but we're, as I said, working diligently through those questions.
Senator McKim.
All right, thanks, Minister. So I won't reprise my second reading contribution here today, which I'm sure is a relief to the entire chamber. But what I will say is that on behalf of the Australian Greens, I will express our significant disappointment in the fact that the government has not chosen to extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector. These have been long-held and long-expressed views from the ACCC and from ASIC and from peak consumer groups in the country, as well as from the Australian Greens. The government has given no adequate reason for failing to extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector, particularly given the view of at least one ACCC commissioner that the harm from unfair trading practices in the financial services sector is likely to be greater than any other sector in the economy. It is time that the government divorced itself from the interests of the big banks and the other financial behemoths in this country that run so much of government policy, and it is time that the government extended the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector. I'll move my amendments in a moment, but I want to quickly respond to Senator Scarr's response to my second reading speech, the response that Senator Scarr gave yesterday, and say to Senator Scarr, I acknowledge the matters that he spoke about in regards to the potential to extend the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector, and I look forward to further engagement across this chamber with a view to ensuring that we protect consumers of financial services in Australia by extending the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector. We'll give everyone a chance to ensure that that happens now. I doubt that it will, but we are going to keep going on this. We will not be silenced on this, and we will keep fighting until consumers of financial services in Australia are protected in the same way that, that consumers of a range of other products and services will be protected under the provisions of this bill. So I now I seek leave to move Australian Greens amendments circulated in my name on sheet 3841. I seek leave to move those together.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
I move those amendments.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I will put the Minister.
Okay, the government will be opposing the amendment, but on the basis that Senator McKim and I just discussed, and I look forward to Senator's support for those reforms when they arrive here.
I will put the amendment. So the question is that Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3841 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Is there any ayes? Are those against say no? No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3841 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes. result of the division is ayes 11, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. I would once again ask senators to leave the chamber quietly if they're planning to leave. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Chair. If I could just clarify that the amendments that were just negatived by the chamber were about extending unfair trading practices to include lead generation. And I want to just make a couple of comments about that. We'll come to our amendments to extend requirements to the financial services sector shortly, and I will move those shortly. But just firstly, on lead generation, as I said in my second reading speech, we have just lived through the collapse of First Guardian and Shield. These matters have been explored and examined at length in this chamber and in Senate estimates, but not just by the Greens, but by a range of other senators right across the political spectrum, and so they should have been examined very closely in those contexts, because the collapse of Shield and First Guardian cost about 12,000 Australian people over $1 billion in lost retirement savings. And as I said in my second reading speech, the chair of ASIC, Ms Sarah Court, indicated in estimates in October last year that a ban on unfair trading practices in the financial services sector may have assisted ASIC in their investigation and prosecution of the complex web of actors that were involved in the collapse of First Guardian and Shield. Now, the reason that lead generation should be included and explicitly caught in the provisions of this legislation is that if we did so, firstly, it would send an unambiguous signal to the 12,000-odd Australians who were ripped off so egregiously during the collapse of First Guardian and Shield that the Senate has got their backs, that the Senate understands what happened, that the Parliament understands what happened, and it's an opportunity for the government to show that the government understands how absolutely destructive that experience was for a significant number of Australians. And although it wouldn't necessarily get them their money back or provide the full recourse that they deserve and that justice demands, it would at least show that the Senate and the Parliament and the government are taking steps to try to ensure that other Australians are protected from those kind of situations in the future. Now, as we all know, the bill implements a general prohibition on businesses engaging in unfair trading practices, which is defined as behaviour that manipulates or unreasonably distorts the environment in which the consumer makes a decision. Now, subsection 28B(6) includes a non-exhaustive list of examples of behaviour that would constitute an unfair trading practice. And the amendment, which was just negatived by the Senate, would have added lead generation to that list of examples. And lead generation was defined in our amendment, which the Senate just negatived, as collecting the consumer's personal information for a sales purpose in an obscure, complex or misleading way, and failing to clearly disclose to the consumer the primary purpose for collecting, using or sharing the consumer's personal information. Now, there is absolutely nothing objectionable in the way that that amendment was drafted and the way that it would have operated if it had been included into the Act or into the bill as the Greens were proposing. So what we've just witnessed is a missed opportunity. And like the government's stated position and the opposition's stated position of not currently being able to support extending the ban on unfair trading practices to the Financial Services Centre, another missed opportunity. This was a missed opportunity to protect consumers in Australia. And let me remind you that consumers are people. They are people. And they are people who are being price gouged everywhere they turn because of the concentration in market power in sectors like our supermarket sector, our airline sector, our insurance sector, and a range of others, telecommunications, and the list goes on, health insurance, the list really does go on. They are being price gouged everywhere they turn because corporations are misusing their market power. And we all know, because of report after report, that over time the Australian economy is becoming more concentrated. The market power in more sectors of the Australian economy is becoming more concentrated, which gives the corporations more power to do things like price gouge because the competitive element is being reduced and eroded over time. And so the people that are being price gouged, the people that the corporations don't care about except for their capacity to generate profit for the corporations, those people will now look at what the Senate has done today and form the very reasonable view that when the Senate had the opportunity to ensure that lead generation was added to the list of examples of behaviour that would constitute an unfair trading practice, the Senate decided not to do that. The Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the Nationals, One Nation, none of them supported adding lead generation to the list of examples of behaviour that would constitute an unfair trading practice. And none of them are going to support extending the ban on unfair trading practices to the financial services sector. Now, we've heard from the Minister that the government's considering that matter, but honestly, sometimes you've got to line this government up with a tree or any other kind of vertical object you can find just to see if they're actually moving at all. It is glacial. Although actually, perhaps that's an adjective we shouldn't use anymore because the glaciers are actually melting and flowing a lot more quickly than they used to be, thanks in part because of the political coalition in this place that supports destroying our native forests and opening up new coal and gas mines hand over fist. So I withdraw glacial and insert snail-like, because honestly, this has been an active discussion for years. The ACCC has for a long period of time called for the ban on unfair trading practices to be extended to the financial services sector. ASIC has called for a long period of time for the ban on unfair trading practices to be extended to the financial services sector. So Minister, I want to ask you, if I might, to explain in the context of the collapse of First Guardian and Shield, why it is that the government took a position of not adding lead generation to the non-exhaustive list of examples of behaviour that would constitute an unfair trading practice.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, our approach here on this question, as I indicated in response to previous questions and around the amendment that was just dealt with, government's approach in terms of financial services more broadly is as I described. In relation to lead generation, it is the government's approach here, informed by advice, including from the ACCC, that where conduct breaches this particular or the general prohibition, that is capable of capturing the key harms that Senator McKim, your amendment seeks to address. That will ultimately be a matter for the courts and the regulators to determine. The framework is supported by the grey list, which already includes conduct such as disclosing material information in a complex, unclear or untimely way, which directly addresses the problematic practices that can occur in some lead generation models. It's our view that a prohibition on lead generation would include prohibiting some practices that are not inherently harmful. That is, there is lead generation behaviour of the sorts that you are describing that are harmful, are constructed in a complex way that misleads consumers. Not all of that behaviour that's encapsulated by lead generation does that work. It is our view, informed by advice, that the general prohibition that's outlined deals effectively with that kind of behaviour. It will, as I say, ultimately be a matter for the courts, and we'll be watching those developments closely.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Minister. While you are accurate in as far as your statements go, that some elements of the collapse of First Guardian and Shield will be a matter for the courts, I want to say very clearly that that the Australian Greens have a view that the government's response to the collapse of Shield and First Guardian has not yet met the threshold that would satisfy us. Now, I know that some matters are being considered by government, and we can discuss those things in another forum. But I want to be very clear that justice has not been done for a large number of Australians who had some or all of their retirement savings stolen from them by unscrupulous behaviour, and that that not only has justice not been done, but an adequate response from the government to the collapse of First Guardian and Shield has not yet manifested. So I want to be very clear about that and say to you, Minister, that that the Greens do not intend to allow this to be the end of the matter, and that we will keep fighting for justice and adequate reparation for the significant number of Australians who were smashed and had their retirement savings smashed by the collapse of First Guardian and Shield. So if there's no other folks wishing to discuss those matters, I will now move the Australian Greens amendment. So I seek leave, Chair, to move our amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 377 together.
There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Canavan.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. I just did want to, I know this is going back to the former amendment moved, I think, or there was some confusion, as Senator McKim said here, about which was being moved. I just wanted to put on record around the issues of First Guardian and Shield and lead generation that the Liberal and Nationals parties shares the concern about the practices that led to this terrible fallout on people's lives, their savings, and obviously some conduct that was reprehensible and needs to be a response to. We did oppose that amendment. Just wanted to put on the record the reasons for that, because we view that the response to these issues should be in laws that principally deal with investor protection, not consumer protection or consumer law. The laws we have here today are ones to protect consumers. There are different issues when it comes to people making investments which put at risk potentially their life savings, etc., compared to some of the other issues we're talking about today, say signing up to a subscription service. They are two very different consumer activities, and that's why we have traditionally had separate laws in regards to those. We recognise and support the efforts the government is doing, I think consultation draft they have out on the response to First Guardian and Shield. So we wait to see that legislation to support change. And I'd also like to echo the comments put by the Minister that we have to be very careful here that we don't outlaw sales practices, we don't outlaw people doing basic selling of following up leads and the like, as all or many real estate agents and the like do. It's just a common part of business. There's nothing nefarious per se about that. But obviously, particularly when it comes to the provision of advice and application of large sums of money from an investment context, there should be a higher bar and obligations placed on salespeople in those environments.
I will put Minister.
I would just indicate the government will be opposing this amendment and the last one, and I think we've traversed the rationale for the government's position, so I won't take any additional time.
Being no further contributions, I will put the question as moved by Senator McKim on questions amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3774. Those in favour of those amendments say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. Question is that amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3774 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. I would ask all senators to remain in the chamber. More divisions are imminent. However, I will allow a 4-minute bell if there is a change of voting positions. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Canavan.
Yeah, look, I'll be brief so we can get to those divisions. I just wanted to move the opposition amendments on sheet 3913 and also seek leave to move them together.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Okay, I'll just briefly explain to the chamber these amendments would seek to defer the application of these new laws till 2030 for small businesses. I explained in the second reading speech that to me it seems logical here to us in the Liberal and Nationals Party that given the significant change here, that it would be better to see any teething issues be worked out with those larger entities that have the resources to do so, and that small businesses should be given time to adjust.
I will move. Minister, did you
indicate, as outlined, the government will be opposing the amendment. Of course, almost all small businesses are doing absolutely the right thing and treating customers fairly. The government's view is that a blanket exemption for small businesses until 2030 would create loopholes and undermine a consistent approach across the economy, and that would leave consumers exposed to harmful conduct for years and risk giving some small businesses using unfair practices an advantage over the majority who are competing fairly. Small businesses will have time and support to adjust with a 12-month transition period before the obligations commence, and the ACCC will take an education-first approach, providing guidance and practical assistance to help businesses understand and meet their obligations.
I will put the question. The question is that opposition amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3913 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is that amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3913 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collett, teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 24, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. Now, I am in the hands of the chamber, but I would ask senators to remain just in case there is another division imminently. Senator McKim.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. There have been some amendments circulated in the name of Senator Payman, 3772 and 3771. So I'll just very briefly outline. I will be moving these on behalf of Senator Payman, and I'll seek leave to move them together shortly. But very quickly, 3772 adds requiring the consumer to provide information not directly relevant to a transaction, including the creation of an account, to the list of examples of conduct which subclause 28B6 identifies as possibly constituting an unfair trading practice. And the aim of that amendment is to prevent companies from requiring consumers to provide all their personal details to buy a single item from an online store. Very meritorious amendment from Senator Payman. 3771. The bill allows the government to set through regulations what information companies must provide to people with subscription contracts. The amendment, 3771, would ensure that the regulations would require a subscription provider who offers an initial free period that eventually becomes paid to 3 days prior to the end of the free trial, notify the consumer that the trial is ending, what the amount that will be charged if they not cancel is, and how they may cancel before being charged. Again, a very straightforward amendment that would protect consumers. These amendments are supported by the Australian Greens, and I now I seek leave to move those amendments together on behalf of Senator Payman.
If there is no objection, leave is granted. Senator McKim, could you please move the amendments?
I move the amendments.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator McKim, for moving those amendments together on behalf of Senator Payman. To say in relation to 3771, the government will be opposing that amendment. We understand and agree with the intent of the amendment. This bill ends subscription traps. Consumers should be notified before a free trial ends, and we're actively developing those requirements, but we believe this amendment is overly prescriptive and removes important and necessary flexibilities. In relation to 3772, we'll be opposing that amendment also. Requiring a consumer to create an account or provide information can often serve legitimate purposes, including improving security, facilitating legitimate transactions and enabling ongoing services. Those practices in and of themselves are not unfair, and on that basis we urge the Senate to reject both of those amendments. Thanks.
I will put the question if there's no further contributions. So the question is that Australian Voice amendments on sheet 3772 and 3771 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Make sure. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet 3772 and 3771 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, teller for the noes.
She has. I don't think I put something else. That would make sense.
The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 22. The question is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported with an amendment to the title. No. The question is that the bill now be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Committee has considered the Competition Consumer Amendment Unfair Trade Practices Bill 2026 and agreed to it without amendment. Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Are you seeking the call, Senator McKim? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes. Three, Governor-General's opening speech, address and reply, resumption of debate.
Senator Dean Smith.
On the 9th of May 1901, beneath the great dome of Melbourne's exhibition building, Australia's first Commonwealth Parliament was opened. It was a moment of ceremony, confidence and national ambition. More than 12,000 people gathered to witness the Duke of Cornwall and York declare open the Parliament of a new nation, a Parliament created not by revolution but by consent, debate and democratic choice. Only months earlier, on the 1st of January 1901, the Australian Constitution had come into effect. 6 colonies had become one Commonwealth. Edmund Barton had been commissioned as Australia's first Prime Minister, Lord Hopetoun had been sworn in as our first Governor-General, and in March 1901, Australians went to the polls for the first federal election. That election was itself an extraordinary undertaking. There were 75 seats in the House of Representatives and 36 seats in the Senate. 181 candidates contested the House and 127 contested the Senate. Voting was not compulsory. Electoral laws differed between the states and party structures were still emerging. Yet from that imperfect beginning came one of the world's most enduring democracies. The first Parliament was asked to do nothing less than build the machinery of a nation, a High Court, a National Defence Force, a Federal Public Service, national electoral laws, industrial arbitration, trade and commerce arrangements, and a future capital city. It had to turn federation from an idea into a functioning Commonwealth. Western Australia's role in that story was distinctive and significant. WA had only joined the Federation after a fierce debate. It was geographically distant, economically different, and still deeply conscious of its isolation from the eastern colonies. Yet West Australians sent 5 members to the first House of Representatives and 6 senators to the first Senate. Sir John Forrest, a great West Australian explorer and former Premier, was elected unopposed as the member for Swan and became a minister in Barton's first government. James Fowler represented Perth, John Kerwin represented Kalgoorlie, Hugh McMahon represented Coolgardie, and Elias Solomon represented Fremantle. In the Senate, Western Australia was represented by Hugh Delagi, Norman Ewing, Edward Harney, Alexander Matheson, George Pearce and Staniforth Smith. They carried with them the voices of a vast state still separated from the rest of the continent, by distance, by sea and by desert. For West Australian parliamentarians, federation came with a sacrifice. Before the Trans-Australian Railway was completed in 1917, members and senators from Western Australia travelled to Melbourne by sea, a 4-day voyage, often out of sight of land. Sir John Forrest put it plainly in 1907 when debating the Trans-Australian Railway. He said, "My home over there is deserted and almost desolate. I visit it to see my old friends but once a year." The other honourable members from Western Australia are in much the same position. There is no going back home on Saturday and returning to Melbourne on Tuesday for us. We have to live in lodgings in this city all the session. The object of federation is to try to do good to everyone in Australia, to build up a common feeling for the country, to create an Australian sentiment. But there can be no such feeling while Western Australia is separated and isolated from the rest of the continent as she is today. The tyranny of distance shaped Western Australia's federal experience from the very beginning. It reminded the new Parliament that national unity could not simply be declared, it had to be built through transport, communications, fairness and respect for every state, especially those furthest from the temporary capital. The Senate was central to that compact. Each original state was given equal representation, ensuring Western Australia retained a strong voice despite its smaller population. It was federation in practice, the people represented in the House and the states represented in the Senate. The first Commonwealth Parliament sat in Melbourne because the Constitution required Parliament to meet there until a permanent capital was chosen. And of course it would not move to Canberra until 1927, but the foundations laid in Melbourne were profound.
Thank you, Senator Dean Smith. And we're still living in lodgings when we're over here. You'll be in continuation. We are going to move to formal motions, and are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No? Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Sheldon, is that you? Selection of Bills?
I present the 8th report of 2026 to the Selection of Bills Committee. I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister Gallagher? Oh, sorry. Senator Sheldon? Who was... Senator Sheldon?
Yeah, I move the report be adopted.
Thank you. Minister Gallagher?
Thank you. I move the following amendment to that. At the end of the motion, add, but the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026 not be referred to a committee.
Thank you. I understand, Senator McKim, you have an amendment as well, but I was going to deal with the government amendment first. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm going to call Senator McKim for his amendment.
Thanks very much, President. I move the amendment circulated in my name.
So the question is that the amendment to the selection of bills amended committee report moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah, I've rung the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to the selection of Bills Committee is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amended selection of Bills Committee report is moved by Senator Sheldon be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Do that. Sorry. Thank you, President. I move that today the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 be considered at 12:15. Government business then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30, and general business notice of motion number 558 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Kovacic.
General business notice of motion 551 be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I'll call the clerk.
Postponement notice.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, clerk. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2, standing in my name, be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Is there any other matters to do with formal motions? No. I'll call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, for today to the 13th of August. General business 479 in the name of Senator Cash for today to the 12th of August. And general business 550 in the name of Senator McKim for today to the next day of sitting. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 of the order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed. Senator Kavasic?
I seek leave to move a motion in relation to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Kavasic?
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator McDonald for the 2nd of July for personal reasons, and for Senators Antic and O'Sullivan for 2nd of July also for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Kavasic be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Babet?
President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Babet?
Thank you, President. I move that leave of absence be granted to myself from the 11th to the 20th of August for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Babet be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Are there any other leave business? There being none, I'll now go to business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Kavasic?
It is. I ask that the business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Kavasic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sterle as teller for the noes. Senator Sheldon, sorry, I don't even know where that came from, as teller for the noes. Maria, you postponed Henderson, didn't you? Yeah, withdraw. Thank you. Order. There being 24 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now go to General Business 552, standing in the name of Senator Collins. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 552 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 552, standing in the name of Senator Collins, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with General Business Notice of Motion 553, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 553 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 553, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 554, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
David.
Oh. I'm very sorry, Senator David Pocock. So the question is that, if you move 554.
Thanks, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 554, proposing introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator David Pocock.
Thank you. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to impose affordable housing conditions on the disposal of Commonwealth land suitable for residential development and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to impose affordable housing conditions on the disposal of Commonwealth land suitable for residential development and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock. Thank you. I'll now go to 555, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask that that motion be taken as formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 555, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Jackie, what's going on with the clock? We're trying to fix it. Senators, the clock is having a little moment, but we are running the sand. Got the sand. Yes. So we're going to lock the doors about 11:44 because we don't have a picture of the sand for you to see. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 555, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Oh, yes, I'm with you. God. Maybe Wendy organised it for her last year. Collapse of the clocks. Order. There being 15 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative, and senators are advised if further divisions are required, there will be 1 minute bells. We'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 557, standing in the name of Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I ask that general business notice of motion 557 in the name of Senator O'Sullivan be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 557, standing in the name of Senator O'Sullivan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to 559, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask it be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 559, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. One. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 559, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I advise again if further divisions are required there will be 1 minute bells. I'll now go to 560, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask the motion be taken as formal.
So the question is the motion standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge 560 be taken as formal. Any objection to that? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 560, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 560, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now deal with 561, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
I ask that the motion be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that General Business 561, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be taken as formal. Is there any objections to that being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 561, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 561, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 noes and 15 ayes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to 562, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
I'm going to ask that this be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that general business 562, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be taken as formal. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
Okay. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business... Oh, Senator Dunningham.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute,
Excellent,
Senator Dunningham.
thank you. The same document sought in this motion has also been sought via FOI. Whether or not this document ought to be released is currently before the Federal Court of Australia. The Coalition is not opposed to the release of the document in principle, but awaits the outcome of that matter currently before the courts before taking a final position.
Thank you, Senator Dunningham. So the question is that general business 562, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that 562, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now go to General Business 563, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
President, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion 563 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that Senator Duniam is on his feet. Senator Duniam.
He'd like to make a short statement,
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Duniam.
He shall. The Coalition is advised that the evidence within the report is highly classified and goes into operational matters within the ADF. Releasing it could impact and jeopardise ongoing investigations. The Office of the Special Investigator is leading into allegations of war crimes.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. So the question is that General Business 563, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 563, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to General Business 564, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. I ask that Notice of Motion 564 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion 564, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the door. So the question is that General Business 564, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with General Business 565, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, and I'll call Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 565 in the name of Senator Bragg be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 565, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. That concludes formal motions. I'll go to committee memberships. The President has received letters requesting changes in membership of committees. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Are there messages from the House? Yeah. I'll be 2 secs. Messages have been received from the House of Representatives forwarding resolutions agreed to by that House relating to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, the appointment of a Joint Select Committee of the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra, and an amendment to the resolution of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to have the messages considered immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. And I move that the Senate concurs with the resolutions of the House of Representatives relating to joint committees.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Just before I change the chair, I advise the Senate that the clocks are being worked on. If any further work is required that might impede the Senate or interrupt the Senate, I'll be advised by the clerk and I will come back and seek the advice of the chamber.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to repeal certain acts and provisions of acts and make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to 11 August 2026. Call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, Order of the Day number 2, Environment and Communications References Committee, proposed reference regarding the fossil fuel industry and engagement with young people.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When a child walks into a classroom, joins a sporting club, visits a museum or takes part in a science program, parents should be able to trust that they are receiving what they are receiving is education to protect them and help their learning development, not to protect a multinational coal or gas company. This isn't a radical expectation, and frankly, we are stunned that the Labor government has made it out to be such. Children deserve education that is independent, that is evidence-based and focused on helping them understand the world around them. But right now, fossil fuel corporations are embedding themselves in the very places where children learn and where they play and where they grow. They are funding school programs. They are sponsoring children's sport. They are partnering with museums and science organisations. They are providing educational resources and programs that shape how young people understand climate change, energy and the future. And what has been the Albanese government's response? To say that this is a matter for the states and territories. We're showing leadership. This is a matter for individual schools and teachers. This isn't our responsibility. Well, we do not believe that parents see it that way. And as a parent, as myself, I do not see it that way. Parents are asking a simple question. When my child is learning about the biggest challenge that their generation will face, climate change, who is providing that information and what interests do they have? That is an incredibly reasonable question. And this government should have a reasonable answer. Of course, this is not an attack on our wonderful teachers across this country and our early learning educators. Teachers are stretched. They are undervalued. They are doing extraordinary work under immense pressure. This isn't an attack on schools, sporting clubs, museums or community organisations. We are not attacking them. These organisations are underfunded and doing everything they can to give children opportunities. But the answer to underfunding cannot be to allow some of the world's biggest fossil fuel companies to buy influence in the places that our children and their parents trust. Fossil fuel companies understand reputation. They understand public opinion, they understand PR, and they know they are being slammed right now. They understand that their future depends not only on what they produce, but on whether communities continue to accept what they do and avoid uncomfortable questions about their role driving the climate crisis that our communities across this beautiful country are bearing the brunt of. They know their social licence is under threat.
Senator Hodgins-May, we have now reached 12:15 and that is the hard marker, so you'll be in continuation. We now go to Government Business Order of the Day, and that is the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, second reading debate. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. One Nation has a second reading amendment for this bill. at the end of the motion, and I'll read it to you, at the end of the motion, add, but the Senate calls on the government to immediately pursue back pay for workers, that's casual coal mine workers, who are underpaid as a result of the use of casual labour hire contracts in the coal mining industry. That's the end of our second reading amendment. So I move that. There are thousands of casual miners who are underpaid in Australia's largest wage theft case. I've been chasing it on their behalf for 7 years. We continue to chase it, and we will continue to chase it. They've been underpaid many years. Some up to $211,000 are owed up to $211,000, others more than $40,000 a year. Now, we have some concerns with this bill, but it's going through a non-contra because we listened to the miners, and I'll explain why. Coal long service leave has exhibited poor governance, broken their governance contracts, and this has been exposed. We exposed it. We were told, no, it's wrong, you're wrong. And then we found out to be correct. We were vindicated. Now, on one side of this bill, it's rewarding delinquent employers by giving them a discount to pay. A discount for being delinquent and underpaying their levy. But there's been so much of a mess in coal long service leave, shoddy governance, that we're listening to miners and we're informed that the miners would rather have some certainty by giving the companies a 20% discount on entitlements that they must pay in order to have this resolved, and otherwise it could drag on for years. I have three aims for our work since 2019. One is to get miners their just, moral and legal entitlements, Central Queensland and Hunter Valley. Secondly, to stop these practices of using unlawfully processed enterprise agreements. We're pursuing that. And thirdly, to bring justice for the miners against some employers and union bosses and agencies that have been colluding in ripping off these miners. So I move the second reading amendment.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much. This bill creates a voluntary pathway for employers to pay historical debts related to unpaid portable long service leave levies of employees in the black coal industry. The Coalition supports this bill and notes the support of industry and their involvement in drafting this bill. It is a non-controversial reform to fix historic uncertainty and protect workers' entitlements, jobs and business viability. This applies to historic liabilities that arose due to uncertainty about scheme coverage, not deliberate non-payment. The black coal industry remains a critical pillar of Australia's economy, supporting tens of thousands of highly skilled, well-paid jobs and underpinning the economic strength of many regional communities across the country. Black coal workers perform demanding, skilled and often dangerous work. They deserve certainty, respect and the confidence that their entitlements will be honoured. Coal workers move between employers over long careers, which is why long service leave matters to them. It recognises their contribution to the industry, not just a single employer. We know that as a result of the recent federal court decisions, some employers were suddenly exposed to large, retrospective levy debts. These debts were unexpected, potentially business-ending if demanded immediately. Insolvencies were likely and jobs were put at risk. The bill balances compliance and worker protection with commercial reality. Repayments are staged and can be repaid over 6 years with a 20% waiver if 80% is paid. It won't change levy rates at the coal LSL scheme and will absorb the waivers easily. The coal LSL scheme exists to protect workers who move between employers. The bill strengthens confidence in the scheme and ensures long service leave hours are not lost. The Coal and Long Service Leave Scheme was established in 1949 and has been underpinned by Commonwealth legislation since 1992.
It provides a single national system for long service leave for black coal miners, regardless of job changes within the industry. As of June 2025, Coal LSL holds over 71 million hours of long service leave on behalf of more than 160,000 employees, including over 65,000 currently active in the industry. Industry has welcomed the legislation and the Minister's intention to grant extensions of time for repayment plans in light of the ongoing litigation. We know the Minerals Council of Australia considers the legislation as a positive development that will help address the commercial and financial uncertainty faced by certain businesses as a result of these historic liabilities. The Australian Industry Group says, many businesses were facing hardship and potential insolvency if required to pay historical levy debts immediately. A large number of jobs were at risk. Therefore, the introduction of the bill into Parliament is very welcome. We recognise that the bill needed to strike a balance between the interests of all parties. This balance was achieved following the government's lengthy consultation process in which the Australian Industry Group was heavily involved. The bill was amended in the House by the government following the Senate inquiry, and the opposition supported the government's amendments. The opposition supports the passage of this bill. We support black coal mining workers and want to protect their entitlements while keeping the businesses that employ them viable. The bill should go towards delivering certainty, stability and fairness while strengthening the confidence of the Coal LSL scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much. And I thank the Senate for the indication of support for this bill. I'll just make a very brief comment. The bill is about delivering fairness and certainty for workers in the black coal mining industry and supporting employers. The bill creates a practical time-limited pathway for employers to resolve unpaid levies so that workers can access their lawful entitlements without delay. The bill also introduces an effective penalty for late levy payments that promotes employers' timely compliance with their obligation and contributes to the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme's long-term sustainability. I just wanted to extend the government's thanks to the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee for their report on the bill and the recommendation that the bill be passed. I also thank those who engaged constructively with the committee's inquiry and provided submissions. The government has listened carefully and made amendments to respond directly to matters raised in those submissions. Just speak briefly to Senator Roberts' second reading amendment. Just for clarity, the government has requested the Fair Work Ombudsman investigate allegations regarding coal mining worker underpayments. I understand that the Fair Work Ombudsman investigation is ongoing, currently underway, has been underway for a while, and we look forward to those investigations concluding. The government's very proud of the support that we've given to coal mining workers, not only through previous iterations of this legislation, but by making wage theft a crime and delivering same job, same pay. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. The question that I will now put is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Malcolm Roberts on behalf of One Nation be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. The next question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the black coal mining industry long service leave scheme and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated to the chair. Does any senator require a committee stage? No. In which case, I will call the minister to move the third reading.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the black coal mining industry long service scheme and for related purposes. Government business, order of the day number 3. Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on address in reply.
Senator Smith.
The first Commonwealth Parliament sat in Melbourne because the Constitution required Parliament to meet there until a permanent capital was chosen. It would not move to Canberra until 1927, but the foundations laid in Melbourne were profound. The Parliament passed laws that shaped the nation and continue to influence Australian life today. 125 years later, we look back with gratitude but also honesty. The democracy born in 1901 was not complete, and many people, including First Nations Australians, were excluded. Women secured the right to vote and stand for federal parliament in 1902, a landmark reform, but representation remained limited for decades. That is the story of Australian democracy, not perfect at birth, but capable of reform, not finished in 1901, but strengthened by each generation. The first Parliament reminds us that Australia was built by people willing to overcome distance, difference and doubt. Western Australians knew that challenge better than most. They travelled further, waited longer and often had to fight harder to ensure their voice was heard. Today, as we mark 125 years since that first Parliament opened, we honour those first parliamentarians and senators, and we recommit ourselves to the tasks they began, building our Commonwealth across one continent, with every Australian having a voice in its future. And as we reflect on 125 years of our Commonwealth Parliament, it is also important that we remember another institution that has provided continuity, stability and restraint throughout Australia's democratic journey. That, of course, is the institution of the Crown. Australia's constitutional monarchy has never been about the exercise of political power. Its strength lies precisely in the opposite, in providing an impartial constitutional anchor above politics, above faction and above the passions of the moment. In uncertain times, that matters. The Crown has helped safeguard the conventions, institutions and democratic traditions that underpin our parliamentary system. It provides continuity when governments change, steadiness when politics becomes turbulent, and a reminder that public office is ultimately about service, duty and responsibility. Those values were embodied, of course, so powerfully by Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Many Australians will remember stories of Her late Majesty's extraordinary sense of duty, a monarch whose instinct, even in moments of personal grief, was to ask first about the welfare of others. That lifelong commitment to service before self helps strengthen not only the monarchy but the democratic institutions it supports. Today, His Majesty King Charles III continues that tradition of service with dignity, intelligence and quiet purpose.
Senator Smith, I'm very reluctant to interrupt you for this.
I know you know what pain it causes me.
I know, for the second time, but with the concurrence of the Senate, we do need to have a technician come in on the floor of the Senate. He'll be stationed near the Deputy Clerk and it will take him about 10 minutes to fix the bell, that's fix the clocks, and we think this is the best time because we've got this address in reply going on. So with the concurrence of the Senate, I'll allow the technician to come in. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your indulgence, Senator Smith.
Today, King Charles III continues that tradition of service with dignity, intelligence and quiet purpose. His Majesty has come to the throne after perhaps the longest apprenticeship in modern history. For decades, he immersed himself in public life, charitable work, interfaith dialogue, environmental stewardship and engagement across the Commonwealth. And more recently, we've seen the important role a constitutional monarch can still play on the global stage. Whether opening the Canadian Parliament at a time of anxiety about sovereignty and democratic stability, or addressing the United States Congress with warmth, humour and subtle wisdom, King Charles III has consistently reinforced the enduring values of democracy, the rule of law, pluralism and constitutional government. Importantly, he has done so not through partisan intervention, but through the unique moral authority that constitutional monarchs can exercise precisely because they stand above day-to-day politics. Royal meaning is often inferred rather than declared outright. But the message has been unmistakable. Democratic institutions matter, alliances matter, constitutional restraint matters, and freedom and self-government must never be taken for granted. At a time when democracies around the world face growing pressure from authoritarianism, polarisation and declining trust in institutions, those reminders carry significant weight. Australia's constitutional monarchy has served our nation with distinction for 125 years. It has evolved with the country, adapted to changing times and helped provide the stability with which an Australian democracy has flourished. And today, under King Charles III, that enduring tradition of duty, service and constitutional stewardship continues.
Thank you. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, in the Governor-General's address to Parliament, Her Excellency said, "The government recognises that the dream of home ownership feels out of reach for many, particularly young people and aspiring first home buyers. But the government isn't doing what needs to be done to make sure that everyone has a home." On any given night in Queensland right now, 22,000 Queenslanders are experiencing homelessness. And of that number, roughly 20% are young people aged 12 to 24. That's 4,454 young people experiencing homelessness in Queensland on any given night. The Greens have been advocating since we came into this place for a massive build of public housing. The only way we're going to address the housing crisis is to actually build homes for people to live in. After the Second World War, the Australian government was building roughly 30% of the housing stock in this country, and people were proud to live in a home built by government. And since that time, successive governments have done what governments do. They let those assets run down, they sell them off, and they turn it into something that no one wants to live in so that there's no demand, and then they vacate the field. Well, the Greens think that the federal government needs to get back in the business of working towards building more public homes, because everybody needs to have a home. The incoming Prime Minister for the UK Labor Party, Andy Burnham, said in a speech earlier this week that he thinks that the way for the UK to come back to prosperity is to have a massive build of public housing, to take a housing-first approach. Finland has had a housing-first model for more than 15 years, and they are one of the only European countries that registers decreasing homelessness numbers. It's not rocket science. If you want to house people, you need to build houses, and the government should be playing a leading role in building high-quality, accessible public homes for everyone to tackle this housing crisis. We need genuine investment in social and affordable housing, and we need to have continuing support for renters, because rents are still going up right across the country. We need a Renters Protection Authority to step in and make sure that renters have rights that are protected. We still have states that have no grounds evictions. The federal government needs to be taking a leading role to make sure that they are abolished. We need to stop unlimited rent increases by limiting increases to 2% every 2 years. And when the Labor government says that they can't do that because it's a state issue, well, there are plenty of other things where the federal government has stepped in. They did it for gas. If you can step in for gas to make sure that people have supply, then you can step in and give incentives to the states to cap rents. They also need to regulate the banks to deliver fairer, lower mortgages. The 5% home deposit scheme is simply funneling more money to the banks, as more and more younger people have had to take on massive mortgages with 95% borrowings, where the extra interest, $200,000 on average, goes back to the big banks. We're in a cost of living crisis. People are struggling to put food on the table and to keep a roof over their head. This Labor government came to power, came to Parliament with a massive majority. And the people of Australia looked to the government to make real progressive reform to tackle the issues that are impacting them. And yet this government continues to tinker around the edges. It should not be the case that 1 in 6 kids is living in poverty. Many of them are those same young people in Queensland who are homeless. It should not be the case that people can't afford for their kids to go to school. This government says that they care about young people and education. They like to tell everyone that they've fully funded our public schools, but they haven't. All of the bilateral agreements are backloaded. Money doesn't finally flow fully until 2034, and even by then, we have loopholes that still remain that let states spend that money not on kids in classrooms, but on things like teacher registration bodies. It's just another example where the Labor government wants the community to think that they've fixed the thing when they've only gone halfway or partway there. Right around the country, teachers are overworked and underpaid and lacking in resources. And yet we've seen in the Comdeclare report that fossil fuel companies, gas companies, coal companies are infiltrating our schools, taking advantage of the fact that they don't have the resources that they need to do their jobs well. So much opportunity wasted. Government likes to talk about the need for kids' school results to improve. Well, how does a kid who's either homeless, hungry, has a family that's experiencing family and domestic violence and they can't get help because the frontline services aren't properly funded, how are they meant to do well at school? And it's public school teachers who carry the burden of helping those kids. Because we know that public school teachers teach 85% of kids who have some kind of complex need. And yet we still have a situation where virtually every private school in this country is overfunded and 98% of public schools are still not at 100% of their full funding. And yet the government wants you to believe that the job is done. It's frontline workers, it's parents, it's carers who are carrying the load in this country, particularly women, for the issues that this government won't fix. It's women who are carrying the burden when they can't find care for their older parent. It's women who are carrying the burden as their NDIS supports are being cut off. And yet when the government needs to find money for submarines and war, it's no questions asked, no accountability. And when parties that aren't part of Labor or the coalition try to get transparency around that, we just get a brick wall. We've got big data companies like Palantir getting massive contracts, being invited in. We've got big corporations wanting to build their data centres right near people's homes, just being invited in. And yet everyday people want their voices to be heard, and they feel like no one is listening. The Greens are listening. We understand what it means for you when you can't afford the rent. The Greens understand what it means for you when your kid's public school doesn't have the resources that it needs. The Greens understand what it means for you when your NDIS supports are being cut. The Greens understand what it means for you when your older parent gets assessed by a computer and no one can override the decision when it's wrong. So much good that can be done if the government has the political will and the courage to stand up to powerful and vested interests. It is big corporations that get the say in this place more often than the people that we are all elected to serve. This morning, we saw the Senate doing its job, holding the government to account, putting up legislation that will right a wrong. And it passed in this place. And what we will see now is a bill to make sure that every single older person who needs an assessment for care can have a human make the final decision. Not just people who are deemed the exception, but everyone. And that bill passed in this place. But you watch it sit languishing in the lower house, where the government has a massive majority, where they could fix that problem today. It's always people doing it toughest. It's always the services that care for people where the government wants to make cuts. Put an algorithm into aged care to reduce costs. Kick people off the NDIS to reduce costs. Make public schools wait until 2034 to reduce costs. Make frontline DV services continue to wait to be fully funded for the level of need that they say they have for people wanting help. And yet when big corporations don't want to ban gambling ads because they'll lose money, when coal and gas companies say don't dare stop giving us subsidies for our fuel because our profits won't be so big, when big corporations come into this place and lobby governments, they get their way. No wonder people are frustrated. No wonder people want their politicians to do better. When asked, most people think that the cause of the cost of living crisis that they're experiencing, the number one reason is politicians. And who could blame them? This government has the power to make price gouging across our economy illegal, but they voted it down when the Greens put that up. This government has the power to end fossil fuel subsidies, in billions of dollars in subsidies to big corporations, but they won't do it. This government has the power to fully fund our public schools, not by 2034 and with loopholes, but this year. But they won't. And the Greens are the ones in this place who are continually putting things on the agenda and waiting for the government and the opposition to catch up. It is a real honour to represent the people of Queensland in this place. And as your Greens Senator for Queensland, I am committed to continuing to advocate for decent, dignified, aged care for older people at the time that they need it, not a system that continues to ration care. To continue to advocate for our students and our teachers and our parents in our public schools, that they should have a system that they are proud of and that is fully funded, not in a decade, but now. To continue to advocate for people on social services, people who are on income support, who continue to be subjected to a cruel and inhumane targeted compliance framework that the government isn't even sure is lawful. And to continue to advocate for the people across Northern Australia who, despite governments talking the talk, continue to experience a lack of services that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to respond to the Governor-General's speech and in doing so to reaffirm the enduring value of the institutions that uphold our constitutional monarchy. The office of the Governor-General and His Majesty the King's representative in Australia carries great responsibility and symbolism. I thank Her Excellency for the dignity in which she discharged her role in the opening of the 48th Parliament and for reminding us all of the solemn duty that we have to serve the Australian people. The Governor-General rightly observed that many Australians remain under significant pressure. Cost of living is the #1 issue across homes across the nation, and rightly so. Prices are up, wages are stagnant, and essential services are harder to access than ever before. Australians expect their government to respond not with slogans, but with a coherent plan to erase these burdens. Yet what we have seen from the Albanese government is a pattern of high spending, high taxing policies that offer little relief and even less reform. Their plan to tax unrealised gains in superannuation's accounts above $3 million is a prime example. It punishes those who save, complicates the tax system, and opens the door to further encroachments on Australians' financial security. Instead of encouraging thrift and responsibility, the government seeks to penalise it. What Australians need is not more government overreach, but more opportunity. The best way to reduce cost of living pressure is to restore productivity, to rein in inflation and address energy insecurity. Policies that reward work, that encourage private enterprise and that enable families to make choices for themselves are the foundation of a stronger economy. Creating greater dependence on the state is not value for money. It is a trap that risks diminishing personal responsibility, initiative and aspiration. Behind every economic figure lies a family budget. Behind every fiscal decision is a household trying to stay afloat. Every Australian family deserves the dignity of choice and the freedom to chart their own course. That requires economic stability and a government that trusts its citizens more than it trusts the bureaucracy. Turning to healthcare, we hear the same tired refrain from Labor, that they alone are the custodians of Medicare. But this is simply not true. Support for Medicare is bipartisan, but good stewardship of it requires more than throwing billions of dollars at a broken system. Despite record health spending, outcomes remain stubbornly poor. Emergency rooms are overcrowded, waiting times are up, general practice clinics are closing, particularly in our regions, and bulk billing rates are falling. Some of Australians are delaying or avoiding seeing a doctor because they simply cannot afford it, despite the Prime Minister's broken promise that Australians would only need their Medicare to see a doctor. Labor has announced $1.1 billion for mental health programs, but results remain elusive. According to the National Mental Health Commission, outcomes have not improved in any meaningful way. 1 in 5 Australians now delays mental health care due to cost. Among young people, the rate of mental illness has surged to nearly 39%. Now, these are not abstract figures. They are the daily struggles of everyday real Australians. It is not enough to fund mental health services. We must address the root cause of the mental distress, social isolation, economic insecurity, lack of purpose and opportunity. That requires policies that build strong communities, encourage connection and give people a reason to hope. On housing, the government promises to build 1.2 million new homes by 2030, but Treasury's own advice suggests this target will not be met. The question is not whether Australians want more housing. Of course they do. The question is how this government is proposing to deliver it. Announcing a target is really easy. Meeting it requires practical action, faster planning approvals, cooperation with states, and the removal of barriers for private development. What Labor is doing and their policy is rents are soaring, mortgage repayments are unaffordable. We now have Australians with negative equity in their homes after the disastrous 5% deposit scheme, and young Australians are locked out of the housing market. The government's $43 billion housing promise will mean little unless it actually delivers roofs over heads. Australians are tired of announcements without results. Childcare is another area where government spending is skyrocketing, but outcomes are not. Billions of dollars in new subsidies have been pumped into the system, yet families continue to struggle with affordability. According to the ACCC, many childcare operators have raised fees beyond the value of the new subsidies. And as a result, out-of-pocket costs for families have increased by almost 10% in the last year alone. There is no such thing as free childcare. It is paid for by either the parents or the taxpayers. And when the government subsidises costs without introducing competition or efficiency, prices rise. Families are being shortchanged and children are not necessarily receiving better or safer care as a result. The system is a one-size-fits-all that offers families no choice or freedom to decide what works best for them. It is also silent on unpaid care work. At the same time, our education system is underperforming. Australian students are falling behind on international benchmarks in maths, science and literacy. Our 15-year-olds today are nearly 2 years behind where they were 2 decades ago in mathematics. Only 28% of Year 10 students meet the minimum civics standards. That means most students are graduating without a basic understanding of the system of government that protects their rights. This is not just an educational failure, it is a democratic failure. We cannot expect young Australians to value and defend our democratic institutions if we have not taught them how those institutions work. Education reform must focus on restoring rigour, respect for truth and civic understanding. Our students deserve far better. The Governor-General's speech referred to building a more resilient economy, but words from this government must be backed by action. Under this government, Australia now ranks last in the OECD for economic complexity. That means our economy is dangerously undiversified and heavily reliant on a narrow range of exports. We are vulnerable to global shocks and we are falling behind in advanced industries. Real resilience comes not from more regulation or subsidies, but from encouraging innovation, attracting investment and backing Australian enterprise. Labor's industrial relations changes have created uncertainty and imposed burdens on small businesses at the very time we should be helping them grow. On energy, the facts are sobering. Despite another Labor broken promise of lower bills by $275, the average household is now paying over $300 more. Under this Labor government, emissions are rising again for the first time in a decade. and our electricity grid is becoming less reliable, with AEMO warning of supply shortfalls as early as next year. This is all while spending hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money on legislated renewables targets that are never going to be reached. We must ensure that our transition to a low emissions future is pragmatic and affordable. That means investing in firming technologies, protecting energy security, and ensuring that households and businesses are not left to bear the cost of poor planning. This government's obsession with net zero by 2030 has driven manufacturing offshore, impacted Australia's sovereign capability to have smelters that can stand alone without taxpayer-funded bailouts, driven families and businesses to the brink for a target that will never be achieved. They are driving agricultural, manufacturing and economic poverty, and we must abandon the net zero fantasy. National security is another area where ambition must be matched by delivery. The government says we face the most dangerous strategic circumstances since the end of the Second World War, yet our defence spending remains inadequate. AUKUS is a landmark partnership that should be supported, but nuclear submarines that arrive in the 2040s won't protect us in the 2020s. We need to invest in sovereign capability now. That means missiles, drones, cyber defences, shipbuilding and workforce recruitment. Our defence industry is under immense pressure to deliver, but the support they receive is patchy. If the threats are real, and they are, then our response must be real too. National security cannot be a part-time priority. We must pursue peace through strength in our region. And finally, I am dismayed that the Governor-General's speech made no mention of the disturbing rise in anti-Semitism in our country. Synagogues have been attacked, Jewish-owned businesses vandalised, families threatened and targeted. This is unacceptable in any democracy, let alone in a country like Australia that prides itself on tolerance and respect. We must stand unequivocally with our Jewish community. The failure to mention these issues in the government's agenda is not just an oversight, it is a signal that some threats are just not politically convenient to confront. Acting Deputy President, I see very little in the government's agenda that speaks to aspiration, to enterprise or to national unity. Instead, I see slogans over where there should be substance and division over any kind of community cohesion, and a dependency on over dignity. The Coalition will continue to stand with the forgotten people. We will fight for policies that make life better for families, safer for communities and stronger for the nation. We will hold this government to account and we will offer Australians a better way.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Governor-General's reply and address, and it's opportune to do this nearly 12 months after the federal election. Of course, the Governor-General gives the speech after our election, and looking back in the last 12 months at the political landscape, the economic landscape, the developments in international spheres, and make some really important observations. I just wanted to, perhaps before I do that, just kind of focus on the comments from the previous speaker about this net zero fantasy that the LNP just can't seem to let go. But it's interesting that I agree, totally agree that net zero is a terrible policy. It's nowhere near enough to act on the climate emissions that are polluting our planet and disrupting our economies, our agricultural communities, our communities right around the country. And we need to do much better on climate action. Net zero is a very weak policy and was always, in my opinion, designed to be a failure. So let's look at the economy to start with. Acting Deputy President, we've just passed some budget reform, Now, I don't know, I've lost count of how many speeches I've done in my 14 plus years in this place around getting rid of perverse incentives that have rigged the housing market in this country, largely to the benefit of the wealthy. The perverse incentives like a capital gains tax concession and negative gearing that allows some Australians to have hundreds of houses at the expense of those who are trying to get into the housing market. And of course, the government has used its mandate and has changed that. And I am grateful for that. It is a small step in the right direction. After many years of the Greens pushing the government to do this, obviously Mr Shorten attempted to do this in the 2019 election, but you know, good on Mr Albanese and his government for changing these perverse incentives that have been so unfair for so many people. However, we would love to have seen the government go a lot further than that and change this inequality that is still locked in, because everyone who's got access to these benefits has got to keep them. And of course, young Australians, some of them are asking, you know, why didn't I get access to these incentives so that I could own multiple properties? But luckily, there are so many Australians out there that are grateful that the housing market now will be more accessible and hopefully more affordable, and that will occur over time. However, the Greens were very disappointed that the last budget had nothing for renters in this country, something that we have fought for many years. My colleague Senator Barbara Pocock's been doing fantastic work in this area, and of course prior to this parliament, Mr Max Chandler from the other place did some amazing work to raise the awareness of this political issue in this country, that there are so many renters out there that need our assistance. Of course, investing in housing supply will make a difference, but at the end of the day, this government could have done a lot more to help renters in Australia. We've pushed hard to make price gouging illegal, particularly by the big supermarkets. I wanted to give a shout out to Senator Nick McKim from the Greens, who's been leading on this issue for many, many years now, and has, by the way, achieved some fantastic outcomes in the last budget to help our economic system be much fairer. We need to tax the gas companies in Australia. Once again, I suppose the privilege of being here for many years is I've seen all the debates we've had over the years about changing the petroleum resource rent tax and trying to claw back some money for the Australian people who own the resources that these companies have exploited. It is a very popular campaign that have been run by parliamentarians, including, once again, my Greens colleague, Senator Hodgins May, who's been tirelessly campaigning to get a tax on gas, a 30% minimum tax, and that's not going away. That is not going away. This has resonated with so many Australians who want to see big resource companies pay their fair share. And imagine what we could do with the tens of billions of dollars of revenue if we actually tax these big multinational corporations, many of them, by the way, who are polluting our planet and aren't paying for the damage that they're doing. And as I leave this place, I say watch that campaign build until it gets to a point like getting rid of negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions. It's going to be too hard for the government to ignore. There's no way that these companies that make billions of dollars in profits and are ruining our planet should be getting away with not paying a fair share on the resources that they extract that the Australian people own. The Greens would like to see free public transport, another thing we've been fighting for at state level, at federal level and at local government level all around the country, especially in a cost of living crisis, to do more to try and help Australians, not only encourage them to use public transport, because it lowers our emissions profile and it's good for the environment, but it's a lot cheaper and a lot more efficient. And that's something that we'll continue to campaign on. Free childcare and mental health care, getting mental health into Medicare, getting dental care into Medicare. Once again, campaigns that have been long running that we will tirelessly continue to campaign on till we get there. And of course, we want to see the billionaires in this country taxed. They tax the 1%. The 1% who not only own this colossal amount of wealth, but seem to be quite happy to spend their wealth on manipulating our political system. The Greens think it's long overdue that these billionaires pay their fair share of tax. And that's something that is also very popular and very doable that we will continue to campaign on. And then, of course, at least I'm part of a party that is not just defined by what we don't like. And I just listened to the previous speaker from the LNP talk about all the things the Liberals oppose. I've just given you 10 things there that the Greens want to see, constructive policies that will make a difference. But there are some things we do oppose that we are very concerned about, like the billions of dollars that are going towards AUKUS submarines. And I wanted to give a shout out to my colleague, Senator Shoebridge, for all the great work he's done over a long period of time to raise this with the Australian public, that we are spending this money on submarines and tying ourselves to a US alliance that clearly can't be trusted. And there's so many other things we should be doing in this space without spending that kind of money. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Senator Steele-John for the amazing work that he has done in very difficult circumstances in recent months to highlight the plight of those in this country on the NDIS who are facing cruel cuts and why we can find the money to support our most vulnerable in this community from other places, like cancelling AUKUS. It's not that hard if you've got the political backbone. So since the election, we've seen a couple of interesting and very alarming things occur. We've obviously seen a war in Iran. Let me say here today, the Greens were the first and the only ones who stood up in this chamber the day this happened and said, this war, just like the war in Iraq nearly 20 years earlier, is doomed to fail. It was based on a lie and disinformation. The evidence is clear on that now. There was no plan, no strategy, and it was doomed to fail, and it was going to be cruel and was going to put us all in a lot more hot water. And that's exactly what's happened. I think the world now has woken up to that. Whether Mr. Trump has woken up to that is another matter, of course, entirely. Nevertheless, it's been very, very hurtful to Australians doing it tough, especially Australians doing it tough. I was on the Rural and Regional Affairs Committee visiting remote and rural Australia only recently, out in places like Kununurra in Western Australia. There was no one on the roads. There was no one in the caravan parks. Businesses were going bust because of the price of fuel and concerns about the availability of fuel. And this has flooded all through our supply chains. It's impacting inflation and it's hurting Australians. And why? Because of some maniac running a foreign country who has no one around him. Clearly there's no adults in the room to try and prevent this kind of thing from happening. And where it goes from here is anyone's guess. It is anyone's guess. And that kind of uncertainty feeds into markets, it feeds into financial markets, it feeds into people's households and their decision making, and will continue to impact our economy until this mess is sorted out. And of course the Greens have called on the Labor government to do a lot more to distance itself from the US and to show a leadership role on the international stage. And the same goes to the atrocities that we've been seeing in Gaza and in Lebanon. And I'd like to make a shout out to Senator Marine Faruqi for all the work she's done, just fearlessly raising these issues that once again are now largely supported by the international community, including the key institutions that we rely on for peace and stability in our world, who are calling this out for what it is. And many countries have joined in too. And once again, we were the only ones in here doing that. The Greens showing leadership another time. This is why people should vote for the Greens. This is why we're needed in this chamber to hold any government to account. And of course, we've also seen the political anomaly of the very rapid rise of One Nation, an unprecedented rise in the polls never seen before in Australian political history. I've talked about this in recent weeks. 400 to 500% rise in the polls. Never happened to an established political party in Australian political history. And I am very concerned about what is behind this rise. For a party that's had the same old tropes for 30 years, and we've had a community that's wanted politicians to do better, that are railing against the system. They know the system's corrupted. They know it doesn't represent them. But suddenly, and that's been the case since I've been here, we've seen a vote shift away from the major parties in the last 15, 20 years. But suddenly, One Nation's votes up 400 or 500% in a very short period of time. And we've got a lot of work to do to look at foreign interference in Australian democracy and what's behind this rise. You know, an army of bots and trolls and shady interests influencing Australia's democracy. We all should be very concerned about this and what the long-term impacts of that are going to be. But there is a message here for all of us, that the kind of AI slopaganda and the rubbish that has been flooding social media platforms that are almost completely unregulated, that have led to this, has tapped into a raw nerve with many Australians. I accept that. Suddenly they've noticed it because they're being overwhelmed with a tsunami of misinformation and disinformation promoting Pauline Hanson. Well, we need to learn from this and understand that many Australians do want better. They do want better. And we need to act to do that. And I think I've outlined some of the key things we can do to help struggling, ordinary Australians, but it'll take political courage to do that. And business as usual is not going to be an option in this chamber. It shouldn't be now, but I can tell you what, it's not going to be in the future. Now, I'm not going to be here, but I'll tell you what, the world is changing rapidly. The political world is changing rapidly. The information environment that dictates just about everything we do is changing so rapidly with the advent of AI and the power of these foreign influence campaigns. Some of them, by the way, out of the United States of America. I'm not just talking about Russian or Chinese influence or troll armies in Vietnam. This is where it's at right now, and we need to wake up to this.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I too wish to contribute to this address in reply, and if you go back over a year now to the beginning of this term of Parliament, there are a few aspirations that the Labor government set out. I remember very clearly the focus on transparency, the focus on trust, my word is my bond, and how deeply, deeply disappointed the Australian population have become in the failures of this Labor government to live up to its word, to abide by its word. It is now widely considered to be the least transparent government and one of the most dishonest governments of all times. And as we look at where we are economically, and I have a relatively long economic memory, it came to me that there's actually some pretty significant comparisons that can be made between our current situation and that of the early 1990s. In November, 1990, the then Treasurer Paul Keating said those infamous words about the recession we had to have. And what caused that recession, that pain, that dreadful pain for Australians? Well, you had a government that was an economy with excessive spending. You had a current account deficit of $4 billion. And the current account deficit is something that's not talked about anymore, is it, Senator Scarr? Current account deficits aren't talked about anymore. It was one of the key economic metrics back then in the 80s and early 1990s that was talked about, not just in economic circles, but in the wider discourse of the Australian population. And you had a problem with the current account deficit then sitting around $4 billion. Of course, you had inflation and you had interest rates out of control. Anyone starting to notice any parallels? Today, Jim Chalmers, someone who was mentored by Paul Keating, we've had a per capita recession for quarter after quarter after quarter. The majority of the time, in fact, that the Labor Party has been in government has been, we have been in per capita recession. Government spending is out of control, fuelling inflation and fueling interest rate rises. And the current account deficit, which again, it's not a figure that's talked about much these days, but for the first quarter of 2026, hit a record high of $27.1 billion. Now, I go back to the 1990s, that quaint $4 billion number now does seem quaint when we're currently hit $27.1 billion. And you have to ask yourself in that circumstance and knowing the history of the Labor Party, whether the recession we had to have is the unspoken bit at the moment, whether Labor's deliberate policies of increasing government spending at a time of high inflation to keep inflation higher for longer, forcing up interest rates, is not a bug, it's actually a feature. This is actually the government's plan. It's not incompetence, it's deliberate strategy. The Labor government is inflicting this pain on every Australian family. Every Australian family is worse off under these last 4 years of the Labor government. They talk about tax cuts when in actual fact they've massively increased taxes within the economy. Bracket creep has smashed take-home pay. Inflation has crushed Australia's standard of living. Interest rate rises means that the pressure that families are under today for mortgage repayments is worse even than that point in the 1990s where interest rates were sitting at 17%. The actual impact on family budgets is more because people have had to borrow more to get into their house. So you've got some very serious economic challenges confronting Australia and confronting Australian people. And quite frankly, the Labor Party is just not up to the job of fixing those challenges.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think I'm the last on the list in relation to this item of business, which is to respond to the Governor-General's address when our wonderful Governor-General, and I think Her Excellency is doing a fantastic job with the support of Simeon, our wonderful Governor-General opened the Parliament following the last federal election. So this is an opportunity for all senators to say something in response to the Governor-General's address. So the first point I'd like to make is since the Governor-General, Her Excellency, gave her address, I've attended a number of functions hosted by the Governor-General in both Sydney and Canberra, and I just want to thank the Governor-General and Simeon for their generosity of spirit. They are so welcoming, and I've seen people from all parts of the Australian community come together at the Governor-General's residence and be treated with warmth, be treated as individuals, be made to feel welcome and made to feel as if they're really part of our Australian story. So I really do commend Her Excellency with respect to the discharge of her responsibilities. Second point I want to make is democracy is a wonderful thing. Democracy is a wonderful thing, and I'm parliamentary co-chair of the Friends of Refugees. And last year, Australia welcomed its 1 millionth refugee since World War II. It's absolutely extraordinary. And so many of those people have now contributed so much to the Australian story. But also, many of those people bring with them to Australia an appreciation of how important institutions are like this, our parliament, the fact that we have elections every 3 years, the fact that every single person in this place has the mandate of the people from their home state or territory. And that is not the case in much of the world. And many of the people who come to this country as refugees have a deep appreciation and understanding of the importance of our freedoms and of our liberties. And I think those are things which we must always remember. We are lucky, extraordinarily fortunate to live in this beautiful country. The Governor-General's address does also give us an opportunity to review some of the things that have happened in the last 12 months. And I'm afraid to say, Acting Deputy President, that after my warm introductory words, I'm now going to change tack a bit. But that's the way it goes. I noted on the second page of the Governor-General's address, and when the Governor-General addresses the Parliament, the Governor-General is basically giving a message from the incoming government. So the Governor-General is setting out the foundation for the incoming government, in this case, our friends on the other side, the Labor Party. And this is what the address referred to. This was said 12 months ago. The government will work to repay the trust Australians have placed in it, end quote. That's in the Governor-General's address 12 months ago. The government will work to repay the trust Australians have placed in it. So we now have the opportunity, 12 months after those words were spoken, to assess whether or not the government has repaid the trust which Australians placed in it. And the report card isn't very good reading, because we all know in the last budget, the Australian Labor Party, the Labor government, breached that trust, because we know, in the Prime Minister's own words, 50 times before the last election, the Prime Minister said there would be no change to capital gains tax. 50 times before the last election, the Prime Minister said there would be no change to negative gearing. That was the basis upon which the Prime Minister went to the Australian people before the last election. But in government, in the last budget, he has broken that trust. He has done the opposite of what he said he would do before the last election. And that's on the record in terms of the legislation that's been passed in this place over the last 12 months, with the support of the Greens. The Greens supported that breach of trust that was perpetrated by the Labor government. The Greens supported it, hand in glove with the Labor government. So we should reflect on that. We should also reflect upon another statement that was contained in the address, and that was that the re-elected government would continue building on the foundation of its first term. Aspiration and opportunity, shaping an economy that rewards effort and innovation. That was in the address about 12 months ago. And yet what do we see? We see tax changes that are going to drive especially young entrepreneurs overseas. Because why would you start a business in Australia and pay punitive rates of tax in relation to capital gains, why would you start a business in Australia when you can go to Canada and pay half as much? Or you can go to New Zealand and pay less, go to Singapore and pay less. And that is my deep concern coming out of the government's performance over the last 12 months, that it actually is taxing ambition, taxing the entrepreneurial spirit, and taxing those people who want to create wealth and prosperity for themselves, for their families, and for the Australian people. And that is a grave concern. I come originally from the mining industry, and the exploration industry is so important to mining in this country. And we have a tradition in this country of people, small shareholders, retail shareholders, investing in exploration companies, supporting their activities to find the new mineral deposit, critical minerals or whatever it is that may become the next mine and provide hundreds and thousands of jobs, right? We have that tradition, but the changes to capital gains tax will actually have a devastating impact upon our exploration industry. A devastating impact. And that's what we're hearing from those small mining companies that are out there exploring, looking for the next opportunity to build wealth for our country. That's what they're saying. And again, they have options to move overseas. They can go to Canada. They can go to South America. They can go overseas and take those opportunities with them. And that's what really does concern me. I want us to be a country where the next Seek Limited, the owners and founders of Seek Limited, and we all know Seek Limited, that's where people go online and find their jobs. Politicians always have to keep their options open after each election. So we know the value of Seek Limited, and that is a business that has grown exponentially, founded in this country in the 1990s. But the founders of Seek Limited have actually raised the issue with respect to the tax changes and how it's going to provide a huge disincentive to innovation and building new businesses in this country. And now is not the time to do that. We need to be able to harness all of the energy, all of the creativity, all of the talents we have across the Australian community. We need to harness that for the benefit of the Australian people and reward that effort that goes into building new businesses.
Okay, if there's no other speakers, I'll put the question that the address and reply be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against no. Ayes have it. It nearly being 1:30, we'll go to 2-minute statements. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Labor is sending our country in the wrong direction. Under Labor, as Australia has experienced the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. Think about that, the largest collapse of living standards in the developed world in the last 4 years under Labor. Real wages have gone backwards, interest rates have increased 15 times, and the cost of everything has gone up, from your energy to your insurance, to your gas prices, your rent, your food, your education, your healthcare. Every price has gone up. The fact is, Australians are poorer today than they were 4 years ago. They are poorer now than they were when Labor was elected. Poorer. And if Labor are going to ask Australians to hand over more of their hard-earned money, well, the very least that Australians should expect is that every taxpayer dollar is protected from waste, from rorts and from corruption. But instead, this week, day after day, front page after front page, allegations continue to roll out about corruption, about organised crime, about intimidation on Victorian construction sites, projects that receive Commonwealth money. So that's your taxpayer dollars that are going straight into the hands of criminals and organised crime. Allegations which the Allan state government in Victoria knew about, and some of which the Commonwealth knew about too. Federal Labor knew that corruption existed, but still gave more of your money to those projects where the corruption was occurring. Labor said that they would fix the rot in the CFMEU. Well, clearly they have not. This is going on today. This is money that they gave in this year's budget. Stop looking after your union mates. Stop looking after your mates in Victoria who are happy to take photographs with criminals like John Setka, with criminals like Mick Gatto. And do your job, Labor. Start looking after the taxpayers of Australia.
All right, Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, it's the end of financial year, the sales are on, and this Labor government is putting money back into the pockets of Australians. All working Australians will be getting a tax cut, around $270 this year and more again next year. They'll be able to claim $1,000 back in tax with no receipts, making it super easy. And we have brought in the working Australian tax offset, an additional $250 that will start from next year. All up, these 5 tax cuts mean that the average worker will be over $2,800 better off. We're also boosting the national minimum wage. We have backed in increases to the minimum wage 5 times. 5 times. No one else thinks about workers on the minimum wage. The minimum wage will now be increasing to over $1,000 a week. That is a huge milestone for this country. And that means we're going to be helping young people, women, part-timers, casuals, people who work in our service industries, retail, hospo, and in our farms. In addition to that, Payday Super has arrived. That means that your super will now be paid alongside your wages, not several months down the track. And it means that we're going to stop this kind of leakage and potentially dodgy behaviour from some employers who have tried to avoid paying super to workers. It means that an average 25-year-old will now retire with an additional $5,000 more in their super. And that, again, is significant. Hard won and fought by Labor government. In addition to this, for families, paid parental leave will be expanding to 26 weeks, from 20 weeks when we came in government. And we're slapping super on top of that. And that means that we're trying to close that horrible gap that happens to mothers.
Your time has expired. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Since the budget, I've been hearing from veterans in fear about the Labor's proposed $5,000 allied health cap. This cap is proposed to limit veterans' access from the necessary care they need to live. Can't be overstated how important allied health is to veterans and their families. It can be as urgent as a veteran with complex PTSD regularly seeing a psychologist, to someone who's been injured in combat, injured in training, going to see a physio so that they can play with their kids. Without these supports, we are denying veterans a full life. Now, veterans don't just need questions answered. Veterans need a change in how the government treats veterans. We know there's a lack of trust in government, and this kind of action only makes that worse. Defence always seems to be able to find more money for US weapons corporations, more money for the defence leadership, but right now, we're watching Defence under Labor slash it for the men and women who have served. Acting Deputy, again, we're seeing Labor squibbing it on gambling reform, putting a hopelessly weak package on the table instead of delivering the reasonable and modest reform recommended by the Labor chair of their own inquiry, ban the ads. That's the pattern in New South Wales too, and even at a council level where it appears the Australian Labor Party is literally bought by the Australian hotels lobby, bought by gambling interests and their mates that they won't stand up to. Meanwhile, these same interests that have bought Labor are bleeding communities dry. The Greens have forced the Albanese government to send its half-baked gambling bill off to a proper Senate inquiry, and that matters because this legislation was never good enough and Labor knew it. Delaying ads after 8:30 p.m. doesn't protect a single child. It just protects the profits of an industry that has spent decades buying influence in this place at the expense of families torn apart by addiction. Just ban the gambling ads. No more inducements, kick out the pokies and end the cruelty festival. That is some of the industries that gamblers face to fight.
Senator Collins.
Acting Deputy President, I would like to give a brief update on the Senate inquiry into management of the defence estate, which I've been chairing. Back in 2023, well before the election, Defence Minister Miles handpicked an ex-banker and an ex-bureaucrat to conduct Australia's biggest snap audit on the defence estate. And at the first hearing, we learned that the so-called independent auditors were neither independent nor auditors. Now, the Defence Minister also had regular meetings with his hand-picked auditors, and so, of course, he loved their audit report, when they handed it to him in December 2023. So the Defence Minister cooks up his own report, which is not surprising given the standard practice of this crooked government. But there are so many sinister elements in the Defence Minister's master plan to rip out the heart of our Defence Force. The report he cooked up and had a plan to sell off 67 defence bases, including Victoria Barracks, Sydney, the heart and soul of the Army. He wants to sell all the Victoria Barracks, actually, Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney, and Lancer Barracks. And the really strange part in the audit report is the recommendation that all defence bases be renamed as Defence Base followed by suburb. So, HMAS Cuttable would be Defence Base Woolloomooloo. HMAS Cerberus would be Defence Base Crib Point. It wasn't costed and it wasn't in the terms of reference. So how did it get in there? And we all know that King and Country doesn't mean anything to the Defence Minister. He wants offices and office blocks. He has declared a culture war on the Defence Force. He wants to sell most of their history and rebrand the remnants of what's left. And the worst part is that the Labor government had this plan years ago, but they waited until after the election to share their plans with Australia. Labor has sold out our troops and they have sold out Australia.
There you go. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. For too long, women's health has been put off, set to the sidelines or just downright ignored. Women being dismissed by their doctor for real concerns. Women being told that life-altering perimenopause and menopause symptoms are normal and something they just need to put up with. Women being plainly misdiagnosed and feeling misunderstood by a system that was set up for men. It's not new. It's just new that we're talking about it, admitting it. Because this government doesn't put women's health on the sidelines. This government doesn't hide from the very real health issues that women experience. We on this side of the chamber put women at the forefront of health policy development because it's about time a government did. Perimenopause and menopause shouldn't be whispered about like a dark secret. Women's health shouldn't be a background policy issue. Something had to change, and that is why the Albanese Labor government has established the first national menopause and perimenopause awareness campaign. Because women shouldn't feel alone when it comes to something we all go through. Women shouldn't be made to think that to feel that severe pain, crippling fatigue and even a loss of their sense of self is a normal phenomenon. There is an explanation, there is support, there is informed healthcare, and we as women should feel empowered to access it. And thanks to this Labor government, we can. We can access new Medicare subsidised menopause assessments, PBS-listed affordable menopause treatments, and specialised endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. These resources mean that women don't have to guess and they don't have to suffer. Most importantly, they don't have to feel alone. To the people watching, we hear you, we see you, and we will continue to prioritise women's health awareness, research and care.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Well, media reporting this morning provides a rare moment of transparency around lobbying in this place. It was reported in the media that a Labor member sat with Sportsbet and the gambling lobby at last night's midwinter ball. I think that is a real insight into this government and their approach when it comes to minimising harm and actually acting in line with evidence-based policy that we saw in the landmark Murphy report. The legislation that they've offered up is so far off the mark. It does not protect children. It does not break the nexus between sport and gambling companies. It's a win for the gambling industry. It's exactly what they told the ABC 6 months ago that they would be happy with. And Australians are rightly frustrated. They're rightly angry about what is happening in this place, where we have a public health issue, where we have so many Australians who are sick and tired of seeing gambling ads on their screens, sick and tired of hearing their kids talk about the odds of a game, sick and tired of seeing a generation of Australians growing up thinking that gambling is just a normal part of enjoying sport. And then a glimmer of hope. We have the Parliament, the best of the Parliament, recommending ban gambling ads, give us a national regulator, ban inducements. And then we hear the Prime Minister say, yeah, nah, We're not going to do that. We're going to do the absolute bare minimum. Australians should not stand for it, and I urge people to go to stopgamblingads.com.au and write to your local member, write to your local senator and say, you work for me and I want you to ban gambling ads in August.
Okay, Senator Blythe.
Very much. Well, a new financial year means that Labor has another chance to punish aspirational Australians with higher vehicle costs and fewer practical choices. Under Labor's new vehicle efficiency standard, the cost of utes, SUVs and practical work vehicles will be hiked. These are not luxury vehicles. They are vehicles Australians use to earn a living, run a business and raise a family. For a tradie, a ute is a tool of the trade. It gets the plumber, sparky, bricklayer, carpenter and their tools to their job site. It is not a luxury or a nice to have, it is required. Yet, in the middle of a housing crisis, Labor is making life more expensive for the very tradies we need to build the homes Australians are desperate for. Labor claims to care about the housing crisis, then targets the very vehicles that are used by the people on the tools. Like so many decisions made by this Labor government, it makes absolutely no sense. For many tradies, farmers and families, the alternatives are ridiculous. A Tesla cannot tow a load, a Nissan Leaf can't travel great distances, and an MG is certainly not going to carry your gear. Labor can talk all it likes about efficiency, but this policy means higher costs and more difficulty for Aussies. It's not very efficient to do 2 trips to get your tools to a site. This is about Labor's ideological net zero agenda. They cannot get there without punishing everyday Australians and forcing the country backwards. Labor thinks their ideology matters more than your livelihoods. This is more than just a tradie tax. It's a tax on work, a tax on small business, a tax on aspiration. And in a housing crisis, it is a tax on the people we are relying on to build the homes this country desperately needs. Labor's ute tax needs to be scrapped.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week is an important week for Australians and it is a big week of delivery for this Labor government. We are delivering real change for Australians. From yesterday, the 1st of July, every Australian taxpayer has received another tax cut. That means more money in people's pockets at a time when we know household budgets are stretched. Around 3 million minimum and award wage workers are also getting a pay rise that our government advocated for. We know that real cost of living relief is about more than just one measure. It's about making sure people can earn more and keep more of what they earn, making sure people can get a fairer deal when they go to the grocery shops, pay their bills, see a doctor or are thinking about the future. We are banning supermarket price gouging because Australians deserve to know that they're getting a fair go when they go to the checkout. We're extending paid parental leave to 6 months to give parents more time at home with their babies. And for the first time, parents will receive superannuation on government-paid parental leave because taking time out to care for a baby shouldn't mean falling behind in retirement. We're making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare so that people can get free urgent care without having to sit for hours in a hospital emergency department. We're expanding endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, making it easier for patients to access the health care that they need, and including menopause and perimenopause treatments as part of those services. We, of course, passed laws through the Parliament last week to give first home buyers a real shot at owning their own home. That is Labor delivering real change for every Australian.
Right, thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Australians love their cruise ship holidays, but many would be shocked at the conditions of workers on board a lot of the boats they're on. So this week I met with Christina and Queen, 2 former Carnival cruise ship workers. They came to Parliament to shed light on working conditions in Carnival's toxic workplaces. They told me about their poor working conditions, their exploitative wages, their extremely long hours, how many of the crew are paid as little as $2.50 an hour, which is the worst in the industry, how workers are doing 12-hour days with no weekends or leave, and how workers are eating recycled food and getting sick. how they have to buy and ration just 2 bottles of water a day each. And when workers raise these issues, there is a culture of suppression, demotion and retribution. Many crew members are scared of retaliation if they speak openly to the union or engage in any form of collective activity. This is a huge problem, and Labor can't let this keep happening. This is the biggest cruise ship company in the world. Carnival can afford to pay these workers a livable wage. You cannot build a luxury industry on fear and poverty. Carnival crew have had enough. It's time to end the extreme exploitation of workers on these ships. It's time for them to pay a fair share of tax in Australia. Carnival need to enter into collective bargaining negotiations and stop discouraging workers from standing up for their rights. And the government and the Australian Maritime Safety Authority needs to enforce these workers' rights to collective bargaining and get the basic dignity, respect and working conditions that they deserve, so that Australians can enjoy their cruise ship holidays without worrying about the conditions, the pay, the long hours of all of those who are looking after them.
Your time has expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Labor's project to hijack the Australian economy for corrupt union bosses is becoming relentless. Legislation opposed by One Nation but rushed through by Labor and the Greens last month enables the Albanese government to discriminate against businesses which don't have EBAs backed by their union boss mates when awarding contracts and grants. The CFMEU now has an effective chokehold on supplying labour to building sites. It's no wonder that construction industry productivity is in freefall. Don't get me wrong, unions have their place. Workers need representation when it comes to pay and conditions, although most choose not to be union members. Only about 13% of Australian workers are union members. Workers need to ask themselves whether unions truly represent their interests or just those of Labor and corrupt union bosses. One Nation Senator Malcolm Roberts has been instrumental in exposing the CFMEU's direct involvement in wage theft from coal workers into Hunter Valley and Queensland since 2019. Labor don't want you to know this. At the federal level, and in that economic basket case we call Victoria, Labor only pays lip service to evidence of massive corruption in the CFMEU and infiltration of that organisation by organised crime. The bell is tolling for the Allen Labor government in Victoria. The latest Redbridge Accent survey published today shows the Premier's net favourability is at -42, and One Nation has overtaken both Labor and the Coalition on primary votes for the first time. One of our first priorities in Victoria will be to put in place the measures which will expose and end the CFMEU corruption enabled by Labor and restore confidence in the building and infrastructure industry and deliver
Senator
accountability
Hanson,
for taxpayers' dollars.
Senator DeLiga.
Crikey. Acting Deputy President, One Nation often claims that they stand with the everyday hard-working Australians, but just like in the Liberals and the Nationals, the real test is not what they say, but it's how they vote. Standing up for working Australians is reflected in actions, not in cheap slogans. When Parliament votes on higher wages, stronger workplace rights and protecting penalty rates, One Nation always votes with the Liberals and Nationals to say no. In 2023, we introduced laws to deliver same job, same pay, to make wage theft illegal and to stop Labor hire workers from being undercut and rorted. And of course, yet again, the three right-wing parties over there, the Uni Party, they voted against these reforms. In 2024, we closed loopholes and made it easier for casuals to become permanent employees. We introduced the right to disconnect. We established minimum standards for gig workers. And once again, the right-wing Uni Party, they said no. In 2025, Labor legislated free TAFE, helping Australians to gain skills for jobs in areas like nursing and aged care and construction. The Uni Party said no. And just last week, Labor delivered a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. And what do you know? They voted no. Time and time again, when Parliament has voted on higher wages, stronger workplace rights, apprenticeships, cost of living relief, the right-wing parties vote against everyday Australians. So here's the issue. If they oppose higher wages, they call workers lazy, they're against strengthening workers' rights, they're against penalty rates, they're against supporting apprentices. Whose interests are they really serving? Definitely not the battlers or the workers, but instead the billionaires who are showering them with cash and gifts. Shame.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. In this time of high inflation, every wage rise or tax cut, rather than getting people ahead, just compensates for government driving inflation. Worse, these increases move many taxpayers into higher tax brackets, increasing their tax rate and leaving many workers worse off, as many are finding when they see how little of this week's pay rise they actually get to keep. One Nation policy will solve this. We'll index tax brackets to inflation so that getting a wage rise to compensate for inflation does not put you into a higher tax bracket. Inflation one year will be offset in tax brackets being lifted the next year. In 2025, the Labor government joined with the Liberals to oppose and defeat our amendment to index tax brackets. Because of the heat, though, One Nation applied to the Liberals. The Liberals now agree with One Nation. Labor still does not, which is telling about who they represent these days, certainly not workers. This move will cost around $22 billion over forward estimates and may come in at a much higher rate over time. Labor will engage in a scare campaign, of course, over this cost. The reality is the costing depends on inflation. No inflation means no cost at all. Labor advances a cost above $30 billion a year. This means Labor is really saying they expect inflation under their government to remain out of control. Tax cuts take the pressure off businesses to give larger wage rises, countering the wage price spiral that harms business and workers, and every Australian. Another major element of our income tax policy is to allow income splitting between families with a dependent, if that suits them. Families with two wage earners will probably keep their existing arrangements. Families with one income who split will have $9,000 a year back in their pocket. The PBO has put the cost to budget revenue of $7 billion a year, depending upon uptake. Money well spent helping families. One Nation represents families and workers. These are just two of many, many tax reform policies we took to the...
Senator Hodgins, may.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Gravy burns, burnt coffee, long shifts. My memories of being a 15-year-old hospo worker in Ballarat. Like millions of young Australians, I wasn't just a teenager with a job. I was a worker, and workers deserve to be paid properly. But right now, money young people earn isn't going into their super. It's staying in the bank accounts of billion-dollar corporations like Coles and Woolworths. More than 400 million that should be helping young Australians build their future instead of building corporate profits. Funny how that works. Maybe it's because supermarket giants donate to Labor. Young workers don't. When Labor and the Liberals team up against the Greens, it's ordinary people who pay the price. This time, it's 500,000 young workers, 500,000 young workers across this country. They've decided that if you are under 18, you don't deserve super. And what's their excuse? That most teenagers work fewer than 30 hours a week. Well, of course they do. They're at school. They're studying. They're doing exactly what every adult tells them to do. Get an education, build a future. So why are they being financially punished for it? Why? Every dollar of super you miss out when you're young is a dollar that misses out on decades of compound growth. That's not a technicality. That's money taken from young people's futures and handed to big business. And the Greens say enough. So to every young worker watching this, when you vote for the first time, remember who fought for your future. And remember who voted to take money out of your retirement and leave it in corporate profits. Young people deserve super. Corporate giants like Woolies and Coles do not need more help to fill their bank coffers.
Senator Little.
Forced to treat older Australians with dignity and respect today. In November last year, Labor introduced an aged care assessment tool with no ability for professional override and subjected older Australians to a computer says no algorithm to determine their care needs. It was dangerous, not thought through, and vulnerable and older Australians have suffered ever since. The tool has exposed ageing Australians to the gaping holes in the algorithm's malnutrition, elder abuse assessments, sensory impairments, and the true severity of frailty. No computer program, regardless of its sophistication, can fully capture the fluctuating, multifaceted circumstances of older Australians living with cognitive decline, social isolation, or complex physical concurrent illnesses. Shame on you for doing that. How did you not realise that? The tool was designed to support, not to replace, clinical judgment. As a Senator for South Australia, my state has one of the oldest demographics profiles in the country who are trying to navigate your system. Labor, you left many unnecessarily and cruelly desperate and confused. Stop peddling the myth. You are releasing record numbers of packages because the department confirmed many of these are not new packages, but they are reassigned or recycled ones when someone dies or they enter a nursing home. Older Australians have spent their lives building this nation and they deserve better. They've paid their taxes, raised their families and contributed to this country. Labor, you treated them as data points, not as people. This change includes human oversight. I'm not sure how you thought you could get away with it. It reassesses those already impacted. Fix it immediately in the interests of our elderly.
Senator Polley.
That the new coalition partner of the Liberals and the Nationals, what they're doing with One Nation is just regurgitating the same policies that they had 30 years ago. They're not a party of solutions. They're not what they really are is a party of grievance. They don't really stand with Australian workers because the reality is their voting record in this place is very different. They voted against tax cuts. When families are under pressure, when people want help with affordability concerns, decent wages, secure jobs and lower bills, One Nation, along with the Liberals and Nationals, vote against them. That's what the reality is and the true story. We know One Nation wants lower wages because we've heard that from their leader. And in fact, what she advocates is for bosses to be able to sack people easier. One Nation even wants, as I said, to give that power back to bosses to override the working conditions and hard work that unions in Australia have campaigned for over decades. She wants people to be able to be sacked easier. Shame on you. She refers to Australian workers as being lazy. Australian workers deserve a fair day's pay for the work that they do, job security, and they need to also be assured that the government in the future are going to agree with a wage growth. Those opposite, including the One Nation leader, is opposed to parental leave. This government has just extended it by 6 months. We're paying superannuation on that. And what did One Nation, the Liberals and the Nationals do? They do what they always do. They say one thing back in their electorates to get elected, but when they're in this place, they vote very differently. Well, I'll just give you a tip. Australians are not mugs. They know what you're about. They rejected you.
Senator Ruston.
President, well, I've got to say, having listened to that last contribution, you'd be forgiven for thinking that all was well, apart from apparently the coalition is the problem in Australia at the moment. Well, I can tell you, you are in government and you have a Prime Minister who told Australians that his word was his bond, and yet every single thing that comes out of his mouth after the election appears to be in complete contradiction of what he said before the election. And this isn't just the last election, but it was actually the election before. You remember those 97 times when he said that your power bills were going to go down by $275? What happened? Don't think that happened. Do you remember those 51 times that he said no changes to any tax arrangements, no changes to CGT, no changes to negative gearing? Oh, and guess what? Apparently he's changed his mind. Well, I can tell you the Prime Minister's word is not his bond. You cannot trust the Prime Minister with what he says, because he even admits himself that he's quite happy to change his mind. And he doesn't even have the decency to turn up
and ask the Australian people to ask them for the mandate for him to change his mind. He just changes it with no regard whatsoever for Australians.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. We'll move to question time, and I'll go to Senator Kovacic.
Prime Minister Senator Wong. Before the 2022 election, Prime Minister Albanese promised Australians cheaper mortgages. Instead, the reality facing Australians is that they are taking out bigger mortgages, making bigger repayments, and in many cases watching the value of their home fall, and some now even facing negative equity. The average mortgage has surged to $735,000, up $75,000 in just 1 year under the Albanese government. Minister, how has this government managed to leave Australians borrowing more than ever to buy a home, only to leave them at risk of negative equity?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Kovacic for her question. And I do recall the Prime Minister saying that. My recollection, I'll check if I'm wrong, was that was when we were announcing our Help to Buy shared equity scheme. And the specific purpose of that scheme, of that plan, is to save workers, enable workers to gain access to home ownership and to provide assistance through government so that more people can enter the market without having to deal with mortgage insurance. And Senator, I'm sure you'd be very happy to know that some 40,000 Australians have been saved up to 40% of the cost on their own home as a consequence, as a result of that plan, of that program. So the Help to Buy shared equity scheme, as a result of that plan, which was announced in the 2022 election and delivered by a Labor government, 40,000 workers have saved up to 40% on the cost of their home. Now, we on this side think it is a good thing to have more Australians owning their own home, and I appreciate that those opposite have a different view. They think the status quo is just fine, and I would invite them, as I did yesterday, to talk to so many Australians about where the housing market was prior to this government and the extent to which young Australians, first home buyers, were locked out of the market. Now, we on this side do not think that was acceptable. We don't think that was acceptable. And so we have acted unashamedly, just as you have blocked us unashamedly. But we have prevailed and legislation has passed through this parliament which is ensuring that first home buyers get a fair crack, a level playing field, so they can get their foot into the housing market, which we think is a good thing for not only them and their families but for the country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic, first supplementary.
Housing finance experts are warning that Labor's housing tax changes are discouraging investment at the very time Australia needs more rental housing. With Macquarie estimating new lending flows are tracking 20 to 30% below a year ago. Minister, why is Labor driving housing investors out of the market, reducing the supply of rental homes and making rents for Australians even higher?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
We want people to own their own home. That's what we want, and that's what we've acted on. That's what we've acted on. And you're correct in one aspect of your question, Senator Kovacic, is correct, and that is we have said that we don't think that investors deserve the same effective subsidy from taxpayers that previously existed, and we don't think that it is fair to have a young Australian family trying to get their first home competing and an investor who's trying to get their fifth rental property where it is the investor who is effectively subsidised by taxpayers. We do not think that is fair. We don't think it's good economics. Now, investors can still gain access to...
I'm sorry, Senator Wong. Senator Bragg, I've called you 3 times. Order. Order. Stop the banter across the chamber from both sides. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, I found Senator Bragg amusing and now I've lost my train of thought. Is this cutting plan? That's right. Make me laugh and I've forgotten my train. I mean, the point is we want more Australians to own their own home. We've acted accordingly.
Senator Kovacic, second supplementary.
Minister, I wonder how many of those 40,000 you referenced are now in negative equity. Why should Australians keep paying the price for the Prime Minister's failed housing policies? Bigger mortgages, bigger repayments, higher rents, falling home values and fewer houses.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. And I used this, I referenced this yesterday, I think in response to Senator Bragg, but it might have been Senator McDonald, I can't recall. And I made the point that earlier last month the RBA Governor did respond to a question about negative equity, and she said, at the moment, practically no one is in negative equity. It is absolutely minuscule, and it has actually declined over the last year or so. Now, that's about three or 4 weeks ago. Now, I would say I know that those opposite, the right-wing parties, actually don't want to deal with the fundamental issue of how do you get more first-home buyers into the market, and they can no longer argue about the tax policy. So they're resorting to another scare campaign. And that has really demonstrated, or been demonstrated all week, that all they have is scare campaigns, fear campaigns, assertions which are not true or are grossly over-exaggerated.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government has been delivering on a responsible budget that is focused on delivering real cost of living help.
Stewart, you didn't say who the question is.
Oh, sorry. My question is to the Minister Wong.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Please continue.
The Albanese Labor government has been delivering on a responsible budget that is focused on delivering real cost of living help for Australians, giving every taxpayer another tax cut and supporting another meaningful boost to wages. That's on top of expanding paid parental leave to a full 6 months, banning supermarket price gouging and making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare. Could the minister outline the impact of that Labor's reforms will have, and why the measures this government has taken will be so important to millions of Australians?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thanks to Senator Stewart, and I recognise her and her Labor colleagues' determination to deliver real change for the people who send them here to the Australian Parliament. And Senator Stewart mentions that the government did support a real increase in the minimum wage and a real increase in award wages. And yesterday, 3 million Australian workers got a pay rise. 3 million Australian workers got a pay rise. And I'll take the interjection from the Leader of the Opposition, because every time we talk about higher wages, it's really quite interesting. You know, the way the right-wing parties get so upset by the thought that Australian workers might actually get higher wages. But of course, not only was the award and minimum wage rise delivered, every single Australian taxpayer got a tax cut, and all 5 of the Albanese Labor government's tax cuts together mean on average about an extra $2,800 in the pockets of the average worker. You see, on this side, we want to see higher wages, lower taxes. We want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. This is what real change looks like. That is why we've also banned supermarket price gouging with tough new rules that came into effect yesterday, big fines for breaches. That is why we have opened all 137 Medicare urgent care clinics that we committed to and have made them a permanent part of Australia's healthcare system. This means 4 out of 5 Australians now live within 20 minutes drive of their local clinic. And yesterday, this government lifted paid parental leave to the full 26 weeks, giving new families and parents more peace of mind and the support they need to give their baby the best start in life. This is the real change that the Labor government, the Labor Party, is delivering for the Australian people.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. As well as delivering immediate cost of living relief for millions of Australians, the Albanese Labor government has passed the first bill of its ambitious tax reform packages through the Parliament. It will help more young Australians to realise the dream of home ownership while supporting investment into new builds. Can the minister explain how Labor is delivering real change for first home buyers and why it is so important to act now?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, Labor wants more Australians to own their own home. We want more Australians to be able to own their own home. And that's why we've already helped more than 260,000 Australians into a home of their own through the 5% home deposit scheme. That's why we're investing $47 billion into our Homes for Australia plan. And that's why we have delivered the first tranche of our ambitious tax reform agenda, which will support 75,000 more homeowners to get into the market, at the same time as encouraging investment into new housing supply. This is about levelling the playing field, and already I know many in this place have heard stories of young families finally finding success at auction. And the difference, of course, is this. The three right-wing parties have teamed up against first home buyers. We are working for first home buyers, delivering real change.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. As the Minister has said, acting to deliver real change for Australians cannot wait. And it's good to hear how the Albanese Labor government is acting. Acting to deliver cost of living relief, strengthen Medicare and to give first home buyers a fair go. Could the Minister further explain why the government continues to act on cost of living urgently, and if there is anything standing in the way?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, we know that Australians are facing real pressures. We know that the world is more uncertain, and we know that Australians want government and the parliament to deliver real change for them, and that is why those of us on this side are doing that. And I'm asked what is standing in the way, and I think we all know it is the three right-wing parties consistently. I mean, every time you come here for a tax cut, for support for working families, for increases to the minimum wage, for penalty rates protection, for protection against unfair dismissal, for different groups of workers, those opposite cannot abide it. They cannot abide it. Consistently trying to stand in the way of change. All they want is Australians to be angry. They have nothing positive to offer. And Senator Bragg, with whom I've been happy to talk so much this week, he said this: the Liberal Party should have done more to develop policies on tax, super, IR, small business, but we vacated the field.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Order. Senator Askew, your last set of questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care, Senator McAllister. Minister, yesterday in this chamber we heard of 91-year-old John Wilson, who spent his final months waiting for care this government had already assessed he needed. In 2024-25, 4,812 Australians died waiting for care they were approved to receive. How many older Australians died waiting for the care your government assessed them as needing in the past 12 months?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Askew. No one, Senator, wishes to see an older person die waiting for the care that they require, and our government understands that we need to make the investments that will make Australia's aged care system fit for the future. Australians are getting older, and that's a good thing. We are living longer and healthier lives than any generation before us. And that means we need to make additional investments and we need to make change. Now, when we came to government, the aged care system was not fit for the population that we had, let alone fit for the future, not even close. And the government that the Liberals oversaw cut $2.5 billion and failed to meet the growing need for aged care.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Askew.
Just a matter of relevance. The question was pretty much directed very clearly at how many.
The Minister is being relevant, Senator Askew. And Senator Colbeck, I'm going to ask you to withdraw that remark.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Order! Minister McAllister.
Thanks.
I have called the Minister.
Thank you, President. So $47 billion will be invested in aged care in the upcoming financial year, and that is the largest investment in this country's history. The government is continuing to back older Australians and the workers who care for them and the system that they rely upon. And the truth is that generational reform, and it is a significant reform that is underway, is not a single moment, it is a long-term project, and this government is getting on with it.
I've asked for silence.
We are compressing a decade's worth of reform that could have taken under place under the watch of those opposite. And I see Senator Colbeck interjecting, and I would observe that Senator Colbeck has more to say from his seat up the back there than he ever had when he was sitting over here as the Minister.
Thank you, Minister. I do remind senators, I did call those on my left to order. If you make an interjection, the Minister is entitled to respond to it. Senator Askew, for supplementary.
Disappointing that we can't get the answer that we're actually after in regard to the number. Minister, I want to read to you the words of Julianne, a Daily Telegraph reader. 6 months after her mother died waiting for a home care package, My Aged Care rang to ask if she still needed it. Julianne said, and I quote, "When I told this person Mum had died, she actually sounded relieved." Minister, is that how this government manages its wait list, waiting for people to die?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
Senator, as I indicated in my answer to your first question, nobody in this chamber wants to see people pass away while waiting for care. What is necessary is the investment and the reform needed to deal with a generational change to the demand for aged care and the need that this government recognises to improve our system so that we can respond to it. And that is work that could have happened over the last decade but didn't.
Order.
Now, in the budget, we will invest an additional $3.7 billion to deliver more beds, more packages and better care for older Australians. It means 5,000 additional aged beds each year, principally for those of limited financial means. It means faster access to support at home places. It means personal care services, including showering, dressing and continence support, will be free alongside clinical care.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McAllister, beg your pardon, Senator Askew, second supplementary.
Thank you. Another reader said her father had been waiting since October for a package your government assessed he needs. When Labor came to office, the wait was 30 to 90 days. It is now 12 months. In her father's words, and I quote, "By the time I get the help, I'll be bloody dead." Minister, what do you say to him?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Australians do want freedom, support and choice to remain at home and in the community with the people that they love as they age. We know older Australians want that support. They want to return home and they want to stay at home for longer. And it is why we are making the reforms that we are making, reforms which were supported by those opposite, which were voted for by those opposite. Because at the time those opposite recognised that change was required and recognised that our government
Senator Ruston and Senator
was
Cash.
prepared to make the necessary investments to deliver it. Now, we are investing additional resources to bring forward the places that will support people to stay at home in the way that they need, and every single person assessed as urgent priority is being allocated their full funding within a month.
Thank you,
President.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, can you confirm that no Labor MPs accepted free tickets or hospitality from gambling corporations or their lobby groups to attend the Midwinter Ball, held the night before Labor introduced its half-assed gambling legislation to the Parliament?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Wong. Order. Order.
Thank you, Senator. Well, first, I didn't attend the ball, so I can't speak for...
One speech was good. One speech was good.
Order. I know a number of people did from all sides of the Parliament. In relation to Sorry, not sure what the interjection is. So I'll try and stay focused, I apologise. In relation to disclosure, there are rules that senators and ministers have in relation to disclosing gifts and hospitality, and those will be complied with. But, Senator, we've had this conversation before. The approach we take on issues of energy policy, including the gas reservation, is because that is our view about what is the best public policy for Australia. But I don't understand why you want to stand up on that. It's about a public policy position.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hodgins-May.
Point of order, President. I asked whether any Labor MPs have accepted free tickets or hospitality. With respect, those disclosures will not happen for months. The public deserve to know now.
Senator Hodgins-May, I have reminded... Order. I have reminded senators before, when you get up to call a point of order, it's not an opportunity to make a statement. The minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
Senator, I apologise. I thought you said resources. You said gambling. I apologise. It was a genuine mistake. But the same answer applies. I don't know who goes to the ball with whom. I'm sure people might want to talk about that. But in terms of the disclosure by anyone, whether it's the Greens political party, the opposition, One Nation, or the Labor Party, I think we all are bound by the same disclosure rules.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins.
I confidently say that none of my
Senator
colleagues...
Hodgins-May, I haven't called you. Senator Hodgins-May.
I can confidently say that no Greens were sponsored by gambling corporations to attend the Midwinter Ball last night. Minister, can you confirm...
Order. Senator Hodgins-May, please resume your seat. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Ayres. Senator Whish-Wilson, you're interjecting on one of your own senators. Perhaps you can turn around and apologise to her, because you didn't listen to me calling you order. Senator Hodgins-May has the right to have her question heard in silence. Senator Hodgins-May, please continue.
Minister, can you confirm that during the consultation on Labor's watered-down gambling legislation, no Labor MPs accepted any other gifts or hospitality from gambling companies or lobbyists, including corporate box invitations or free tickets to sporting events?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Wong.
Senator, first I'll take your interjection from previously in relation to the Greens not accepting any hospitality from gambling companies. I would note that you may not have been sponsored for a ticket, but your party has been sponsored by a professional gambler.
Yeah.
So I think...
Order.
I think people can take with a grain of salt the assertions that you make. Again, I would say we all have disclosure arrangements. They apply to all of us. Particular disclosure requirements apply to ministers, and they are observed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins-May, second supplementary.
Minister, do you think it passes the pub test for Labor's Attorney-General to attend the Midwinter Ball at a table paid for by a television lobby alongside executives from companies she previously regulated as Communications Minister? Does that pass the pub test?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Wong. Order.
Senator, generally the Midwinter Ball has been a time where we put aside partisan politics. That generally has been how it's been approached, but so be it if you wish to open that up. But I would ask you whether you think it passes the pub test for you to take so many hundreds of $1,000s from a professional gambler and then complain about gambling.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The conflict in the Middle East has resulted in extreme volatility in global fossil fuel markets and supply chains. In response, the Albanese Labor government has been focused on ensuring Australia's fuel, energy and fertiliser security. How has the Albanese Labor government acted to ensure that Australian households and businesses are shielded from this volatility?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, President, and thank you, Senator O'Neill. And if I can just point out on indulgence, I want to welcome to the Senate my nieces Abby and Sophie, who've come down from Brisbane to visit the Parliament and watch their uncle's excellent behaviour in this place.
Order.
Fast. This conflict in the Middle East has had very challenging impacts for Australians. It's been unwelcome for, of course, for those living in the region, but in particular for Australia's farmers, our freight companies, our logistics. It's pushing up prices for businesses and for households. And that's why we have been working so hard as a government to secure Australia's fuel and fertiliser. On Saturday, Minister Bowen once again confirmed that we have more fuel now than when the conflict began. That is a remarkable Australian achievement. I remember what the responses of the government and the three right-wing parties were in stark contrast when war struck in the Middle East. The three right-wing parties got to Instagram and tried to frighten Australians. The Albanese government got to work. We got to work. And as a consequence, in terms of fuel, 44 days, over 1.8 billion litres now in the country. Diesel, 3.4 billion litres. Jet fuel, 814 million litres. This month we have had the highest levels of fuel seen since the minimum stockholding obligations came into place. We get to work for Australians. The right-wing parties fight amongst themselves.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. To build economic and energy resilience, the Albanese Labor government has been focused on building a modern renewable energy grid that puts downwards pressure on prices. What has been the impact on energy prices of delivering more renewable energy into the grid?
Thank you, Senator Ayres. O'Neill. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President and Senator O'Neill. Well, it absolutely underscores the importance of the task that the government is engaged in delivering on Australia's energy security requirements. In the electricity system, record renewables replacing fossil fuels, particularly coal, making our grid cheaper, more reliable and cleaner to run. Since May, we have added over 22 gigawatts of renewables, wind and solar, to the grid. Almost 455,000 cheaper home batteries, 12 gigawatts of usable capacity, which is what is leading lower wholesale prices. Almost 100 times the energy storage capacity of South Australia's Hornsdale big battery, built over 8 years ago in this program. Now, every step along the way, whether it's on fuel, whether it's on electricity—
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government's protecting Australia's energy interests because it's vital for our national resilience. What are the economic and social risks if Australia does not strengthen its energy sovereignty?
Minister Ayres.
Well, the biggest risk to our energy and industrial sovereignty are those opposite. That's the biggest risk. Who did more damage? Mr Taylor, when he was the Minister for Energy, did more damage to Australia's electricity system than any other minister in our history. 4 gigawatts, 4 of our 6 refineries closed. The only thing that didn't stop refineries 5 and 6 closing when Mr Taylor was running the show was time. He just didn't have enough time to close Refinery 5 and Refinery 6. Mr Hastie, in the other place, hasn't struck a blow on industrial policy since Mr Taylor was elected. Lots of posts angry about One Nation, not much work on industrial policy from Mr Hastie, all focused on their internal politics, not focused on delivering for blue-collar Australia.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. So my question is for the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Minister, Labor's Export Finance Agency has guaranteed $250 million for an Indian government-owned corporation to fund renewable projects in India. At Senate estimates, officials confirmed that there was no direct Australian company involvement in these projects. Why is Labor financing foreign government-owned renewable projects instead of Australian exports and jobs?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I think it's actually you. President, I believe that's probably a question better directed to Minister Farrell, who has ministerial responsibilities in this area.
Just a moment, Senator Canavan. Senator Canavan, you've heard the advice of the minister. Do you want the minister to continue answering, or do you want me to redirect the questions?
The Finance Minister is a shareholding minister, but I'm happy for the question to be transferred if
to redirect
she doesn't
to
have the
Senator
knowledge.
Farrell.
$200 million.
Senator Wong.
Well, just on the point of order to assist Senator Canavan, the ministerial accountability is in accordance with where the portfolios, the legislation that ministers have responsibility for. The fact that a minister is a shareholder minister does not mean she is accountable for that program. The responsibility is with the portfolio minister. No, Senator, it's about the Westminster system. I just thought it might be of assistance to remind you.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Canavan has indicated order to the chamber that the question be redirected to Minister Farrell. Minister Farrell.
President, and I thank Senator Canavan for his question. And I might just say at the outset how important the role of EFA, the Export Finance Authority, has been during the recent crisis that we've had in terms of fuel supplies. It was the quick action by the Albanese government to set up the EFA so that it could buy all of the petrol, the diesel, the airline fuel and the fertiliser that we needed to get through the most recent crisis. One of the reasons that EFA were able to act so quickly and, I might say, so successfully, we just heard from Senator Ayres about some of the volumes of fuel now being stored in Australia, was because of the good relations that this government has set up, or had set up, with our neighbours in our own region. And one of those countries, of course, was and is India. Of course, in a couple of weeks' time, we've got the Indian Prime Minister coming to visit Australia, and in fact, I think this might be the second time that he has visited this country in his during the time of this government. India represents a fantastic opportunity for us in terms of trade. The role of the EFA is to find and support successful business opportunities, not just for Australian companies, but for companies in our region.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Just simply not correct, Minister. The EFA's purpose is to support Australia's export trade. It's called Export Finance Australia, and help Australian businesses take on the world. How does financing an Indian government-owned corporation, it's an Indian government-owned corporation, how does helping them build renewable projects in India using no Australian products, no Australian know-how, supporting no Australian jobs, meet the purpose of Export Finance Australia?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thanks Senator Canavan for his first supplementary question. Not only did Senator Canavan get the responsible minister incorrect, he also misunderstands the role of Export Finance Australia, and in particular misunderstands the nature of this investment. This particular investment was through Well,
Order.
you've asked the question, Senator Canavan, and you could at least give me an opportunity to answer the question in silence. I mean, that's a minimum. It's a minimum you could do, I think. Yeah, it's a minimum you could do, Senator Canavan. You're xenophobic. You're xenophobic. Control your xenophobia. Control your xenophobia, Senator
Minister
Canavan.
Farrell. Minister Farrell, you need to withdraw that. You need to withdraw.
All right, I'll withdraw it.
Thank you.
Anyway, this particular investment was through Export Finance Australia's commercial account.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan,
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I'm glad we've established the Labor Party.
Senator Canavan, I've only just called you and you're already talking over me.
Thank you.
Wait until you're called. Please put your question.
Well, thank you, Madam President. We've understood now the Labor Party views it as xenophobic to say that Australian taxpayer dollars should be used to support Australian jobs. Because, Minister, Australian energy prices have skyrocketed under your government. Why is your government investing in energy supplies in India, not fixing Australia's energy crisis, which is seeing our manufacturing jobs shipped overshore day after day?
Senator Canavan, before I call the minister, to create the most harmonious Senate I can, which is sometimes challenging, I did ask the minister to withdraw that, so it's not really appropriate for you to refer to it, but I'll call the minister to answer the question. Minister
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Canavan for his second supplementary question. As I was saying, this particular investment is through Export Finance Australia's commercial account, meaning that there's no cost or exposure to Australian taxpayers. Export Finance Australia is a key strategic asset. It helps Australian businesses. Oh dear.
Order.
Give me some respect, please. Senator Canavan.
Order.
You've asked the question. You don't want the answer. I'm giving you the answer. It helps Australian businesses to trade and invest overseas and supports infrastructure development in our region where there is a direct benefit to Australia. It only invests in projects that have a direct benefit to Australia. These projects strengthen our partnership with emerging economies, grant Australian businesses access to new lucrative markets and create new research and development opportunities.
Senator Whittaker. Minister Ayres and Canavan, I have a senator on her feet. Senator Green. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. On the 24th of March, the Prime Minister announced a landmark deal with the European Union. This deal, some 8 years in the making, is a milestone for Australia. The European Union is the world's second largest economy, a market of 450 million consumers, and yet Australian exporters have faced prohibitive tariff barriers when trying to access it. What real change does this new market access to the EU deliver for farmers, producers, exporters and Australians?
Great question. Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Whittaker for her first question, and she certainly understands the wonderful benefits that are going to come to her home state of Western Australia from this new free trade agreement. And Senator Canavan, you won't like this answer either, but the European Union is the European Union is the world's second largest economy, and we estimate that in its first year this agreement will be worth $10 billion for Australia. But don't think of this as just one agreement, Senator Canavan. It's essentially 27 new agreements. It's doubling in one fell swoop the number of Australian free trade agreements. It's great news to the Australian businesses, opening up access to a market of 27 countries and 450 million new consumers. Just to give you one example, the seafood industry, which is so important to Western Australia, particularly all those wonderful crayfish, they'll see the removal of up to 26% on tariffs, making it easier for the $7 million worth of seafood exports to the EU to grow and thrive. Tariffs on Aussie dairy, rice, nuts, honey, olive oil, fruit and veg will all be either eliminated or significantly reduced. Our critical minerals, which is very, very important to Western Australia, Senator Whittaker, their tariffs will be cut to zero, and we will strengthen cooperation between Australia and EU on critical minerals, renewables and research. The Australian excellent wine industry, and you make some beautiful wines in Western Australia, almost as good as South Australia. And there's good news. No, Xanadu won the top award. I presented it to them a couple of weeks ago. Our world-class...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And I know as neighbours, you understand my home state of Western Australia very well. Of course, it's home to world-class critical mineral deposits, a premium wine industry, better than South Australia's, and agricultural exporters who have long sought improved access to the European markets. And so what does this Australia-European Free Trade Agreement deliver specifically for Western Australian exporters, investors, producers and workers?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Whittaker for her first supplementary question. And Western Australian wines are as good as South Australian wines. Just There we go. But the Australian-European Free Trade Agreement will create new opportunities for Western Australia to export its world-class goods to the EU, including minerals, wheat, barley, beef and sheep meat. It will grant WA exporters immediate access to the EU markets, with the vast majority of EU tariffs eliminated or duty-free access locked in. It delivers commercially meaningful outcomes for WA beef and sheep meat exporters, and the elimination of tariffs on agriculture of exporters of wine, wheat, barley, vegetables and fresh fruit. The outcomes secure the Australia-EU FTA will help increase investment into Western Australia. Greater certainty for EU investors will add the attractiveness of Australia.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Another great state is, of course, Queensland, home to some of Australia's most significant export industries. Yet farmers and producers have long faced restrictive and frustrating trade barriers when attempting to access the European market. How will Queensland farmers and producers benefit from the free trade agreement between the European Union and Australia, and what places those benefits at risk?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Whittaker for her second supplementary question. Queensland exporters will benefit from the elimination of tariffs on wheat, copper, seafood, vegetables and much more. But there's one key thing placing those benefits at risk, and at those who promise easy solutions. The argument for free trade and against protectionism was aptly put in 2013. To quote, "Those who argue for Fortress Australia are wrong. The pursuit of global opportunities in sectors where we can excel will strengthen us." And that apt reflection was in fact made by the Leader of the Opposition in his maiden speech. And I say it was easy to argue for barriers. It's easy to tap into the frustrations of a community by blaming the systems. But Australia is an island nation and we rely on imports just as much as we rely on exports. Each import is a lower cost at the checkout.
Thank you, Minister.
Each export is a farming or production job.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. In the early 2000s, electricity companies were allowed to charge a special solar meter fee to customers with home solar. Over time, it morphed into a daily connection fee. In 2025, the Australian Energy Regulator reduced electricity charges and energy companies responded, increasing the connection fee. In one case, up from 26 cents a day 10 years ago to $1.46 a day, $530 a year, 15 times the inflation rate. Minister, are the energy companies profiteering, or is your government trying to hide the real cost of electricity?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
I was giving some thought to that as I got up, actually, Senator Watt, and if the idea that you would, as the Minister for Energy, conceal from Australians anticipated price rises in electricity that you had been provided, and that you would make all sorts of administrative arrangements to cover that up until after an election. I mean, that dubious honour only belongs to one bloke. One bloke. And I can tell you he's not a comedian. He's not a comedian, this fella, Mr Taylor, from the other place, who was the Minister for Energy under the Morrison government. I mean, he did share that honour with Mr Morrison for a period. For a period. I mean, you asked about concealing.
Minister Ayres. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Point of relevance, I asked about the current government's policy, not someone else in the lower house.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'll draw the minister back to your question. Minister Ayres.
Well, if there's anything we can provide you in addition to that answer, in relation to the relationship between connection fees, I mean, these things are very clear. We have just provided, for example, starting yesterday, 3 free hours of solar power required to be produced for Australians, the 455,000 Australians who have solar panels on their roofs and have now got a home battery, who will pay zero in electricity costs because of the support of this government. These are not people in inner city suburbs, I can tell you. Overwhelmingly in the outer suburbs and in the regions of Australia, benefiting from low or zero cost and delivering benefit.
Thank you, Minister. The time
to the
for
rest of the
answering
electricity
has
system.
expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. And electricity feed-in tariffs, the price energy companies pay people for rooftop solar electricity fed into the grid, have fallen. Retailers pay 5 cents to 15 cents a kilowatt hour on new contracts, while charging 25 cents to 45 cents for additional power, plus $530 a year just for connection. Minister, did you deceive Australians into installing rooftop solar to save money when the benefit is being ripped away in increased connection charges and reduced feed-in tariffs?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, I know that One Nation doesn't like solar electricity. I know. I mean, Australians have benefited from this. Many households, pensioners, working Australians on their homes benefiting from having solar. Many hundreds of thousands of households benefiting from batteries. Now, I know you don't like it. I know One Nation doesn't like it. I know you've led the National Party into not liking it. They don't like it anymore. And, of course, dragging the Liberal Party in this kind of far-right vortex into taking wilder and wilder positions that have got nothing to do with the experience of suburban and regional Australians who have benefited from solar on their roofs, benefited from batteries in their homes.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, why is your government deceiving everyday Australians, telling them electricity prices are falling when, owing to connection fees, electricity bills are actually rising, and quickly?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, I mean, it will be a source of disappointment. Every time Australia succeeds, it's a source of heartache and misery over there, isn't it? You know, I mean, you sort of feel sad when Australia does well. Oh, we are making progress. 22 gigawatts of new generation capacity in the grid. Default market offer shows that the Albanese government's work in this area after a decade of disinvestment and decay in the electricity system. Like, utterly irresponsible. Utterly irresponsible what Mr Taylor did. He wrecked our fuel refineries. He wrecked our electricity system.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Why are electricity bills rising? I didn't ask about someone in the lower house.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I will draw the minister back to your question. Minister Ayres.
Wrecked our electricity system. Wrecked our fuel refineries. Didn't invest in transmission.
Minister
did more to damage Australian energy security than anybody in our history.
Senator Ananda Raja.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Yesterday, the Albanese Labor government's next round of income tax cuts came into effect alongside a pay rise for millions of workers, cheaper fuel at the Bowser and paid parental leave, reaching a full 6 months for the first time. This support is arriving while global pressures continue to push up the cost of living. What support came into effect yesterday, and how will it make a difference for Australian workers and their families?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Ananda Raja for the question, and it's an important question about how governments can work on and implement policies that assist households with cost of living pressures, as we have done consistently since coming to government. The 2nd of July, today, one day into the new financial year, a financial year that delivers an additional tax cut for every working Australian, and of course builds into our tax arrangements, the new instant tax deduction, the $1,000 off your tax income with no receipts, and of course the working Australian tax offset that will also be part of our tax law from now on, which allows us to provide a tax offset for those who are earning wage income through the tax system. In addition to that, well, when you look at those tax cuts in conjunction with the tax cut already delivered and those ones coming down over the next 12 months or so, it will mean that the average worker will save up to $2,800 a year. Now, that is a big help when we know families are balancing, pressures on household budgets. To be able to have that additional income coming into the house is really important. On top of that, we're undertaking a range of measures like for new families, the extension of paid parental leave to a full 6 months and with superannuation paid on that. The new minimum wage and award wage increases, which will again be very welcome in those households that rely on those wage adjustments to help them meet cost of living. 3 million workers benefiting there. And of course, all of our other investments into Medicare urgent care clinics, into our cheaper medicines, and the funding that we've provided in schools and hospitals to make sure that those basic services are properly funded.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Amanda Raja, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Albanese Labor government is also backing small businesses with billions in tax support so that they can invest and grow, and by providing practical help to make the most of new technologies. How is the government supporting small businesses to get ahead?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And, President, I thank Senator Ananda Raja for the question, as you're a very strong advocate for small businesses, both in her state but around the country. We have, in this budget, recognised with a significant investment package the importance of small business and the way that the tax system can work to support them to invest, manage cash flow and build capability. $3.5 billion in tax support measures. In addition to that, we have the $25 million in round 3 of the Digital Solutions program, which is helping small business adopt digital tools, grow online and stay secure. More than 15,500 small businesses have already benefited from this program, receiving over 33,000 hours of coaching and participating in more than 1,700 workshops. I know this is an issue that a lot of small businesses in Canberra raised with me about digital capability, and so this is a really important program that is helping small businesses.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda Raja, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. What other support is on the way for households and small businesses, and why is the Albanese Labor government so determined to deliver it in full?
Thank you, Senator Nandaraja. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Nandaraja for the second supplementary, because delivering on cost of living support is our #1 priority, and it has been since we came to government. In conjunction with dealing with all of the other areas of dysfunction and neglect that we had inherited in energy policy, in aged care, in early education and care, in the environment, in our trade, in our international relationships, in fixing the budget. We have also, while undertaking that work, been implementing new measures into helping families with cost of living pressures. So the tax changes are a really important part of that, but so are our other investments, whether it be in energy bill relief, in our Medicare urgent care clinics, in tripling the bulk billing rate, in making sure that people could get access to more medicine, 60-day dispensing, cheaper medicines is all part of our plan to make sure we're doing whatever we can to help families with those cost of living pressures.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dean Smith.
Mr. President, my question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. After 4 years of the Albanese government, Australians are paying 42% more for insurance, 38% more for electricity, 37% more for gas, 23% more for rent, 21% more for education and 17% more for food and health. On top of that, interest rates have increased 15 times under Labor, leaving Australians with a typical mortgage around $29,000 a year worse off. Minister, how can the Prime Minister claim his economic plan is working when Australian families are paying more for everything, paying tens of thousands of dollars more on their mortgage and are worse off today than they were 4 years ago?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Smith for the question. This government, since the day we were elected, have inherited a whole range of challenges, which I just alluded to in my previous question, which we have been addressing methodically. And at the same time, we've been cleaning up the budget, getting rid of the rorts and waste, repairing the budget, delivering those 2 surpluses that those opposite promised and never delivered. And at the same time we're doing all of that, reducing debt, reducing interest on the debt, delivering those surpluses, reducing the deficits, fixing up all these areas of neglect that the Commonwealth had just walked away from, in housing, for example, in infrastructure, in aged care, in health. I think almost every area I think of, the Commonwealth had vacated the field. And what Australians see is their government dealing with all of these national and important challenges and at the same time keeping our eyes focused on them. And what they see when they look over there is 3 parties fighting each other like a Hunger Games episode. No one's quite sure who's going to come out in the final episode and be the overall person who remains alive. It's very unclear at this point, although we have some suspicion that it's at that end of the table at the moment, the way it's going. But what Australians know is they have a government that cares about addressing cost of living, fixing the budget, dealing with all of those national important challenges, tackling hard reform where it's the right thing to do, standing against those advocates for the status quo and delivering real change for all Australians. That's the approach we've taken in the last 4 years, and that's the approach we'll continue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dean Smith, first supplementary.
Before the election, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese promised Australians life would be cheaper under Labor. Minister, after 4 years of Labor, why have you made life more difficult for Australians?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Well, thank you, and I thank Senator Smith for the question. If you remember, in the election campaign, you were campaigning to raise taxes, have bigger deficits, higher debt, which would have all led to higher costs for the Australian people. Remember, you don't talk about it very often these days, but remember that great plan to build $600 billion worth of nuclear power stations around the country that were going to be funded off the budget. Remember that? They were going to be funded off the budget. There was going to be tax increases for everyone because you went to repeal the tax cuts that we'd passed. And so the Prime Minister was quite correct. that would have led to higher costs on households and on individuals under the plan that you were offering the Australian people, and the Australian people said no to that plan, Senator Smith. They had a look at it. They knew what you were offering. They knew you would make cuts in order to deliver that, and they said no.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary. I'm sorry, Senator Smith. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Australians are paying more for the basics, more to keep a roof over their head and more in tax because of bracket creep. Minister, isn't the truth that after 4 years of Labor, Australians are working harder but paying more and falling further behind?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the answer to that is no. You voted against tax cuts. You voted against every single piece of cost of living help that we have brought to this chamber. You have voted against. And I think the Australian people recognise that they have a government that is going to make the right decisions to invest in them and support them with cost of living pressures. And they saw what you were offering and your party were offering, Senator Smith, and they watched the Hunger Games continue, and they know that the decision they took in 2025 was the right one.
Senator De Liga.
Thanks very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. From July 1, a range of cost of living measures come into effect that will help Australians with the cost of living pressures that they're currently facing. A key part of the Albanese Labor government's plan to help workers earn more and keep more of what they earn is to make sure wages continue to rise. Minister, how has the government's support ensured Australian workers will earn more from the start of July?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator De Liga, who's got a very proud record of standing up for the working interests of people in Tasmania. Well, traditionally, July the 1st has been a time of celebration for the nation's accountants and tax agents. But this year, July 1 has been a time of solidarity with every Australian worker, because the Albanese Labor government is helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. This week we've heard, and even the people in the gallery are very excited about that, this week we've heard about Labor's tax cuts for every worker, the cheaper healthcare and the expansion of paid parental leave. Beyond that, from the July the 1st, millions of minimum wage and award-reliant workers have received a real wage increase of at least 4.75%. For 2 years in a row, our government has strongly advocated to the Independent Fair Work Commission for an economically sustainable real wage rise for Australians' workers, especially those on the minimum and award wage. And what that real wage increase that's now been delivered means is that for a personal care worker in aged care, they'll get a pay rise of about an extra $59 per week, for a registered nurse in aged care an extra $86 a week, and an enrolled nurse an extra $67 a week. Since the Albanese Labor government came to office, we've advocated for Australian workers to get a pay rise at every single annual wage review, and that's 5 years in a row. And for 5 years in a row, those workers have got the pay rise that Labor has argued for. Now, in contrast, of course, the only pay rise we've seen the Liberal Party remotely interested in is the pay rise that goes to their party leader. Let's just think about the last fortnight in the Liberal Party. It started with anonymous Liberals briefing the media, saying that Mr Taylor's leadership is on borrowed time, and it ends with his rival, Mr Hastie, denying rumours that he's about to give politics all away. The Liberals end this autumn session in disagreement and disarray. Labor, on the other hand, remains exactly where we started, utterly focused on relieving the cost of living pressures of Australians.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator De Liga, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Minister. The decision of the Independent Fair Work Commission will ensure millions of minimum wage and award workers will receive a wage rise to help with the cost of living. Can the Minister also detail how workers on enterprise agreements in the private sector are also seeing wage rises?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator De Liga. We know that enterprise agreements continue to be a key source of wages growth for Australian workers. Under the Coalition, enterprise bargaining had crashed, and that was, of course, part of its deliberate strategy of keeping wages low. Well, under Labor, enterprise bargaining is back. And if we look at the latest ABS wages data, we saw a solid 3.2% annual wages growth in the private sector, but newly approved enterprise agreements are delivering even higher average pay increases in the private sector at 4.1%. So the Labor Party is delivering for workers in every single part of the economy. And while we're focused on delivering real change for Australians, the Liberal Party are only interested in real change to themselves. It got so bad this week that we saw the return of Scotty from marketing in the form of Member for Lindsay calling for the Liberal Party to completely rebrand itself. No wonder all of this mob over there are counting down the clock, got the motors running in the car parks to escape the parliament and to escape each other. They hate each other and they're not focused on the Australian
Minister
people.
Watt. Senator De Liga, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Minister. The Albanese Labor government has been consistent in its position for years now that the wages of Australian workers should be rising to keep pace with global inflation. How important is it for governments to provide policy certainty when it comes to helping workers earn more?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Watt.
Well, the Albanese Labor government has consistently advocated for wage rises, and that certainty is good for workers and good for business. But what isn't certain is what version of the Liberal Party will turn up in 5 weeks' time when we come back. Now, after knifing Susan Lee when she was at 18%, the new leadership team of Mr Taylor and Senator Hume have dragged the Liberals' vote down to 17%.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. Point of order. This has absolutely no relevance to the question.
Senator Collins, the minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Watt.
Yeah, it's good to see that Mr Taylor's still got one supporter in the Liberal Party. Now, I'm sure that problem will all be fixed once the Member for Lindsay's Liberal rebrand is finished. But what brand will the Liberals come back from the winter recess with? Will they stick with Brand Taylor, with his new Dryzerbone and a Kubra fresh out of the packet, his best Yellowstone impersonation but without the soundtrack? Or will it be Brand Abbott, who's running around Europe with his far-right conspirators looking for new ways that the Liberal Party can chase after One Nation? Or will it be Brand Hasty, who veers between giving it all away and wielding his sword and refusing to bend a knee? It doesn't really matter which way the Liberal Party rebrands itself because everyone knows the Liberal Party is not supporting working Australians.
Thank you, Minister Watt. And I do remind you, when referring to people in the other place, to use their correct titles. Minister Wong.
Before I close question time, which I'm sure everybody is very keen to happen, I just wanted to take the opportunity to farewell Senator Askew. It's your last question time, and to compliment her on a very fine contribution yesterday as her final speech. And we wish you well with your family, and on that basis I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. I wish to provide further information to an answer I provided in the Senate during this sitting fortnight in question time, and Senator Gallagher referred to in the committee stage of the tax bills debate in relation to limited recourse borrowing. Updated analysis the government has received today from the ATO show there were around 8,700 new limited recourse borrowing arrangements for residential housing in 23-24. This includes both new and established properties. This is an updated figure from that which was provided to the Senate on Monday, which was based on the latest advice provided from the ATO at the time. As both Senator Gallagher and I indicated, limited recourse borrowing arrangements are still less than 1% of total residential property borrowing and less than 0.5% of new residential borrowing each year on average. And of course, these changes do not impact any existing SMSF borrowing arrangement and provide time to finalise arrangements that are in train.
There being nothing further, I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Before I call you, Senator Smith, I'll just give the Senate a few more moments to quieten down. Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. There are two tales...
Senator Smith, could you indicate...
Oh yes, of course. I'm rising to take note of answers to coalition questions. There are two tales of two economies happening at the moment. There's the tale of the economy that Labor wants you to believe about, and then there's the tale of the real economy, which was revealed this week in the minutes of the RBA meeting. Labor wants you to believe and wants Australian families to believe that everything is fine, that in fact that the Prime Minister is honouring his commitment of 4 years ago that life would be better under Labor for Australian families. That's not true if you look closely at the minutes released of the RBA's meeting, which was held a few weeks ago to hold the cash rate. This document makes it crystal clear of the risks and the poor performance of the economy being delivered by Labor. Let me just share with you a summary of what the RBA has said, what the RBA has revealed in the minutes of that meeting. It has said that international economies will continue to experience above-target inflation, and concerns about the inflationary effects of the Middle East conflict remain, and that is bad news for the Australian economy. It goes on to say that expectations in Australia of increases to the cash rate, i.e. interest rates, continue to remain and will remain through 2026 and early into 2027. It goes on to say that because of ongoing inflationary pressures, Australian families will have to prepare for the worst. It goes on to say that the economy is experiencing, this is the Australian economy is experiencing widespread inflationary pressures. The RBA knows it, the government wants to deny it, but Australians live with it every day when they purchase their groceries, they purchase their insurance costs, when they pay their mortgage bills. It goes on to say that consumer and business sentiment is weakening in Australia. It goes on to say that economic growth is slowing in Australia. It goes on to say that inflation will continue to exist outside the RBA's preferred range of 2 to 3%. That means Australians will be poorer. That means that Australians have to prepare for higher interest rates. It goes on to say that for a further 2 years, Australians will have to experience higher inflation until inflation gets to a sustainable level. It goes on to say that the inflationary impacts in the economy will continue to exist over the short term. Finally, it says what Australians already know, and that is that the Australian economy continues to experience poor productivity growth, and unfortunately it goes on to predict that the potential weakening, the potential material weakening, is what the RBA says in regards to the housing market and the negative effect that that will have on consumer confidence and consumption. A tale of two economies. Labor wants you to believe that all is well. The RBA governor, the independent judge, the independent adjudicator of the government's economic performance, is unfortunately saying things are going to get harder for Australian families because of the policies of the government. There are two policies interrelated that the government doesn't want you to talk about, the government doesn't want you to know about. One is record levels of government spending, which is fueling inflation.
Senator Smith, your time has expired. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Look, I know it's the end of Parliament before the break. Everyone's tired. So it's not a surprise that we've had a pretty mediocre question time from those opposite, if you can even call it that. I know you're all eager to get to the Qantas lounge and jump on the plane, so it's no surprise that they're just repeating the same old questions. The Coalition's entire housing strategy is to insist nothing changes and then wonder why nothing changes. That doesn't make any sense to me. When faced with a choice between a young family buying their first home and protecting generous tax concessions for wealthy investors, the Coalition never hesitates to show us who they really are and who they'll back. Those opposite do not have a solution to the housing crisis. They are out of touch with what reality looks like for young people at the moment. They talk about young people all the time. I actually spend a lot of my time out talking to young people, and they have a diverse range of views. But I do wonder if those opposite actually talk to young people, or if they just say that they do. They generally don't vote in a way that would benefit young people. Out of the things that young people raise with me, housing is one of the top issues. That's why I'm proud to be a part of a government that is actually doing something about the housing crisis. They sit over there complaining endlessly and blocking legislation, but they won't actually do anything. And look, the stats do not lie. More than 260,000 Australians have used the 5% deposit scheme. Nearly 70% of scheme participants are ahead on their mortgage repayments. We trust first home buyers to make decisions in their financial interest. Decisions that support their aspiration to own their own home for the long term. A fun fact for those opposite: first home buyers using the 5% deposit scheme are less likely to be in arrears on their mortgage than mortgage holders in the mainstream market. We are delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes, and we're building 10,000 homes reserved just for first home buyers. But we know investment to build homes alone is not enough, which is why we're training more tradies, building more infrastructure and cutting red tape, including pausing the National Reconstruction Code and fast-tracking environmental approvals. In our most recent budget, we made an investment of a further $2 billion in enabling infrastructure to unlock 65,000 new homes. Young people are making up a bigger proportion of the voting population than before. Just a word of unsolicited advice. Maybe, if you wanted to save the furniture, maybe just reflect on your voting record. It might explain the position you're in. Australians aren't stupid. They see what you vote for. I have some other inconvenient facts for those opposite. In 2019, just over 2% of homeowners were in negative equity. Now it's less than half of that. Where was this outrage when more than twice as many Australians were in negative equity under the former government? Nowhere to be seen. They do not care about first home buyers. Their voting record says so. Westpac recently told a standing committee on economics that the performance of this cohort over the past few years is where our average performance book is, and that we're not seeing underperformance
Senator
or more challenges
Walker,
in that part.
Your time has expired. Senator Little.
Well, we all saw it today, Labor putting politics over people. We heard about how they've been using algorithms, a computer that says no, with no capacity for a human being to override the decisions of a computer. How is that possible when older Australians, those in the most frail period of their lives, are different? Every single human being is different. Life experience, medical conditions, and the way that people age. So how is it for 1 minute the Labor Party thought an algorithm could work out what they need? And worse, they couldn't tell us, or wouldn't tell us, how many people who are on the aged care waiting list that keeps getting longer and longer and longer under Labor, how many people have died who already have an assessment of the care they need. Well, the number is around 5,000. Just absorb that for a minute. Every person living has someone who's older than them, who loves them, who they love in return. That is devastating for people to watch their older people not being cared for as they should be. You know, there's so many examples of failure by the Labor government. This week, the Coalition received an email from a woman in Tasmania, 76 years of age. She's on her 9th guide dog. That guide dog is essential for her independence, dignity and well-being. These are her words. She was on a home care package that had been covering the cost of those guide dogs, about $5,000 a year. But under Labor's new home support scheme, her support for her guide dogs is going to be capped at $2,000. Woefully inadequate, cruel, mean. Imagine being blind, being that age, being frail, and then you get the news that the very thing that gives you independence, you're going to have to, as you get older, pay for that large proportion yourself. In her words, she says, it's disingenuous to tout the no worse off principle. There you have it, a participant who tells us it's a lie. She's anxious and concerned, and we also heard that over and over again to people who had that dreadful algorithm applied to their care. Wait lists have blown out under Labor. You're only replacing white people on the wait list when people die or go into care, so they no longer need it. Again, a misrepresentation of the reality. These people in our communities and their families know what to be true. Labor is putting politics over people. That's the truth of your care
Senator Little, your
of our
time
ageing.
has expired. Senator Ananda Raja.
Deputy President. Deputy President, I was going to talk about housing, but in fact I think I'm going to switch to aged care. We seem to think that as humans that we are perfect decision makers. In fact, we are far from perfect. We are riven with internal biases, the most dangerous of which are unconscious ones, the ones we don't even recognise. And we have our own blind spots, and we are highly subjective. I know this well because of my career in medicine, where in medicine we have multiple scoring tools, clinical decision support tools, what are called in this House algorithms, so many. We have the Apache score for critically ill people. We have the APGAR scores for newborns. There is the Glasgow coma score for people who might be losing consciousness. There is the Framingham risk score for people with cardiovascular risks, and you're trying to weigh up whether you need to give them certain meds or not. There are so many. There's the Rifle score for people with chronic kidney disease. So many that are incorporated in medicine, because in medicine we appreciate that unconscious biases can kill people. And that is exactly what happens, and that's why so much research has gone into developing clinically validated scores. Now, this morning, I heard a lot of rhetoric in this chamber around the integrated assessment tool that has been developed for aged care. Some senators from the coalition said that this has not been clinically validated. They questioned why we are using an algorithm on older Australians. How dare we do this? In fact, the integrated assessment tool was developed over a 4 to 5 year period, starting back in 2020 or thereabouts, because we found in the old system, when people were being dispensed home care packages, that there were people with very similar clinical and social and cognitive and physical characteristics who were getting widely different packages. In other words, it was highly variable, and there was inbuilt inequity in the old system, meaning we were creating a country of haves and have-nots by design because we were relying on subjective assessments by flawed humans. And this is why the IAT was developed. It was originally prototyped in 2020. There were advisory groups, clinical, technical, statistical. In 2022, Flinders University ran a living lab trial, mock scenarios with actors and clients. This is what we do in medical school, by the way. This is how we train doctors to become better doctors. We use mock scenarios. In 2023, there was a live trial in over 22,000 people, and it was clinically validated on them. And then the IIT was further clinically validated on a data set of over 100,000 people. And it turned out that there's a classification tool of it, which determines your funding, your level of funding, and a prioritization tool which determines which level you get. And we have launched this. Now, We had in a hearing, we found that of the 180,000 assessments that have been done, 834, or 0.5%, are now undergoing review, and only one, as of April of this year, has gone to the Administrative Review Tribunal. In other words, it's not perfect, but it's not bad at all. It's not bad at all, and it means that we are delivering more equitable aged care to more Australians without creating, by design, a series of haves and have-nots. Now, we know there's more to do, and we are introducing further escalation protocols to improve this tool.
Senator Ananda Rajah, your time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. Mr Deputy President, I asked some questions at Senate estimates a few weeks ago, and I was a little gobsmacked by the answers. I didn't ask them thinking there would be any major controversy. I was just reviewing the different loans, guarantees and other investments that a body called Export Finance Australia has made recently. And I was a bit shocked to find out that a loan that Export Finance Australia had made to the Power Finance Corporation of India, involved no Australian whatsoever. I thought perhaps there was some Australian business that was a co-investor or supplier, a contractor even perhaps working on this project. But in fact, this investment that had been proudly announced by Export Finance Australia, the government's financing arm that you taxpayers all pay for, they announced this on the 30th of September last year. This investment didn't involve any Australians except the poor taxpayers who have to pay for it. That's it. Now, this wasn't a small amount of money. This was a $171 million US investment. That's roughly at current exchange rates about 250 million Australian dollars. So $250 million Australian dollars provided to an Indian corporation that involves no Australians. The corporation is installing solar panels in India to provide electricity to Indians. And I want to put on record, I love India. Love it. Love the place. I think we've got a great relationship with them. I think we have a fantastic future trade and investment relationship with them. But I don't think $250 million of Australian taxpayer dollars should be going to a corporation in India. Gets worse, this corporation is actually government-owned. It's a government-owned Indian company that this government has thought fit to put $250 million of your money at risk to them. Doesn't produce a single Australian job, doesn't support a single Australian business, all just to another country, hand over fist. And I don't think we build respect in our region when we act like mugs like this. They would just laugh at us. They would absolutely laugh at us. They would never, the Indian government would never do anything as stupid as this, as put $250 million of their own money into another country, be it Australia, be it anywhere else. But we're mugs, absolute mugs taken as suckers by doing things like this. It gets worse. It gets worse that at these estimates too, I've asked that, well, why is it that the Export Finance Australia has not helped a Mackay business, a North Queensland-based business, who wanted to provide services to maintain trucks to Coal India in India? So this was an Australian business. It would have been an Australian export of mining services, a big growth industry, I think, for our country. It would have fitted the very purpose of Export Finance Australia. Yes, admittedly helping another country, but that's what we do with our exports, of course. And this was knocked back because, in the words of EFA, Export Finance Australia said they might not be the right financier for them. Why aren't they the right financier? It involves an Australian business. Why not? Well, guess what? It involves coal. That's why. The government won't invest in anything that supports Australian industry and jobs if it involves a four-letter word called coal. But it's happy to hand over $250 million of your money to build solar panels not made here in this country to another nation's government. This is all because this government is obsessed by this absurdity of net zero emissions. It's putting that on a pillar above Australian jobs, above Australian industry, and it's costing now Australian taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars at least.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers given by the Minister representing the Prime Minister to my questions. I asked Minister Wong to confirm that no Labor MP has accepted free tickets or hospitality from gambling corporations or their lobby groups to attend the midwinter ball, held the night before Labor introduced its half-arsed gambling bill to Parliament. And what did we get? We got evasion and we got weasel words. Well, let me help the minister. On the eve of introducing what Labor describes as gambling reform, Labor MPs were seated at a sports bet purchase table at the midwinter ball. You could not script this stuff. They're breaking bread and rubbing shoulders with the very industry that profits from gambling harm in the same 24 hours they're claiming to be cracking down on gambling harm. And when I ask the minister a simple question, does this pass the pub test? I get told there's nothing to see here. I get told we should put partisan politics aside so the minister's colleagues can party with the gambling lobby while overlooking the immense harm that gambling causes to people in this country. Minister, this is not leadership, this is corporate capture. Corporate capture that creates real harm for people right across Australia. And Australians have had an absolute gutful. So-called convention around fancy dinners in this place does not excuse ministers accepting paid gifts from the very groups they are meant to regulate. We are not entitled to be in this place. We are elected to this place and it is a privilege to serve those who represent those who elect us. Fancy dinner convention doesn't cut it for families facing financial ruin because of gambling. It doesn't cut it for those living with mental distress, family violence and, in the worst case, in the most devastating case, suicide. We all have disclosure obligations in this place, but they lag months behind. All I asked for was a moment's transparency, a moment of accountability. And, unsurprisingly, we didn't get it. We also didn't get a guarantee that Labor MPs didn't accept free tickets to the midwinter ball bought by the gambling industry. Or a guarantee they weren't accepting hospitality, free tickets or corporate box invitations from the gambling industry whilst Labor consulted on their watered-down gambling legislation. And is it any wonder that it has been gutted? And we're supposed to believe it's all just a coincidence. Sportsbet and Tabcorp donated more than $132,000 to Labor last year. And we know that's not a donation. There are expectations around those contributions. Frankly, to these corporates, that's a bargain. A small investment to help water down reform, to protect billions of dollars in profit and keep Australians gambling. But for everyday people, that is a house deposit. And on a related theme of corporate capture, I've repeatedly asked a simple question of ministers. Who attended Labor's $5,500 a night budget night fundraiser? No minister would answer it. Well, if there's nothing to hide, why keep it a secret? Who was there? Gambling executives, gas companies, property developers? For multinational corporations, $5,500 is minor birdseed. It's 8 weeks of income for aged pensioners. They cannot compete. It's an uneven playing field. You shouldn't have to be on a playing field with cash to get good outcomes in this place. But that $5,500 buys something incredibly valuable. It buys access, relationships, influence, the chance to whisper into a minister's ear. It also fuels the fast-spinning door between this place and lobbying jobs. Former ministers, former chiefs of staff walking straight into lobbying firms and industry bodies, cashing in on contacts and influence they built whilst meant to be serving the public. Australians are sick of watching corporate insiders get privileged access while everyone else waits outside in the dark. And what has all of this access delivered? Well, the great tragedy is Labor's woeful gambling reforms will not keep Australians safe. The ones that Australians were promised will not eventuate. And it's certainly not what Labor's own report recommended. Over $104 billion has been lost to gambling in the 1,000 days since the Murphy report was tabled. That is the real cost of Labor's weak reforms. So Australians are asking themselves this. When Labor waters down gambling laws, when gambling companies donate hundreds of thousands of dollars, when ministers refuse to say who they're meeting with, who is this government actually working for?
Senator Hodgins-May, thank you. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of the answer from Minister Ayres to my question regarding deceitful government messaging on electricity prices. Well, actually, I'll correct myself. I didn't get any answers to my questions. I got responses to my questions, but they were talking more about someone named Taylor in the lower house. Not that I could find an answer, as I said, and causing a minister to be directed twice from the President for relevance was a new personal record for one of my questions. So thank you, Minister Ayres. You're afraid to give us a true response. As I travel throughout Queensland and Australia, one question I'm often asked is this: why are we being told electricity prices are coming down when my bill keeps going up? The answer is because this government has separated electricity connection charges from charges for electricity use. By only concentrating on half the actual electricity charge, they can say prices have fallen, when they have actually gone up because of the other half of the bill, the connection charge and other fees. Solar won't save you because those transmission lines need to be maintained, and power companies don't do that for free. If you install solar power on your roof, thinking it will save you enough money to pay even for the installation, then think again, proving that it isn't. Energy companies need to spread the cost of the grid across every home connected to get maintenance and capital costs back. The less revenue they get from supply, the more they need from the connection charge. A typical connection in Queensland is now paying more than $500 a year in connection charges, in addition to the cost of the actual electricity used, in addition to the cost of the electricity. Solar only generates during the day, and now selling that power into the grid has become pointless at the few cents a kilowatt hour they're paying homes. So solar alone doesn't cut it anymore. You need another $5,000 for a battery? See the cost just mount up because people don't include the total cost of the solar and wind system. But that just stores enough, the battery just stores enough for a day without sun. So homeowners, even with solar and a battery, won't be able to disconnect from the grid. These connection charges will be with you forever. And I point out that the real cost of that battery is $10,000. Yet the government at state and federal level are subsidising batteries $5,000 a unit. So you're paying twice. For the record, wholesale power prices have risen from $65 a kilowatt hour in 2020 to over $100 per kilowatt hour today. $65 to $100. The reduction comes from daytime solar. That's what the Minister was talking about, 3 hours, where there is a glut causing prices to go negative. Now, the left may not understand this. Those negative daytime prices in the middle of the day must be balanced by extreme prices at other times. This is why the Australian Energy Regulator's cap is minus $1,000 during a glut, but, wait for it, tops out at $25,000 a kilowatt hour at other times. In China, they're selling coal-fired power for 8 cents a kilowatt hour. 8 cents a kilowatt hour. We used to have the cheapest electricity in the world when we relied on coal-fired power stations. Now, with increasing quantities of solar and wind and all the paraphernalia that goes with it, we have got the highest costs, apart from 3 countries in Europe, the highest costs of electricity in the world. So you don't see those internet prices, you don't see those prices at $25,000 a kilowatt hour in internet memes. At this rate, One Nation will need to commission more than fire the liar trucks. Let's have a look at a few prices. Coal-fired power station in Australia is usually at a mine mouth. No transport, 26 to 33 cents a kilowatt hour. That's from a coal. China, we transport it all the way to China. They produce it and sell it for 7 to 8 cents a kilowatt hour. Our coal, our gas, our oil, helping people overseas, but we're not allowed to use this stuff here. One Nation will liberate hydrocarbon fuels that liberated humanity. Look at how far we've come in the last 150 years. Liberate humanity. One Nation government will liberate Australia. One Nation government will restore our Australia.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. All right. We shall now move on to tabling and consideration of committee reports. I might move through them in the order they are written. So we'll start with Senator Cadell, the Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
Thank you. On behalf of the wonderful Senator Askew, I present the report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee on offshore processing and resettlement arrangements together with accompanying documents.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report 8 of 2026 and the Committee's Annual Report for 2025.
Senator Little, sorry.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, Deputy Chair, I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme on the integrity of the NDIS, together with accompanying documents, and move that the Senate take note of the report. And I would like to speak to that motion.
You have the call. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, I rise today to speak on the tabling of that report. While the coalition members of this committee wish to thank the participants, families and advocates who shared their often harrowing stories, we must be blunt about the findings before us. The NDIS is a life-changing social reform, but its integrity is not a technical afterthought. It is a fundamental condition of its purpose, because for every dollar that is lost to maladministration, misuse, fraud, integrity leakage, whatever you want to call it, is a dollar that doesn't go to a person who needs it most. The National Disability Insurance Agency has admitted to a broad integrity leakage of between 8.2 and 8.3%, a figure that equates to approximately $3.7 billion every single year, lost to errors, non-compliance and criminal fraud. It's a national shame, and the Chair's report, while documenting the scale of the crisis, fails to deliver the structural solutions required to protect the scheme's future. It can go much further than it does. We heard chilling evidence from the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission that the scheme is being targeted by higher-end organised crime groups, some based offshore, who view the NDIS as merely one component of their much bigger, broader business model. These syndicates don't just commit paperwork errors, they use intimidation and threats of physical violence to coerce vulnerable participants and their families into collusive arrangements, effectively recycling the proceeds of disability fraud into other criminal activities. We must reject the report's framing that this is the work of a limited number of bad actors. Organised networks that chop and change companies to evade detection and exploit cognitively impaired Australians are a systemic threat, not a residual one. The most glaring structural failure remains the unregistered provider market, which now accounts for a staggering 94% of all active providers. This has created a vast shadow market operating with almost no accountability to NDIS standard practices. We received evidence of clean-skin registered businesses being sold as commodities to individuals who have never undergone a single screening check. While criminals exploit the back end of the system, our rural, regional and remote communities are being abandoned at the front end in so-called thin markets. The combination of a flawed pricing model and the government's abrupt 50% cut to travel reimbursement is forcing legitimate, high-quality clinicians to withdraw from service. I actually gave an example that was given in the inquiry about Groote Eylandt, and I wrote to the minister, two of the Labor ministers, saying this is a matter of urgency. People on Groote Eylandt who have MJD, which is a progressive condition that means that they lose their mobility and independence. It's a devastating condition. Well, they need a response soon. They might be out of sight to most of us, but the conditions that they live with every day require urgent, consistent and appropriate responses. I still haven't received a response, and that was weeks and weeks ago. I'm not just waiting. Those people in that community are waiting for a response. Like many ethical providers, there is great concern, first and foremost, for the very people these providers service. Most providers, most of them, do the right thing. They really care for the people they're providing services to. But there needs to be more focus on those that aren't. It's interesting that in the last couple of weeks we've seen a big flurry of media reporting on providers to the NDIS that are charged or are currently in the process somewhere of criminal proceedings. We need a better system, not to respond at the end, but to intervene early, to make sure every dollar in the NDIS, every taxpayer's dollar, goes to a person who needs it most, not to fraudsters. I talked about the unregistered market, and we must close that unregistered market. Integrity must be built into the front of the scheme so we know exactly who is claiming taxpayer money before those funds move elsewhere. Move to where they're not being used for the purpose of the scheme. We have to protect whistleblowers against injustice and harmonise NDIS protections with the Corporations Act to ensure that those with the courage to speak up are supported by the law and not punished by it. Australians with disability and the taxpayers who fund this scheme expect those who exploit the vulnerable to be confronted and held accountable, not merely monitored as an efficiency target. The Coalition will continue to fight for a scheme where every dollar reaches the person it was meant to support and ensure that people living with a disability have access to personalised, responsive and appropriate care and support, regardless of the postcode that they live in. We can do better. We must do better. And as the Prime Minister has said, we must not leave Australians behind. And that includes these Australians. I commend the additional comments to the Senate and seek leave to continue remarks. Thank you.
Senator Steele-John on this matter. Senator Steele-John, you have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy President. I'll just make a few brief remarks on the report now before reserving to continue when the Senate reconvenes. I first of all want to thank every member of the committee for the diligence and dedication that we brought together in carrying out this report and this work. I want to thank the witnesses that took the time and energy to share their stories with us as a committee. And I want to thank the secretarial staff that did such a great job ensuring that we as a committee could undertake our work efficiently and very productively. Through the course of this inquiry, I have had a lot of opportunity to reflect on the realities experienced by those who are the victims of big provider fraud within the NDIS. And the experiences of those members of our Australian disability community who right now bear the brunt of that criminal activity while also living under the weight of public discourse around this topic. Now, I'll save my more detailed comments around the report for when the Senate reconvenes, but I do want to put this very clearly on the record. Disabled people and our families are the people who suffer the most when fraud is committed by big providers. We're the ones that lose the services, we're the ones that lose the supports. There is, I think, no community more passionately committed to stamping out provider fraud from the NDIS than disabled people and our families for this reason. It has been really heavy and hard for the community to have to bear the weight of that experience while also day to day seeing commentary from the government that fed a narrative, feeds it to this day, that it is disabled people that are primarily responsible for fraud within the NDIS. And I have to say quite bluntly to the government, who, when challenged on this, will talk about the fact that they don't often talk about individual participants in their discourse around this. I've got to say really bluntly, what we heard very clearly in the course of the inquiry was that the Fraud Fusion Task Force does not measure fraud. They do not have a definition of fraud. When asked about the question of fraud, Mr. Dardo said, well, we don't measure it. Instead, what do? Well, they measure something called integrity leakage. Now, what is integrity leakage? And I've got to commend Senator Kovacic for quite one of the most forensic examinations of government spin I've seen in a while. Because what we discovered as a committee is that integrity leakage is this broad term for a number of different categories of reported activity. Yes, some fraud, but also accidental, inappropriate payment. Somebody is required to submit 2 invoices. They click go, and only 1 invoice comes through. That is bounced back and recorded as integrity leakage. So accidents, mistakes, genuine fraud, sharp practice. Now, what's sharp practice, folks? Sharp practice is abuse. Sharp practice is the kind of governmental catch-all for financial exploitation, an abusive practice. And that figure is lumped together and reported as integrity leakage. And that's where the number of 8 to 10% of the NDIS potentially is fraud that we see in the media. That's not fraud. That's integrity leakage. And I just think that is so disingenuous. And we've seen over the course of the last couple of months, the Minister and other members of the government talk about tackling fraud and the need to tackle fraud, and they've quoted this figure, knowing full well that the task force they set up has not told them, nor has ever told them, that fraud within the NDIS is measured accurately by the work that they do and can be reflected accurately by that particular figure. And that's just been left out there. And that's wrong. Because leaving that out there as a perception, being so loose with the language, has allowed a lot of people to draw conclusions about what is happening and who is responsible. Because what we heard was the vast majority of fraud that does occur is committed by large providers, and that the government's response to these instances of fraud is woeful. In the time since they've been in existence, since the Quality and Safeguards Commission was set up, the so-called cop on the beat, they've secured somewhere between 23 to 25 convictions for fraud. That's ridiculous. That makes a mockery of the idea that this government is genuinely committed to tackling fraud, to stamping out big provider fraud in the NDIS. That's nowhere near good enough. These people running these companies need to be held to account. And I've got absolutely no time for bureaucratic nonsense that talks about how, oh, well, maybe we haven't got convictions, but we have put in place processes that have made it so much harder for these people to rip off the system, to rip off disabled people. So we've diverted fraud away. We've stopped it happening so you wouldn't see it in the figures. Nonsense. If you want to end fraud in organisations, you send a clear cultural message by putting the perpetrators in prison for a long time. And then you watch the culture change. And you watch the fraudulent practice from these companies end. That's how you do it. We need to strengthen these systems. We need to safeguard those who would report fraud by properly strengthening the whistleblower safeguards in the Act. And more than anything, this government needs to stop pretending that the legislation, the NDIS bill that it's trying to get through this Parliament, was created and is intended ever to tackle fraud, because that's nonsense too. Because when asked, when confronted with a basic question, how much money is this government intending to raise in their budget through these NDIS changes from fraudulent providers versus how much will they raise from cutting the basic and essential supports required by disabled people and their families, what was their response? Well, their response was, oh, senators, well, we intend to raise $40 billion over the next 4 years, there or thereabouts, from our measures, and of that amount, less than $5 billion come from fraudulent providers, the rest from people's basic plans and supports. It's an absolute outrage, and we must scrap this bill. I seek leave, however, to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Is there anything further under item 16? Nothing further. We will move on to consideration of documents. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on page 9 to 12 of the notice paper. Any documents to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. I might do this by page for ease. On page 9, I seek leave to take note and continue our remarks on documents 1, 3, 4 and 5. On page 10, documents 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. On page 11, documents 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. And on page 12, documents 29 and 30.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Anything, Senator Sheldon?
I also take note of documents numbered 2 on page 9 and 10. I think you mentioned number 6 as well. Yeah, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. There being no objection, leave is granted. Anything further? We are going to move on from item 17. Okay, item 18, further consideration of reports and responses. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General reports. Auditor General's reports, which are listed on page 12 to 16 of the notice paper. Any reports or responses to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Sheldon.
I take notes of reports numbered 1, 3, 9 and 43 listed on the notice paper, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator... item 18, yes, further consideration of reports and responses.
Committee reports, yeah. But look, I'd rise just to take note of document 3 on page 12, the Electoral Matters report. I just wanted to make some brief remarks here. I was in the chamber yesterday when this report was tabled, and look, I have never really seen, in my experience, such a partisan attack on a group of Australians who are simply participating in our democracy. For reasons a little unknown, this government has decided post an election day one to target and attack a group of people, broadly under the description of the Exclusive Brethren Church, for collective guilt for simply being involved in an election process. It is not unusual for a group of people to be involved in our elections. The Labor Party, of course, know this very well through the trade union movement, and I have to say, I put on record I've been the subject, my wife and I have been subject to some terrible behaviour from trade unions on polling booths. Once my wife was pregnant and she was told by a particular unionist that he hopes her baby was a mutant. Now, I have never, ever resorted to the then conclusion that all trade unions should be condemned, or somehow all trade unions should be banned from being involved on polling booths, because they're always bad apples, and I don't believe in collective punishment of people. I believe in encouraging all Australians to be involved in the political process and the democratic process. And now, apparently, this government, despite the fact they won the election, won it well, this government doesn't believe that, apparently. They don't believe that, and they want to target a particular group of Australians. Even worse, I haven't heard, I sat through the debate last night, or yesterday evening, I did not hear a single example of such conduct like I just described. Did not hear it. There was generic complaints that it was an intimidating environment, there were a lot of people. Yep, okay, being part of a big group is not a crime. Being involved in our democracy is not a crime. And during the election, the Prime Minister referred to members of the Exclusive Brethren as a cult, referred to a group of people of a certain religious belief as a cult. It was unbecoming of the Prime Minister, and perhaps I could give him some understanding in the heat of an election campaign to lash out in that sort of way. But now, after an election, in the wake of that, where it could be considered properly, the Labor Party continues a jihad on a group of people just trying to practice their religion, just trying to be involved in the Australian political scene. We saw the spectacle yesterday of a senator from the Greens Party effectively conclude, Madam Acting Deputy President, conclude that members of a certain religion shouldn't be involved in politics. If you've got religious views, they're not welcome in our democracy. Freedom of religion is at the heart of the beginning of our democracy. It is why back in the 1500s a bunch of civil wars in England started democratic freedoms and processes in the countries where we now draw our democratic history and heritage from. It was over the right, it was the very right to freely practice your religion that those wars were fought, and that ultimately democratic freedoms and practices were established, which we still honour to this day, or we should honour. And so this approach should be utterly rejected from this parliament. This one-sided, partisan weaponisation of the committee processes here in this chamber is a disgrace to the democratic process in this country. Everybody can see for what it is. And particularly for a political party that actually won an election, to act like sore losers afterwards is unbecoming of the Australian Labor Party, who are, I recognise, an important part of our democratic history, but they're not doing themselves any favour with this kind of partisan, self-interested attack on another innocent group of Australians.
Thank you, Senator. I don't believe, yes, you're speaking on the same item.
On the same item, if that's what we want first.
Thank you.
To continue the marks of Senator Canavan, it is disappointing. And when we see, I've similarly stood on plenty of polling booths where groups of one organisation with belief in their candidate in one sort of thing. It's no party that the unions believe, for better or worse, that the ALP better represents them, so they come out and stand on their booths. There is nothing wrong with that. I would prefer they didn't. I'd like them to stay at home and have a beer and watch footy, but they come out because that represents their belief. If a church or a group of people come out because a different party represents their belief and values, that is a good thing. I stood on a booth where people from the same organisation preferred a different candidate than the coalition candidate, and they handed out for that candidate, not ours, because they preferred that candidate. That is their right. I might have been annoyed at that and preferred they stayed home, but they did not. And if we go down the path of prosecuting people for standing behind their beliefs, what does this country become? If people have to be mute, if people have to remain silent and sit on their hands, rather than strive for the country they want, strive for the values they want, strive for the government they want, that is wrong. If I tell the union movement they should no longer be allowed to come out and hand out on ballot papers, that is wrong. If I get up, which annoy me because they don't run candidates but they're happy to go to polling booths and hand out material, they can't do that. That is wrong. So we should be careful about excluding or including only those people that agree with us in the democratic process, because that isn't a democratic process. That is the first step towards dictatorship. And using a report, using a process to go after people of belief, people with values, whether you agree with them or not, is the wrong thing to do. That is censorship. It is horrific, and I don't want to see it. I also see members from the other place who highlighted the effective of this group behind another community group. So the brethren out in the seat of Calare ran and funded their own rapid response team in the lack of emergency services. It was called the Rapid Response Team. The local member there, Mr Andrew G, highlighted and praised their activities in saving people during the Ugara floods. Put on his social media how it was great to see people coming together for their community. Thought it was a good thing when the same group of people, being community focused, were doing a good thing for their community, but as soon as one handed a vote out for someone else other than him, they were bad people. And that is wrong. Let us not go down the path of choosing who can participate in democracy. Let's not go down the path of saying people are good when they do things you want and bad when they don't. And let's go down, well, here we go, here I'm going to regret. Here is a gentleman that's raising now regret of organisations getting involved. Let's talk, through the chair, let's talk about the CMFEU, who did come out on booths, who came out on booths handing out for the Labor government.
Senator Cordell, please take your seat. I remind all senators that interjections are disorderly and certainly shouting across the chamber is unwarranted. Senator Cordell, please continue with your remarks.
As responding to interjections is allowed in the rulings, and the interjection was clear for that I would regret saying this. There's another implied threat in that through you, Acting President. And here we go. We hear it more. So let's go down this path. If we have a CMFEU that has been accused of taking $15 billion of money out of the coffers of Australians to build infrastructure, when we have people charged from that organisation, when we have people who are being investigated, when we have an administrator comes in to run the organisation because things are looking so crook, the feeling of this government is they should be allowed to exercise their democratic right, but people of faith should not. People of faith should not be able to act as a group. People as faith should not be able to act as a group and come out and seek...
Senator Cordell, order. Order. Minister, I'm asking you to come to order. I know everyone's excited that it's Thursday, but I will remind people that shouting across... I'm sorry, did you not hear me, Senator, when I called everyone to order? Senator Cordell, you have the call.
Thank you. So this is what we're hearing now. We're hearing that people in the public order that have had allegations made can participate, but a group of people who share beliefs another way cannot. When we are weaponising that and saying that they will be subpoenaed to appear in front of hearings when they have already volunteered to come at a different time is wrong. To use it to try and denigrate others is wrong. And it doesn't matter what group it is. I welcome the involvement of the union movement in democracy. I welcome the involvement of brethren in unity. I welcome political parties in democracy, because that is what we do and that is how we make our country better, by getting more people involved in the process, not alienating those who do want to.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Sorry, Senator Cordell, you were asking?
Yeah, it's not a motion. We have other documents to take note of.
But in relation to...
It's not a motion.
You've got more...
Yeah.
Senator Cordell, it was for the Senate to take note of that report. All of those in favour, please say aye. All those against, the ayes have it. Senator Cordell, you have the call.
Thank you. I seek leave to take note and continue my remarks on the following many reports. As well, on page 13, we have 8. I think you took, the previous government took 9, but I'll just make sure. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17.
Do you wish to speak to them?
Oh, no, I've got more. On page 14, I have 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27 and 28. On page 15, I have 29, 30, 32, 34, 37, 38 and 40. And on page 16, I have report 41, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave's granted. That concludes. No further speakers to that. Then I will move on to... Are there any delegation reports? Senator O'Neill.
Very much, Acting Deputy President, and I seek leave to table the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 152nd Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 152nd Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly and bilateral visits to Malaysia, Bangladesh and Turkey, which took place from the 6th to the 19th of April 2026. I seek leave to move a motion in relation to the report.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I
Senator
move
O'Neill.
that the Senate take note of the report. And I wish to speak to it, Acting Deputy President. As I table this report on the bilateral visits to Malaysia, Bangladesh and Turkey and the participation of the Australian parliamentarians in the International Parliamentary Union, I want to acknowledge the leadership of the delegation by none other than the Speaker of the Australian Parliament, my good friend and a great representative of this nation, the Honourable Milton Dick, the member for the seat of Oxley in Queensland. Can I also acknowledge my fellow delegates on this bilateral program and attendance at the IPU conference? Ms Sharon Claydon, the Deputy Speaker, member for Newcastle, Senator Andrew McLaughlin, CSC, Senator for South Australia, Senator Tammy Tyrrell, Senator for Tasmania, and Mr Basim Abdo, the member for Calwell. And in undertaking this work on behalf of the nation and seeking to further parliamentary relationships between our nation and other nations around the world in support of the democratic project, I want to acknowledge the great support of the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Speaker, but also our Delegation Secretary, Dr Jane Thompson, who was ably assisted by Ms Fatima Imtual. All fine Australians doing their part in the international environment to make sure that important discussions are held between our nations. There were a series of critical themes that were discussed in the bilaterals as well as at the IPU, and they were about clean and green initiatives operating in Australia, also about civics and critically about democracy. Also, how we include youth engagement through our youth parliament and gender equality and representation. And indeed, we had some conversations with our colleagues, our fellow parliamentarians, around financial transparency. When we travelled to Malaysia, which was the first point at which we contacted our parliamentarian colleagues, we covered issues of mutual interest, strengthening those parliamentary ties, particularly talking to the civil society and how democracy works. We had a roundtable to discuss the topic of Malaysia's institutional governance reforms. Very important for us to understand that development in Malaysia. We then travelled to the People's Republic of Bangladesh with the objective to strengthen those parliamentary engagements. And the focus for these meetings was on parliamentary systems, good democratic governance, and for discussions to support Bangladesh's ongoing democratic transition in light of recent national elections, which were held in February 2026. Another pertinent topic of discussion was held during a meeting with the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and other members of the Bangladeshi Parliament, and that was of course regarding the parliamentary committee structure that we have here in Australia and the functions that they provide in strong democracies. In visiting the Bangladesh Parliament, our delegation also discussed ways to strengthen parliamentary democracy, including by enhancing legislative independence and increasing transparency. Our final bilateral visit of the trip was to Turkey, where we paid our respects to the fallen Anzac soldiers at the Hyderpasa Commonwealth War Graves Cemetery. As part of the general debate at the IPU, Mr Speaker and Mr Abdo and myself all contributed on important topics. Mr Speaker spoke about his personal mission to advance youth engagement and the support of civics. But critically, Australia co-sponsored through the voice and active engagement of the Speaker of the Australian Parliament, proposal for an emergency debate focused on the need for parliamentary efforts to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and elsewhere. Mr Speaker did a sterling job for our delegation, expressing our support for the role that parliamentarians collectively have in supporting regional and global peace initiatives, and we were very successful in having that carried by the 152nd IPU gathering. Finally, I want to just indicate that I did some work as the co-rapporteur on the Standing Committee for Sustainable Development, and the Assembly endorsed the work of the committee, which was undertaken with the support of my co-rapporteurs from Chile, Senator Rojo Edwards and Ms Jacqueline Sabau from Zambia, and the resolution, which was accepted unanimously across the Assembly, was about building a fair and sustainable global economy and a minimum taxation inside countries to make sure that all countries benefit from the profits that are made by multinationals in their jurisdiction. I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Are there any further speakers? No further speakers. I put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, say no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. We will now go to ministerial statements. Are there any?
Deputy President, I table documents relating to an order for the production of documents concerning first home guarantees.
Thank you.
And I seek leave to make a short statement regarding a response to order for the production of documents number 488 concerning Festival Tower 2.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister, you have
Thank
the call.
you. The response to the order presented out of sitting on 16 June 2026 inadvertently contained some personal information. I seek leave to table a replacement response to the order. The only change in that response is to redact personal information.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill.
To continue my remarks.
You can seek.
Sorry, I think I need to seek leave to.
You seek.
Seeking leave to table that.
Leave's granted. Leave's granted. And Senator O'Neill.
The IPU delegation, I seek leave to continue my remarks. Thank you.
Leave's granted. Any other ministerial statements? Okay. The President has received letters requesting changes in membership of committees. Minister?
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted, Minister.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to the committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against? Ayes have it. It's carried. Minister. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Statute Update Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I'll put that. All of those in favour, please say aye. All those against? Ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth to repeal certain obsolete acts and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. In accordance with the Standing Orders 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 11th of August 2026. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. Defence Legislation Amendment, Implementation and Related Measures Number 2, Bill 2026, and Health Insurance Amendments, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I'll put the question. All of those in favour, please say aye. All those against? Ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Defence Legislation Amendment, RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures Number 2 Bill 2026, Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. In accordance with the Standing Orders 115(3), further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 4th of September and the 14th of August 2026, respectively. Minister.
I move that these bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I put the question. All those in favour, please say aye. The ayes have it. Oh, sorry. Are there anyone opposed? Noes? The ayes have it. Okay, we shall now move to general business. Clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 558, standing in the name of Leader of One Nation, Senator Hanson, relating to grocery prices.
Senator Hanson, are you going to move the motion?
I am, and I move the motion. What is happening in Australia now is something we cannot disregard.
I'm sorry, Senator, can you just say that you are moving the motion in your name as on the red? Thank you.
I am moving the motion.
Okay, got the call.
Thank you. As I've said, what's happening in Australia should concern everyone, especially the people in this parliament, because the decisions that we make and legislation that we introduce does affect the people of Australia. That's why I've moved this motion to speak to it, and it's the rising cost of living. Grocery prices have skyrocketed due to net zero policies, energy costs, foreign land ownership and regulatory cost forced on the farming sector by red, black, green tape and blue for that matter. So blue tape means United Nations agreements that we've been signed up to and free trade agreements or whatever agreements we've signed up to, which dictates to us. It's not agreements that have been born out of this parliament, but what's been signed behind closed doors by our ministers of the day, and we're bound to it. The biggest thing that's coming out of all this is the cost of living. We have homeless in Australia, and then we hear so often from our aged that cannot afford to pay their bills, and they're choosing whether to put on a heater or whether they're going to buy their medicines or whether they're going to eat. And too often we hear about the homeless sleeping in their cars, families in their cars. You see it constantly all the time. I I see it even where I live, driving past people that living in their cars, people living in tents with their children, and it's an absolute disgrace to see this country has got to the situation. As I said, it all comes down to what has been passed in this government, by this government, the previous governments, the successive governments that we've had in this country, that is delivering to us what we're enduring today. I'm going to read you some figures here. The Salvation Army's latest Red Shield appeal, released in May this year, highlights the impact of the cost of living crisis on the lower income Australian families. Of the 4,400 people surveyed, 19% said they'd eaten food from rubbish bins in the past 12 months. 60% said they'd eaten expired or spoiled food. 91% said they had skipped meals, and 32% said they do so on a daily basis. 35% they said they survived on only one meal a day. 67% said they watered down food and drinks to make them last longer. 35% of parents said their children had gone to school hungry. 59% said the children had missed school because they couldn't afford the transport costs. 84% said they went to bed early to keep warm. 63% said they used candles and torches for lighting their homes. And 49% said they go to public places like shopping centres to keep warm or cool. 51% can't afford a doctor, dentist or optometrist. And 46% can't afford prescription medicine. OzHarvest's annual Frontline report this year showed about 350,000 Australians were seeking food relief each month. More than 2/3 of them are families. Charities report having to turn away 74,000 people each month, and every charity reports increasing demand. About 36% of people seeking relief are doing so for the first time. Almost a third of households needing relief had at least one employed person. These figures, they're absolutely disgusting. They're appalling. And it's like, who cares? Who's really talking about these figures? Even with full-time jobs supporting them, hundreds of thousands of families in Australia need basic food relief just to get by. We hear about it all the time. And it just doesn't seem to be sinking in. This is the main issue on people's minds at the moment. Can they feed their families? And like I said, it's about whether you can turn on a light, keep yourself warm or cool. Can you actually buy the medicines? How are we going to survive? Are the kids going to be fed? The real impacts that this is having on us is coming from net zero. And I'll tell you why. This government has been driving net zero to the point that electricity costs have gone up exponentially. That's why we can't afford this. So everything comes from the cost of electricity. And we've seen in past decades or centuries that by having electricity, it creates productivity, a decent standard of living and way of life. But since this government has driven this net zero BS, that's why we're in the state that we are in now. Because we can't produce the electricity that we need to drive this nation to give cheap electricity costs. Now, primarily, a massive increase in the cost of Australian electricity. At least 206% since the first introduction of large-scale renewable energy targets by the Howard Coalition government in 2001. In some states, the figures is closer to 300%. The cost to Australian taxpayers of the renewable energy transition, the chief vehicle by which proponents claim net zero will be achieved by 2050, estimated at $1.5 trillion. Let's get your head around that. $1.5 trillion. That's $1,500 billion. The massive geographic footprint and high materials and energy intensity required by renewable energy generation, including wind turbines, solar facilities, batteries and new transmission lines, particularly impacting productive agricultural land, native forests and ocean habitats, and increasing vulnerability of Australian energy grids to weather or system shocks, examples of which include the statewide blackout of South Australia in September 2016 and the nationwide blackouts in Spain and Portugal in April 2025. The impact of record high electricity prices on Australian households, businesses and industry has been devastating. So because of all this net zero, because of renewables, blackouts that are happening. Outside of Europe, Australia has the highest average household electricity prices in the world. This is substantially higher than other Western nations rich in natural energy resources, such as the United States, which is $0.179 kilowatt hour in US and 0.157 in Norway, and more than twice as high as Canada's average price of 0.118. Household energy costs in Australia have increased by up to 40% in just the past 2 years to June 2025 under the pro-net zero Albanese Labor government. In December 2024, the Australian Energy Regulator revealed more than 130,000 Australian households were on energy hardship plans in 2024, up from fewer than 96,000 in 2023. The AER also revealed that more than 215,000 Australians are in energy debt. 215,000 Australians are in energy debt, with average household energy debt in 2025 at $1,415. That's up $309 from the previous year. And this government thinks, oh, well, we're going to give you a rebate. We're going to give you, a couple of $100 here rebate, and that's going to solve the problem. It just keeps going up and up and up, and it will continue to go up. Let me just tell you what they're putting in here. At Scone, go and ask the people of transmission lines. I had a meeting the other day, and it was pointed out to me about the plan for all these wind turbines going all down the coast, east coast, around to Victoria, plus you've got South Australia, and there's Western Australia in there, and Tasmania. What they're going to do in Tasmania, they want to put all these wind turbines there and hook it up with the Marinus Link to give cheap power to Victoria, destroy Tasmania. A lot of people don't realise this. The cost of doing these transmission lines, it's massive. They've got 4,500 wind turbines now in Australia. They're planning to put in 31,000 wind turbines. I passed down at Bathurst when I was there. It was a 3,000-acre property covered with solar panels. Some of these solar panel areas, they're planning to put in 5 million solar panels. That's on agricultural land. Once you lose that land, you'll never get it back. There's only so much land that we have in Australia that we can grow our food and product on. So this is the plan for Australia. Now in Scone, that's at near Walker Power Line, Scone-Walker Power Line, they're wanting to put in some power lines there, some transmission lines, wind turbines there they're wanting to put up. Though these transmission lines. It's going to go through 150 farms and landholders, no consultation, nothing's happened, and that project was going to cost about double about what charged for Central West. Now there was another power line that was put in that was going to originally cost $650 million. That was in 2020. Guess what? That blew out to $5.5 billion. $5.5 billion. Now, the one at Scone they're planning is supposed to be double the $650 million, so $1.3 billion. So who knows what's going to blow out to? Possibly to $20 billion. So this is what the taxpayer pays for, and on top of that, you don't get cheap power. It actually costs you more in power. So that's what the people have to be prepared for that to actually happen. But while we're doing all this, we are such fools. We are living in an energy-rich nation. And we got 1% of carbon emissions, but we're destroying our nation, our productivity, our industries, our manufacturing, putting people in poverty because you're pushing this renewables. Asia emits 60% of the world's emissions. We export 7 times the coal we use. That's smart. That's really smart. So it's slower growth, declining living standards. Australia is the world's biggest coal exporter and the second largest gas exporter. But you couldn't make this up. This is just ridiculous. And we have 30% of the world's uranium. We should have the world's cheapest energy, but we ban the use of hydrocarbons and nuclear power. Australia's deindustrialisation, Australia has now the smallest manufacturing share of the OECD countries of the world. We can't even make anything here anymore. Under this government, current Albanese government, we've now reduced down to, we lost over 1,400 industries and manufacturing under this current government. Jobs, prosperity, money into the country. So the cost pressure of high energy costs produce productivity down. Asia energy sources major driver of carbon emissions, 60% of carbon emissions worldwide. And that over 80% of the world's coal use. This is Asia. And they're going to ramp up their coal use. Internationally, Asia will be 150 million tonnes of more coal this century. But we shut it down, we can't use it, we can't have coal-fired power stations to deliver us that stable, reliable power that we need. No, that's stupid. That's too stupid. Wind and solar can only deliver 30% of power on a good day, if you're lucky. Only on a good day. So 70% of our power at the moment comes from coal and gas, but we're exporting everything, and we're stupid enough, listen to this, that we actually are importing our gas. We're going to start importing gas, and we can't burn a coal. We're driving this country into such a state that people can't afford power, the cost of groceries. It will keep going up and up under this current government. And that's why we oppose it. Common sense tells you this is not a good business proposition for the people of Australia. You're running them into poverty, absolute poverty. So Australia exports 4 times more gas than we use, and then in UK and Germany have destroyed their economies in all this, going after this, deindustrialisation, and Australia's following. And then we want to go down the data centres. Well, I tell you what, data centres use 24/7 power, stable baseload power. They need that. And on top of that, let me tell the public, this government intends, they've predicted a population increase by 50% over the next 40 years and electrifying an entire vehicle fleet. So this is what we're doing. That government is running this country into the ground.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, I welcome the debate here that's been brought forward by Senator Hanson, because we just haven't heard enough from the government about the most important issue facing Australian families, and that is the cost of living. It is the most common issue that's raised with me when we get out of this place, we get out of it soon. I'm sure we'll be inundated. We go back to electorates, and we go back to watching our kids at the soccer fields and the like, that people will go, geez, everything is costing so much in this country, and why is it? And the biggest reaction I had on budget night, now we're finishing these budget sessions, so back in early May now, 6 weeks or so ago, the biggest reaction I had is, well, what are they doing about the cost of living? There was just no mention of it. It was just completely ignored by this government, despite it being consistently the most important issue that's raised by Australians with what's wrong with the country right now. It comes through in all of the polling that all political parties do. Cost of living, right up top, way, way above everything else. but not even a mention of it in the budget budget speech 6 weeks ago. The major economic plan from any government each year, an annual statement they make on what their plans are for the economy, and it was pretty clear the government had no plan on this. In fact, it was the first budget speech this government has given. They've given 4 of these now. This was the 4th. It was the first one where they did not even mention, did not even promise to lower electricity prices. It was a core promise of this government when they came to power that they would lower your electricity bills. The Prime Minister infamously said it almost 100 times on the hustings in the 2022 election that he and the Labor Party won. They promised that they would lower your power bills by $275. Hasn't happened. Every budget speech they have given, though, until this one, they'd repeat the promise, or they wouldn't repeat the 275 figure, they dropped that pretty quick, but they'd repeat the promise that their actions, their investments in these renewable energy things, their investments in hydrogen, their investments in batteries would lower electricity prices for Australian families. Until this one. Didn't happen. You know, they never got there. They never reduced electricity prices. They're up. The average family's bill is up at least $500 since this government came to power, but many families with larger households, kids, end up with bills that are $1,000 or more than what they were 4 years or so ago. So it hasn't happened. But the government did keep up this myth, this idea that, oh well, yes, we don't have these discounts today, but just come back to the pub tomorrow and there'll be free beer. Be free beer tomorrow. Just hold you out. Like at the Edamooga pub, that sign at the Edamooga pub. Free beer tomorrow. You come back tomorrow and the sign's still there, hasn't changed. That's what this government's economic brochure was, but at least now they had to drop the sign because people have come back enough years and realised this is a trick, this is a ruse. And so not even promising now to lower electricity prices and therefore lower the cost of living. Instead now they've sought to distract the Australian people with a massive big tax grab, with a policy that they don't really know what the impact will be on the property market. Let's say a few prayers for our banks, for our financial institutions, for property, because the government has no real idea what it's doing at the moment. It's making up things as it goes along. So we come back to, well, what is the plan? What is the plan here? There's a very strong reason why this is the most important issue, why people see this. They're not fools. They can see and go, you get to the checkout now, and often you're at these self-service things, so you can see it. You can see that the bill goes up every time you scan, and you look down in your basket and you look back at the checkout and think, these $50 doesn't get you much these days, does it? Like, it's hard. I find it hard. I've got 5 kids. It's hard to actually buy stuff for dinner that's less than $50. If you want, some meat, some protein, expensive stuff, you're not just going to do something, noodles or something. If you're going to actually give your kids a healthy dinner, you're struggling to get it under about $50, which is what it used to cost just to go out. Like, you go out for a takeaway meal and you might spend $50 or $60. That was a special night. Now it's like every night. It's like making dinner is a real challenge. You're sort of left with tacos or something to get something reasonable. Even those prices of that gone through the roof. But forget about doing a steak on a regular basis. It's out of control. You just can't. Why, in a country like ours, we should be able to offer every Australian family to be able to afford a steak for themselves and their kids. Got all this cattle, got all this land. Why can't we afford it? Because we just impose all these costs on farmers, on our food production. And they can't. The farmer's got to make money, the processor's got to make money, and they're being loaded up with so much cost that all of that has to be passed through. And I just want to use a stark example, a stark Australian example here to hammer this home. I just checked this while I was listening to Senator Hanson. It's a comparison I've used a few times, so I just made sure it was still the case. And I looked up Woolworths at the moment. If you go down to your local Woolies and you want to get yourself a pack of Tim Tams, watch the footy with over the weekend, they're going to set you back $6. $6 for 9 Tim Tam biscuits. That's 66 cents a biscuit these days. At least it might be good for your diet. You won't want to have too many of them. But if you go have a look, all this stuff's online now. You can just check it easily. You can all see how terrible this government's managed our economy. You go over to Walmart in Canada, a pack of Tim Tams, $3.98 Canadian dollars. Convert that at current exchange rates. They're about the same, about parity. So it's $4.08 in Australian dollars compared to $6 here. So 44 cents. If you're a Canadian, good luck to you. You get your Tim Tams for 44 cents each. How is it that a basic Australian staple is now costing 33% more, a third more in Australia than it does in Canada? How has that happened? What, have we lost a war or something? What happened? Why? There's one big difference. Canada uses its energy resources. It's always been proudly using its oil and gas, even while it's had hopeless left-wing governments. Even this current ones, they've completely scrapped all their carbon taxes, moved away from all this rubbish in Canada. Even under still a left-wing government, but they got rid of they had to scrap the Trudeau government because they were failing all these issues. And even then, even under the Trudeau government, every time I went there, they were still massively oil and gas. You know, they promote their resources, they promote their industry. They're proud in Alberta and these provinces. They're proud of their industry. They export it to the world. But this country has followed a different approach where we've denigrated. This government denigrated our coal industry, denigrated our gas industry. Still export it to the world. We do that, just not proudly, but we sort of let that happen because the government needs the revenues to pay its bills, to cover its wasteful spending. But we just don't use the resources ourselves. We just deny the use of the resource ourselves. And the government's only response now is to provide more and more subsidies that have run out now for electricity, at least for directly. Let's see your electricity bills go up through the roof. They're reliant now on a unbelievably wasteful home battery scheme, and this is one of the greatest scandals in fiscal history in Australia's history. A scheme that was meant to cost around $2.8 billion is now $12 billion. Blown out by 6 times, this home battery scheme. And they have the temerity to say, oh, this is a cheap form of power. How is it cheap? It's $12 billion. You're all paying for that. People pay for that. It's not through your bill. You pay it through the debt that we're racking up and the interest we're going to have to pay on that debt. It's still being paid for. It's not cheap. $12 billion for those batteries and counting. And so that hasn't helped. But more to the point here, this fundamentally misunderstands the importance of energy to our economy, because this government has been trapped in this political spin on energy, where it only really views the energy question at the household level through people's household bills. And it's very important. The electricity bill is very important to everyone. You can see it. You know how much it's costing. So when the government comes along and says, "Oh, we'll give you a battery, we'll give you a rebate for a few years," they think they've solved the problem. But the problem is that households, the electricity that a household uses that pops up in your bill, is only about a quarter of the energy used in Australia. 4 times, businesses use 4 times the amount of power that households do in Australia. 4 times. So the power that goes into making Tim Tams, that goes into making bread, that goes into refrigerating and transporting milk, that energy use is way, way more than we use to even run our air conditioning or dishwashers or TVs in our home. It's just off the scales. So what happens is, when electricity prices go up, when energy prices go up, yes, you feel its impact through your bill, but you actually feel it a lot more keenly through your shopping trolley. It's a silent cost increase. If it's not silent, you see it, but people don't know it. They don't see on the Woolworths docket. You don't see, okay, this is the amount that's gone up because of electricity costs. It's just embedded in all these products, embedded right through our economy. And so we did some work on this a few years ago. The Nationals Party commissioned, in partnership with our research centre, our think tank, the Page Research Centre. They did some work and look at, well, what is the impact of the increase in electricity prices on the average household bill? And they found that it was over $3,000 extra cost from the higher energy prices we've seen under this government. So as I said earlier, electricity bills have gone up maybe about 1,000, 500 to 1,000, depending on the size of your home. But your other costs, the costs of buying things at the shops, have gone up another $3,000. That's the impact on Australians. That's why people are feeling this cost of living crisis. And that's why the government's gaffer tape type solutions at a household level are not going to work. They're not dealing with the fundamental problem, which is the efficiency, the productivity of our electricity sector. That brings me to one of the most important issues here, and that is the productivity of our economy. The government's been making a big play this week on July 1, yesterday, the fact that the minimum wage went up 4.75%. saying, great, your wages are up, 4.75%. Sounds good. That's pretty good increase if you just look at it at that level. What the government doesn't say, no, it doesn't say in the same sentence as that, is that their own budget papers that they released at the start of the sitting periods, their own budget papers say that inflation this financial year is set to be 5%. So your minimum wage goes up by 4.75%, but the price of everything, on average, sometimes they're going up higher than that, but on average they're going up 5%. Now, I don't know, either the government's just completely deceiving you, or they're not very good at maths, but 5 is greater than 4.75. And so if the price of everything you buy is 5% going up and your wage is going up 4.75% off, you are not better off. You're worse off. You've gone backwards. And that's why the government's rhetoric on wages going up is falling flat, because people are not stupid. They can see that their living standards are falling, and they're falling at a rate we've never seen. The first 4 years of this government have been the worst performance in our productivity in our nation's history, and it's not even close. In fact, we have never had a 4-year period, so 4 consecutive years, never had a period where productivity growth has been negative in our nation's history. Sometimes dips, sometimes goes down, or it's just stayed even just slightly positive over any consecutive 4-year period. Until now, this is a record-setting government in a negative fashion. They have set the record. Productivity growth has fallen over this first 4 years of their government, and not just by a little bit. It's fallen by 4%. Sorry, fallen by 5%. 5% fall in just 4 years. And that means that's why we can't get real wage increases. It's why, when wages do start going up, as they did last year, inflation broke out again. We had the highest inflation rate before the Iran war. So before the war, before the increase in fuel prices, we had the highest inflation rate in the developed world. And that was because without productivity, you can't offer higher wage increases without it leading to this increase in prices and this spiral. And the Reserve Bank had to increase interest rates again after a small respite last year of a couple of reductions. We're now back into an increased rate in a cycle. We might get another one before we're back. And that's because we just haven't dealt with a major issue. The government had a productivity conference last year. There was a round table. There was lots of fanfare. They invited all these business leaders and everybody to come here. But again, they ignored, just like in their budget, they ignored the major issue. They ignored electricity prices. Didn't rate on their agenda. Despite, if you look at what's happened to productivity in our country at a sectoral level, really is an electricity issue. Electricity is a sector that's gone down massively in the last 20 years, 20% reduction in our productivity in electricity. Only matched the mining industry's had a similar reduction, although there's some specific issues there I don't have time to go into, particularly around terms of trade booms. But it's electricity where we could have a big impact. If we just got that right, it would make a huge difference to our nation's prosperity, our wealth, and ultimately the living standards of Australians, ultimately the price of Tim Tams in our shopping trolleys, if we got that right. But the government's waved the white flag on that. They don't have a productivity agenda. They don't have a growth agenda. They don't have an economic plan that is about actually getting inflation down. Their plan amounts to taxing you more. That's what they've got. They've got a massive big tax that they think will crash prices in the housing market that will somehow help. I don't know how hurting our economy, our most important asset, is going to help. We need a government that focuses on the real issues. We need a government that focuses on the cost of living crisis. We don't have that right now after this budget period.
Senator Whitten.
Deputy President, well, it's heartbreaking how few Australians can say they are better off now than when Labor took over 4 years ago. In this amazing country of ours, we've been accustomed to our standard of living increasing year on year, generation after generation. But under this Labor government, that trend has been shattered. Too many families are treading water or slipping backwards. Real wages have plummeted to 2011 levels. And don't give me your every working Australian gets a tax cut. Seriously? Oprah was giving away cars, but not Labor. You get a cup of coffee, you get a cup of coffee. Australians haven't had a real pay rise in 15 years, and these pitiful tax cuts will be eaten up by inflation within the year. In my home state of Western Australia, we're hearing from more and more people that the escalating price of groceries has become their biggest concern. Since Labor took office, the cost of the weekly shop has exploded, adding hundreds of dollars for for just the basics. And what is driving these ballooning prices? One of the fundamental drivers is energy prices. Energy reaches into every corner of the economy. No work is done without it. Whether it's diesel, gas or electricity, it is the most fundamental input of any enterprise, and food is no exception. But now for the first time, many Australians are having to make decisions that put a country as wealthy as ours to shame. To heat their homes or put food on the table. To stay cool in summer or skip the essentials. Energy prices, driven by deliberate Labor policy, have smashed our country's most vulnerable people. The long-term increase of power prices over the last 10 years under the Paris Agreement has been staggering. Electricity prices have run at twice the rate of general inflation. And since this Labor government's promise of $275 off your power bill, we have seen power bills rise over 25%. Remember, we've done the modelling. Oh, hang on, we've changed our position. It's not our modelling anymore. The renewables obsession has driven up costs through intermittency, expensive grid upgrades and the early retirement of cheap baseload coal plants. These higher energy costs flow straight into the price of food through production, processing, storage and transport. The mismanagement of our energy system borders on criminal. It is driven by ideology, not reason or economics. The attack on energy is putting our farmers under enormous pressure. They face skyrocketing input costs for energy, fertiliser, transport, and on top of that, the regulatory burdens of climate policies. Australia is a food powerhouse. We produce far more than we consume, exporting around 70% of our agricultural output and importing only about 11% of our food. But our food systems are under threat. Productive land is being sequestered under climate change targets for carbon credits, taking it out of food production and adding pressure on remaining farmland and rural communities. Prime agricultural land is precious, and we need to have strong support to keep it in the hands of our Australian farmers who have cared for the land for generations. But under the current strain, we are seeing farmers sell off farmland to foreign corporates to make ends meet. Around 50 million hectares is now under foreign control. That's roughly the size of Spain and Portugal combined. We cannot take our strong agricultural heritage for granted. Our self-sufficient food system is part of what built Australia into the great nation it is today. But the recent energy shock from the Iran conflict highlighted just how vulnerable our food production is, with fertiliser supplies caught short. Australia is the third highest producer of gas in the world. Why don't we produce our own fertiliser? Because this Labor government doesn't want the emissions from the production. Even though the countries we buy it from most likely use our gas to produce it. Labor has strangled this vital industry to death through carbon taxes and environmental regulations. It's not just a disaster for food prices, it's a disaster for national food security. All of this accumulates in the hip pockets of Australians, our most vulnerable being impacted the worst. Australians deserve better, and there is a clear positive path forward to mitigate these problems and unlock the next golden era of Australia. Cut government spending by targeting waste, reducing the bloated bureaucracy, scrapping programs that duplicate functions between federal and state, and ending subsidies for intermittent energy. This will deliver billions of dollars in savings every year. Cooling public demand will help bring inflation under control and create room for a real cost of living relief without adding the debt burden. We will end subsidies for renewable energy. If it can't stand on its own economic merits, the taxpayer will not be propping it up. No more billions of taxpayer dollars poured into projects that have failed to provide affordable or reliable power. We will focus on reliable, affordable, dispatchable baseload power from our incredible resources like coal, gas and nuclear. These will deliver stable, low-cost electricity around the clock and help to ease the prices throughout the economy, including the weekly shop. We will support the farmers that feed the country and ensure our prime agricultural land stays in the hands of Australians. Implementing these measures to drive down the cost of the basics is a top priority. More money back in the pockets of everyday Australians. We have the land, we have the resources, we have the skills and the people. What has been missing is the will and the courage to change course from policies that have failed. This vision is achievable, it is necessary, and it will deliver a brighter future for every Australian family. One Nation has a vision and a plan.
Sorry. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks. Thank you, Deputy President. Look, you know, actually, I'm just thinking about the last comments and also from the other speakers that, you know, I think if I all my interactions, well, I might say most of my interactions with senators in this place does have a view about trying to make things better for fellow Australians. And the ambition, particularly for those that are in need, but everybody in the community, to be able to lift people up and give them an opportunity. But the real question comes down to not just wishing for it to happen, but actually working out policies so it can happen. And when those policies are put forward, not voting against them. Because consistently, there's been policies put forward to deal with cost of living. There's consistently policies put forward in this place to make it easier, not easy, easier for Australians. To make sure that people can raise a family. They can afford to buy those small luxuries and sometimes even larger ones. Whether it be our housing policy, whether it be our industrial relations policy, and yes, whether it be our energy policy. But what we see time and time again, that every proposal to reduce taxes, to improve wages, to deal with energy policy, to give bill relief, those opposite, the parties of the right, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, gang up to say to fellow Australians, that's not the right way to go. Now, I think they have an ambition for things to be better, but the problem is they never have a pathway. They never have an explanation. They never have a sense of what has to be done, because if they did, they'd be voting for the things that have been put forward in this place. You know, to hear them say that, you know, we haven't had a real wage increase and the issues with wages. Yeah, I agree with you. Wages in many places need to go up even further in an appropriate and fitting and negotiated way that the system allows. But the fact is, under these people opposite, One Nation for the last 20-odd years have voted with the Nationals and Liberals every occasion to smash the living wage. They vote against gig workers having minimum standards. They voted against gig workers not being sacked by an algorithm. They voted against gig workers getting paid minimum wage. They voted against truck drivers getting arrangements where those at the top of supply chains that are making all the dollars, the ones that they rally against but vote for. See, it's easy to rally against somebody and then tell them on the private, don't worry, I'm not going to vote against you, I'm just going to talk against you. Because that's the reality that happens on the opposite side. That's the reality that happens with One Nation. Time and time and time again, they come in this place and vote against real Australians to get real support, to have a real right. And when they start talking about this very broad thing about blue rights, green rights, black rights and red rights, what they're talking about is that they want to take rights off people. So they talk about those as red tape. Someone's red tape, someone's blue tape, someone's green tape, someone's black tape is someone's rights they want to take off. Because time and time again we come in this place, whether it's a motion, a proposition or voting something down. They vote down consistently people's rights in this country. And I don't mean only people in small groups, but I mean across the economy. Because when you say that you're against and don't support and won't rally for the minimum wage being increased, which they do time and time again, when you say that people should not have access to parental leave, when you vote against weekend penalty rates being protected, when you vote against same job, same pay, where one person's getting paid $20,000 or $30,000 more for doing the exact same job, standing beside the exact same person, when the company for the person that at the top of the supply chain is making all the money out of it, the same people they're working for, the same instructions, the same management, in effect, when they vote against those people getting the same pay, which they do consistently, then they are turning around and saying to Australians, you don't deserve to get a leg up. Oh, sorry, that's right, we're all lazy Australians, remember?
lazy Australian workers. That's what were described by One Nation, just the National Press Club. And I saw every one of those One Nation senators and House of Reps people standing there and clapping and applauding. But I still remember when Barnaby Joyce got up and said when the wage increase came through on a minimum wage increase of $110 a week, he called it a pittance. It was hardly even worth it. Those sorts of approaches from those people opposite tell the real story. That tells the truth of what's actually going on. That tells the truth about what they're actually saying. They say one thing and they quietly say to those very powerful forces who make the Tim Tams, you can get away with it. You can charge more, you can pay more. We've brought price gouging regulations in the retailers. We've brought actions in against a whole series of areas on the electricity industry, energy industry, to make sure those shonky arrangements where they just keep putting prices up, you'd secretly find out about it, but they have to do it on an annual basis. That's more transparent. We turned around and put energy bill relief, which they voted against. So they can paint it any way they like on the opposite side. They can play whatever game they like to play about they really know what's going on. Well, you know what? I know what's going on for you people. You're voting for the ones that you're rallying against rather than voting for the people you pretend you're supporting. That's what the right is about. That's what the right across here have been voting for 20 years. Let's not pretend ourselves as some new fad One Nation. I've sat here for 7 years and I've watched it my entire life. And those characters across the way have voted with the other characters across the way and turned around and voted against every initiative that's given somebody a leg up, a support, and lift the boats for all. Because they think it should just be dog eat dog. People like Gina Rinehart can get away with whatever she wants, whilst people like everybody else that's working for her can't get a fair shake. That's why they want to get rid of same job, same pay. I heard them rallying for same job, same pay for years, saying the casuals were getting badly treated. And what do? When it came to the fact, they turned around and voted against those same people that they misrepresented what they were going to do to them. They were going to betray them, and that's exactly what they did. And they come in this place, on every occasion they betray those people they pretend to represent. Now, I agree that we all have an aspiration in this place for things to be better. But their pathways to be better is to look after those at the top of the town rather than the people across the town. Now, we've got so many changes that we've made that have turned around and made improvements in so many places. In the tax questions, we've had 5 rounds of tax cuts, leaving the average worker up to $2,800 per year better off. And of course, what has the parties of the right done? Voted against it every time. That's what they do. They say one thing, then they vote against tax cuts. They say wage increases, then they vote against the way to get a wage increase and don't support wage increases coming in. They talk about Australian workers, we're for them. No, they're all lazy. We talk about families, oh no, they shouldn't have parental leave. The reality is that this country will be in a dire position, that every hard-working Australian in this place will be in trouble if these people were ever elected on this side to become part of a government. The coalition of the ugly, I'd call it. Because the consequences when you start standing up here and talking about there's too much money spent on things like, on some of the things that you raise here on so many occasions. When you get down to the detail, you find out how many of the billions of dollars they want to take out of services for Australians here. They want to follow the playbook that's been played in other parts of the world because they can't come up with an idea themselves. So they want to take an un-Australian approach and say that we're going to beat down on every Australian to make sure things are just a bit better for those at the top. Just to make sure that we get a bit more of a pat on the back from Gina. You ever know, there might even be an extra plane in it.
Senator Bell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well,
mean, after that contribution, you start to understand why One Nation's Fire the Liar campaign is sort of slowly creeping towards $5 million, with nearly 80,000 individual Aussies getting behind us because they are sick and tired of listening to this government talk big and deliver nothing. Because it's interesting to note that one of the things that was just said by Senator Sheldon there through you, Chair, was that One Nation somehow blocked something. Well, I actually can't recall recently where One Nation blocked a single proposal from this government. What we see is the government comes to us with legislation, we take a look, and the last tax grab budget that you passed was a perfect example. We took a look and we said, well, there's a lot of this that is absolutely rubbish. We'll support your tax grab. We moved an amendment to say we'll carve that out. Not tax grab. I said we'll support your tax cut. Fair enough. We moved an amendment to carve that out. And you said, no, we won't carve it out. You have to vote for it all as one go. It's a trick. It's like a trick where they'll put in tiny little sweetener and they say, if you vote against everything else that's in the legislation that is absolutely terrible, a giant tax grab, then we'll accuse you of voting against a tax cut. That's the trick. That's the trick they are playing. And then they say, we blocked them. Well, we haven't blocked anything. Labor, with their help from the Greens, have gotten every single thing through this parliament that they've wanted. Every single thing that they have said is supposed to make your life cheaper, your life easier, they have gotten. Every single thing, and yet things have never been worse for Australian families. All of the words and promises that they make and say, all of the election commitments that they change their position on, none of them have come true. And Australian families are hurting. They're hurting because everyday staples, the cost of those, are going up. That is because groceries are not expensive by accident. It's not a magic thing that occurs that suddenly... it is because the major inputs into the cost of food that Australians need when they're having dinner, including fuel, fertiliser, electricity, land, the regulations, the freight, the labour, all of those inputs have been driven up by this Albanese Labor government because of the legislation that you have passed with the help of the Greens. And we said, we stand here and we say that these ideas that you're pushing, this legislation you propose, is going to make things worse. And we vote against it. You get what you want, prices continue to rise. At the centre of this failure, and this is what we point out time and time again, at the centre of your failure, the Albanese government's failure, is your net zero agenda. It is that net zero agenda which is forcing higher energy costs onto farms, transport operators, manufacturers, retailers, households, families, mums, dads. It is your net zero agenda that is doing that. That you all vote for, that you get, that we proudly oppose. And the second that we have the chance, we will scrap it. We will dismantle it and we will replace it with mechanisms that deliver the cheapest possible energy. Coal, gas, whatever delivers the cheapest energy to bring down the cost of food, the cost of electricity for families. That is what One Nation will do. If you propose that, we would support that. But you don't. You keep putting up terrible ideas and then with the help of the Greens, you get them through. The grocery bill, the grocery bill for families is where the failure of this government really hits home. Now, in the last 12 months, in the 12 months to May, the ABS shows that food and non-alcoholic beverages is up 3.3%. Meat and seafood is up by 5.4%. Beef and veal is up by 13.3%. Lamb and goat is up by 14.8%. And dairy products is up by 5.2%. And we warned you that if you continued to pass bad legislation, this is what would happen, which is why we voted against it. But you got it anyway. You got what you wanted with the help of the Greens. Prices have gone up. Inflation has gone up. Because behind those increases is the same cost chain. Electricity is up 21%. And the cost of transport is also up 3.3%, electricity and freight. You know, when Australians look at the supermarket receipt, they are not just seeing the price of food. What they are seeing is the cost of Labor's policies and the cost of the Albanese Labor government's net zero agenda. And Australian families are not asking for luxury. They are asking merely to be able to afford the ordinary essentials of life: food, fuel, power, and maybe enough left over at the end of the week to breathe a little easy. That is not asking too much in a country that is as blessed as Australia with the natural resources that we have, that you fail to use. The benefit and prosperity that could exist if we simply used our natural resources to their full extent, instead of cutting ourselves off at the knees because of your net zero agenda. You know, a government that cannot deliver on food affordability has failed the most basic test of all. And food security is national security. A country that cannot afford its own food is not a strong country. You know, a country that fails to protect its farmers is not a secure country. A country that allows the cost of food processing to spiral out of control is not a well-governed country. You cannot keep driving up the cost of energy and then pretend that food will stay cheap. You cannot force farms and food processors to carry the cost of net zero. All of these regulations you're bringing in, the Paris Agreement is an agreement signed through the United Nations. When people talk about United Nations regulations, that is where it's coming from. The Paris Agreement, and the reason we must get out of the Paris Agreement is because the mechanisms of legislation that you move is actually downstream from that agreement. I mean, a lot of people don't realise, but for the federal government to be able to legislate on the environment, they actually need an international agreement. It's through a mechanism called the External Affairs Power. You know, this is why there is not a single international agreement that this government would ever consider getting rid of, because their entire legislative agenda depends on it. So that is why One Nation talks about getting out of these international agreements. It's because it is those agreements which you are using to force your agenda, your destructive net zero agenda, onto the Australian people. You know, you cannot make fertiliser more expensive and harder to secure. You know, you cannot bury farmers in paperwork and expect grocery bills to go down. And and this is, again, the Fire the Liar campaign is successful because the rhetoric, the things you say, simply do not match the lived experience of the Australian people. And I get this new trick that you're using. You're standing up and you're completely misrepresenting Senator Hanson's position on paid maternity leave. Now, she has stood up in this place. She said to social media, we're not going anywhere near paid maternity leave. We're just simply not going to do it. And yet you hear them time and time again. You watch. They will continue to bring this up despite the fact they know it's a complete misrepresentation. But that's okay, because the Australian people, they are awake to these tactics. They're awake to the broken promises. You know, and this is the reality, and this is why One Nation is resonating, because we have not forgotten about what everyday Aussies are going through. And we are prepared to stand with the people who grow our food, who transport the food across the nation from the farms to the supermarkets, the people who process and manufacture our food. We stand with the small businesses who try to sell the food, you know, and we stand with the families who struggle to afford that food because of this government's vandalism on our economy. We stand with the farmers trying to keep the property viable, the truck drivers trying to keep the shelves stocked, the butcher watching the costs rise, hoping he can keep his business running, the baker opening another power bill with dread, and the pensioner counting every dollar, and the parent putting items back when they get to the checkout and they see the cost of their groceries, the cost that is a direct result of your bad policies. No child should go hungry in a country that could feed the world. That is why One Nation says the answer is not more excuses. The answer is to take the cost out of the food chain, the cost of net zero. Irrigation systems, cold storage, dairies, abattoirs, bakeries, processors, packaging plants, small grocers, they all depend on energy. And when power prices rise, food prices rise. Your groceries, your food, the reason that you can't get a steak as much as you want, the reason why when you go out to have a dinner, prices are through the roof, it all comes down to the cost of electricity driven by this government's obsession with net zero. One Nation will prioritise whatever source of energy delivers the cheapest and most reliable power, whether it's coal, whether it's gas, whether it's nuclear. Happy to use renewables where appropriate, but it has to stand on its own feet and not be propped up by billions and billions of dollars of government subsidies hidden in shady areas like the Capacity Investment Scheme. That will stop. Australia must secure its fuel supply as well, because a weak fuel supply means a weak food supply. We should never allow ourselves to become dangerous. We should never have allowed ourselves to become dangerously dependent on overseas supply chains for the fuel that keeps this nation moving. Every weakness in the fuel chain becomes a cost in the food chain. Every cost in the food chain becomes a burden on Australian families. We have that much natural resources, the oil, the gas, that is underutilised because of this government's refusal to utilise it. And governments, I do not think this government understands the burden of administration they put on our farmers. The volume, every time you pass a new bill, that gigantic mess of an EPBC Act you put in the other day, just before guillotined, rushed through. When that happens, farmers sit there in dread because they know the sheer scale of administrative work they have to do is going to crush them. I'm actually not sure off the top of my head the exact number of new regulations that have now flowed through off the back of that legislation, but I think it's over 20. And every single time you do that, you take a farmer and you take him away from doing something that could be productive, you make his life harder, and you hurt productivity, and you drive up the cost of the food. You drive up the cost of the groceries, and that causes everyday Australians to suffer. A nation should be able to feed its people, protect its productive land, back its farmers, secure fuel and deliver cheap and reliable power. That is what they should be able to do. And yet this government seems unable to do so. One Nation instead, we want Australia to grow things, make things, own things, build things. We want to mine more. We want a second mining boom. We want to put Australia first and give them the opportunity to have good jobs. We want to see the price of groceries come down. That is why we vote against your legislation, because we see what you're doing and we know the result is going to be higher electricity prices, more inflation, more expensive groceries on Australian families. The Australian people are paying the bill for your failure. That is why, again, I'll say it, we will scrap net zero. One Nation will back the cheapest and most reliable energy. We'll take pressure off farmers, businesses, households, and we will fight for a food system that serves Australian families first. As I said, a country that cannot afford its own food has been very badly governed. A country that punishes the people who grow its food has lost its way. Australia is too rich, too capable and too blessed to leave its own people struggling to put dinner on the table. And this is a failure that One Nation will keep calling out. This is a fight One Nation is taking up. We will always put Australians first, and so long as you continue to put up terrible legislation, we will oppose it, and we make no apologies for it.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And sadly, the reality facing Australians after 4 years of the Labor government is this. Australians are paying 42% more for their insurance. They're paying 38% more for their electricity. They're paying 37% more for their gas. They're paying 23% more for their rent. They're paying 21% more for their education. And each and every day when they go through that checkout They know that this is their reality. They are paying 17% more for their food. That's right. Each time you walk into that grocery shop and you walk out of that checkout under the Albanese government, you are paying 17% more for your food. But on top of that, what Australians have now lived through under the Albanese Labor government, interest rates have increased 15 times under Labor. When that Reserve Bank meets, Australians hold their breath and they pray to God. They pray, please, please drop interest rates. But sadly, the role of the Reserve Bank is to step in when government fails. And because this government fails time and time and time again to rein in its spending so that inflation is under control, the Reserve Bank has to step in and do the hard work. And sadly, what that means for the Australian people is Labor fails, they fail you as the Australian people, and interest rates go up. And under Labor, interest rates have now gone up 15 times, and that means for the average Australian with a typical mortgage, you are now, under the Albanese Labor government, around $29,000 worse per year. What's worse is Mr Albanese has time and time again said to the Australian people that if he was elected, he promised them life would be cheaper. That's not the reality for the Australian people. The reality after 4 years of Labor, and it doesn't matter what those opposites stand up and say, Australians know when they wake up each and every morning, their reality is they are paying more for the basics. They are paying more to keep a roof over their heads, if they can keep that roof over their heads, because so many Australians now are living in their cars. And these are Australians that have jobs. But because interest rates have gone up 15 times under the Labor government, because on average Australians are paying, if you've got a mortgage, around $29,000 more per year, something had to give. Do you know what the bad news is? The house had to give, and they now live in their car. The reality is they're paying more tax under Labor. Doesn't matter what the Labor Party says. The reality is Australians are actually paying more tax under this government. And sadly, after 4 years of Labor, this is the reality they're faced with. They're actually working harder. Many more Australians are actually working now 2 jobs. But you know why they're having to work 2 jobs? They're having to work 2 jobs because they're paying more. When they walk into that grocery store and they walk out, they know the reality is they are now paying 17% more for their food. They now know you've got to have insurance. They're paying 42% more for their insurance. Electricity, it's a way of life. You can't live life without electricity, but they're paying 38% more for their electricity, 37% more for their gas, 23% more for their rent, 21% more for their education. But those on the other side say, we're doing the right thing by the Australian taxpayer. Well, the reality for the Australian taxpayer is they know that you're not. What the Australian taxpayer is actually looking for, they actually want a plan for a fairer Australia. They love a fair go in this country. They want a government that says we have a plan for a fairer Australia, for a freer Australia and for a better Australia. And that's what the Coalition is going to put forward, that credible and competent plan to restore Australian standard of living, because they know standards of living under this government have crashed. Australians live that on a daily basis. But worse than that, This is a government that have turned their backs on Australian values, and they are looking for a credible alternative in a government that will say to them, we will protect your way of life. We will offer Australians a tax-back guarantee, something that those on the other side, they wouldn't know what that is. That is going to be each and every year under a coalition government, you will get an automatic tax cut that gets bigger every year by stopping inflation from pushing you into a higher tax bracket. Because if you get into that higher tax bracket, do you know what happens to you? The government takes more of what you earn. And if a government can't control its spending, you deserve to actually ensure that you keep more of what you earn. And that's what the coalition will offer you. Migration and housing. This is where the Labor Party have fundamentally failed Australians. You bring in 1.4 million people, you basically crash the housing market, and you wonder why Australians are living in their cars. You have got to tie migration numbers, lower them. Numbers have been too high, standards have been too low, to the number of houses built. Only the coalition offers a plan for a fairer, freer and better Australia.
The time for the debate has expired. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the Senate, at its rising, adjourn till Tuesday, 11 August 2026 at midday or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable, by the Deputy President, and that the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each Senator, and leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting today to the day on which the Senate next meets.
Thank you, Minister. I propose that the Senate... I'll put the question on the statement by the Minister. All those in favour? Against? Everyone's voting for their own loot. Good thing. I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. All parliamentarians know the quiet work of committees is essential to our democracy. Coherent reports emerge out of a maelstrom of evidence. Rough edges are chipped off legislation. Witnesses are treated with care. Institutional wisdom is held and passed on. Never in the limelight, but always making a difference, we owe so much to the staff who serve in the committees in this place. I rise tonight to observe the passing of one such staff member, Julia Morris, and to acknowledge the significance of her contribution to this place and to her community and to her family. Julia Ann Morris was born in Newcastle on the 24th of December 1972, the daughter of Anne and Alan Morris. Senators will know Alan by his years of service to the people of the Hunter as the member for Newcastle, and senators will also know Julia's uncle Peter by his service as the member for Shortland. Knowing that, it goes without saying that Julia was born into a family deeply involved in the public life of Newcastle and deeply ingrained with the values of the Labor Party and the Labor movement. She was, as you might expect, incredibly worldly in outlook. She was well-read, she was well-travelled, and she was comfortable in more than one language. She graduated from ANU with a Bachelor of Arts, cementing her love of literature in her studies in English. And with that immense capacity and with her love of politics and of political debate, she came to work here in the Parliament. Julia gave almost all of her working life, 25 years, in the service of the Australian Parliament. By my count, she served 10 committees, 9 of them as secretary. And she pursued this commitment to our democratic institutions with incredible professionalism. She was always conscious of the privilege of working in this place, the roles that each of us play, the particular obligation that this placed on her to serve every parliamentarian in this place equally and to support the proper functioning of our committees. She shepherded inquiries on everything from coastal biodiversity to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child to education in remote and complex environments. She began her first role as Secretary of the Standing Committee on Economics in the middle of the global financial crisis. She worked with former Senator Dodson in the committee considering the constitutional recognition of First Nations Australians. She deployed to the Solomon Islands during Ramsay. What a gift to the people of Australia to receive the best of Julia Morris's time and energy and heart. I, however, did not meet Julia in this place. Growing up in Newcastle, she attended school with my husband John, and together they were the school captains in their final year at Newcastle High School, and she was a dear friend and a loyal friend to him. We all shared a love of film and music, and I first met her at the Sydney Film Festival, when as young people we would lock ourselves inside the theatre for an entire long weekend, armed only with a backpack of cheese and a bottle of wine. She attended the Blues Fest approximately 26 times. She was devoted, and we frequently spent time together there also. As we all grew older, we were able to share our families too. Julia gave birth to her beloved daughter Molly, who is now a terrific young woman, and she was the light of Julia's life. Julia was the great gatherer. Having been born on Christmas Eve, every Christmas she would create a warm space, a welcoming space for friends, old and for new friends too, to come together. She was the glue. On the 21st of May 2026, Julia lost her long battle with breast cancer. Her death leaves a great hole in the lives of many people that she touched. She was fierce and she was funny and she was intelligent, she was generous and caring as a friend. She was a dedicated servant to this Parliament. She was a devoted mum, sister and daughter. I offer my condolences to all of those who loved her, especially her remarkable daughter, Molly. Vale Julia Ann Morris.
I thank you, Minister. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. Well, this Labor government was elected and re-elected on the promise of housing affordability. And it's been 4 years of Labor, and where are we? Housing is failing on 3 fronts at once. People can't afford to buy, renters can't afford to stay put, and too many people can't access secure housing at all. In 2024-2025, an estimated 1.26 million low-income households were in housing stress, meaning they spent more than 30% of their disposable income on housing. 1 in 5 renters are in rental stress, and the number of rough sleepers has increased by 1/3 in 2 years. The social housing waitlist is getting longer and longer, and rents are staying at record high levels. Australians want this Labor government to get on with the job, to fix the housing crisis and to build public housing. Housing that is guaranteed to be affordable for every Australian. Instead, Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund has invested more in the multi-trillion-dollar investment company BlackRock than it has in building affordable housing. In fact, most of the HAF's top investments are in private equity, asset managers and the big banks, all of which rely on skyrocketing housing prices to keep up their immense profits. It's actually a joke that the fund that is meant to help fix the housing crisis relies on investing in companies that actually profit from it getting worse. It's circular. A housing policy that actually relies on not solving the problem. It's been 2 years since that policy was implemented, and as the Greens warned, it has been an embarrassing failure. We were promised 30,000 houses over 5 years, and we've barely gotten 1,000 in 3. When will the Labor government admit that they were wrong? When will they admit that these convoluted schemes can't get around the simple fact that we actually need to build public housing? It seems that Labor can't do anything themselves. They can't tax the big corporations, so they need to invest in BlackRock to make their money. They can't build public housing, so they need to rely on the private market. What Labor needs to do is to get on with the job. One of the best examples of Labor's inability to actually do anything themselves is the 5% deposit scheme. Other governments have realised that they can actually build houses themselves. But Labor is so committed to this solution that all that they can imagine involves having massive debts incurred by first home buyers whilst the banks make back massive profits off them. People are now having to make impossible choices, paying an unsustainable share of their income in rent or their mortgage, moving repeatedly, living in overcrowded housing, staying in unsafe situations or experiencing homelessness. And we know that Labor's failures on housing are especially punishing renters, low-income households, young women, older women, First Nations people and people at risk of homelessness. It's time to stop the useless bureaucracy and ineffective schemes and recognise that the solution to the housing crisis, the solution is building more affordable public housing and freezing the rent. Not putting mortgage holders in more debt, not funneling hundreds of millions of dollars to BlackRock, private equity and the banks. Build more public housing, freeze the rent.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to place a matter on the public record in relation to my brother, who through a consortium has acquired a minority interest in the Phosphate Hill fertiliser operation. I've sought advice from the Office of the Clerk of the Senate regarding any obligation I have to include this information on the register of Senators' interests. This advice has indicated that I am under no obligation to record this on the register. However, in the interests of transparency and public accountability, I wish to place this information on the public record.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday, the 11th of August at 12 noon. Good night, everyone, and stay safe during the long break.